Check. Jake, how are we doing back there? Are we ready? Is that a little thumb? A little weensy thumb I saw back there? Staff all ready? Excited to be here? All right. Looks like it's 9 o'clock a.m. Welcome to the last meeting of the year of the Lake County Board of Supervisors. Does anybody have a moment of silence? No moment of silence today? Okay. Supervisor-elect Rasmussen, could I call on you to join us and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Any extra items from the board staff?
No extra items, sir.
No extra items. All right. That takes us down to the consent agenda. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items that have been proposed for pulling. Anyone on the board wish to pull an item?
What are the items that you have?
So far, I see 5-4, 5-12, 5-13, 5-14, and 5-16.
I don't have anything on.
No additional.
Going. Okay. I see, with the exception of those items, we could entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 5-4, 5-12, 5-13, 5-14, and 5-16.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Scrolling. 9:02 a.m. And are we there? We are 9:02 a.m. So we have public input. This is for public input on any item not on today's agenda. We do have a lengthy agenda today. There's an appeal hearing. There's several other things. So I have 2 citizens input request forms. If you wish to come up today and speak on a subject that is not on today's agenda, please come up and we'll give you 3 minutes. And I have so far Julie 3 and Ron Owens.
Hi, Barbara Green, Kelseyville resident.
Barbara Green, thank you.
I'm here today to express my disappointment in your decision to recommend changing the name of Kelseyville. With that said, I also want to point out that there were some conflicts of interest with some of your votes. Supervisor Crandall was quoted in a recent Press Democrat article that it's like C4H members came over to our side, they fired the first shot, and now we've got to fight the war. We meaning the tribes. Supervisor Crandall is a member of a tribe. As a sitting supervisor, he should not be fighting a war using his position against Lake County citizens. It is an abuse of power. Supervisor Simon called Lake County citizens racist. Ironically, these are the same people who voted him into office. His comments were made during the board meeting and afterwards, of course, but when they decided to move forward with Measure U, I believe his remarks were blatant election interference, trying to intimidate voters into voting a certain way. Thankfully, it didn't work. Supervisor Green filed a baseless complaint with the California Fair Political Practices Commission against Save Kelseyville, whose members are Lake County citizens. That was an action unbecoming of a sitting supervisor who is supposed to be representing all people. All three should have recused themselves from the vote. As for Supervisor Pyska, Kelseyville is in her district. She let down her constituents. Remaining neutral should not have been an option. And lastly, if Kelseyville was incorporated, a decision to change its name would most likely be done through a vote of the people. The Kelseyville precincts voted 82% no to changing the name of our town. That should mean something. And I certainly hope this will be brought back once the newly reconfigured board is seated. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tony Brown. I was born in Lake County, raised in the Big Valley area on a ranch that has been in the Renfro family for many generations. I am a 1981 graduate of Kelseyville High School. After graduating, I left Kelseyville to attend college. And 8 years later, in 1989, I returned to Kelseyville with my husband to raise our family in Kelseyville. I taught for the Kelseyville Unified School District from 1989 until I retired in 2022. 33 years of service I gave to the Kelseyville Unified School District. During that time, I raised 3 remarkable children who attended Kelseyville High School. They attended Kelseyville Unified School District from kindergarten till 12th grade. And all 4 went on to 4-year universities and are now successful voting members of society. I taught and coached well over 1,000 students during my 33 years of service at Kelseyville. I now love seeing those former students who have become wonderful adults and are contributing, voting members of our society. I'm very proud of the teacher that I was. I'm very proud of my own children and my former students. The 5 of you make me literally sick. It literally makes me sick to think the 5 of you represent Lake County. And you represented Lake County to the BGN. When you knowingly went against the majority of voters, the voters who you are paid over $100,000 salary to represent, you let us down. Growing up, my sweet, sweet, kind, hardworking mom taught me, or tried to teach me, when you have nothing nice to say, say nothing at all. So, out of respect for my mom, I have nothing more to say.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, Jillian Perillo, Lakeport. Just some things to keep in mind. The name change is just one of many issues facing our county. It is not the only one. Other critical issues in our county require our focus and energy. Let's remember that our community's progress depends on working together, not dividing further. A word on the neutral stance. Supervisor Pyska has been consistent and transparent about her position on the name change from the start. She chose to remain neutral, stating clearly that taking a side would alienate her from one group or the other and hinder her ability to foster dialogue and find common ground. As experts in mediation and arbitration emphasize, neutrality is vital in both mediation and arbitration, as it helps to establish trust between the parties involved, which is essential for the successful outcomes. A neutral mediator does not take sides or express opinions on the issue at hand, allowing for a more balanced approach to resolving disputes. In March, a clear majority of voters supported Supervisor Pyska, fully aware that she would remain neutral on this issue. Supervisor has honored her commitment by ensuring that all voices are heard and respected throughout the process. Yes, there has been frustration with the name change process, the lack of leadership and information from the BGN being high on the list, but we are where we are. Once filed, the process and the decision have always belonged to the Board on Geographic Names and their California affiliates. No action or decision by a member of the Board of Supervisors can single-handedly change that. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. Next speaker.
Good morning, Lois Jordan from Kelseyville. I too am disappointed with the decision the board made regarding the Kelseyville name. But my focus has always been Lake County history. I love it. I've studied it for years and years, and I know it's very difficult to find history that far back, 174 years. But sincere people during this contentious debate over the name change have tried their best to learn. And it's disappointing to me that it's so hard to find, and most people rely on what they hear from other people. Supervisor Green has a problem with our history as well, our monument in particular. At the 12/10 Board of Supervisors meeting, he expressed that concern over the monument and admitted that his search at the library gave him little information. He did come up with the date the monument was placed, the names on the plaque, or, well, the words on the plaque, and he wanted to learn more, but he didn't, but he did share that at the meeting. And he recited the words that were on the plaque in a very snarky, disrespectful form. Also with a shake of his head and a heavy sigh. The monument by the bridge is one of 5 historical monuments placed there to celebrate the California Centennial. Chosen by community leaders guided by Henry Malden, a county supervisor and a Centennial commissioner, all 5 were dedicated on May 30th, 1950. The remains of Kelsey and Stone, buried on the property of Bert Smith, were exhumed May 10th, 1950, with proper authority for reburial. Present were Henry Malden, Bert Smith, Herb Jones, a past coroner for Lake County, Dan Seiler, a distant relative of Mr. Kelsey, and a worker from the road department. Not too glamorous a setting. A few years earlier, several young boys had dug up some of the remains. When they were discovered, authorities made them rebury them. This was not the first vandalism of the grave. The exhumed remains were unceremoniously placed in a wooden box and taken home to Mr. Malden's house. 3 days later, they were returned to the site of the monument, placed in a small hole dug underneath, and then the masons began building the wall, monument, and it stopped future vandalism of the grave. News articles reporting the dedication on May 30th described that event. Musical selections by the high school band, an invocation, addresses by dignitaries, and no honor was given to either Mr. Kelsey or Mr. Stone. Mr. Green's presentation gave us only partial information. He got it wrong because he didn't know. He didn't know the truth. What could possibly happen with history from 174 years ago? Could dates change? Could numbers change? What about Bloody Island? We've all been horrified by what we've heard. Chief Augustine in 1880 said 16 people perished. Newspaper articles...
Please wrap up your comments. That was 3 minutes.
I'm
Thank you.
almost finished. Newspaper articles at the time said 200 to 400, and a dailymail.com in 2024 said 900 people perished. Where next? I don't know where you got your education on
Thank you
Lake
for your
County.
comments, ma'am. That's 3
Lake
minutes.
County.
I think
Out of fairness,
let her have her time. She's
It
almost.
saddens me that the
So
perhaps we can revisit this
finish.
with open minds and calmer heads in the future. Thank you.
thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. I still have slips for Ron Owens and Julie 3. Do we have anybody online yet with a hand up? I don't see anybody.
Hi, Lake County Board of Supervisors, it's Julie Threet, and I've got some materials that'll hand you after my time here. Let me set my timer. I'm appearing for you today from Butte County, California, and I'm here to appeal to your sense of duty to protect the members of your community from a known toxin that's been administered by your health department and select pharmacies in your county, the COVID-19 vaccine. At the end of this letter, you'll find my backstory and credentials that, again, I will hand to you after my comments. I'm a former healthcare worker in Chico, a retired HR executive of 25 years, and now lead investigator for VAERSAware.com. I'm also vaccine injured myself by the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm coming before you to demand an investigation and full halt to the administration of this product in your county. I also request you notify your residents immediately and remove all claims on your website to this product being safe and effective. If you are truly committed to your community's health, you would survey all vaccinated and determine if they've been harmed, and if so, help them file a report with the CDC's Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. Your health officer, Dr. Duhan, should be directed to do a full investigation and go through all the information provided on the vaccine to make sure it's not misleading and is in the best interest of the community, now that you've been noticed as to the toxicity of the product. Direct your sheriff to investigate any deaths that have been reported to VAERS. This is my hill. As I stated, I'm vaccine injured by 2 doses of Moderna, and I have a VAERS report filed. I suffer from microangiopathy, tinnitus, and have had 2 detached retinas requiring 5 emergency eye surgeries. I worked for the Butte County Public Health Department in their COVID vaccine clinics from January through June 2021, and I saw injuries right there in the chair, effectively now a whistleblower against the county. I was forced to quit my wonderful job at Enloe Health after they implemented the mandated booster, which I could not physically afford to take. For the past 2.5 years, I've been a member of the medical freedom movement, working with honest doctors, researchers, and journalists from around the globe to fight this evil pharmaceutical product that is an attack on our children, our elderly, and our precious military, with who we've decimated. I did speak to a nurse that lives in your county, and I think she mentioned, Supervisor Bruno, that you might be helpful with this cause. My mom, an otherwise healthy woman, was killed by 4 shots of Moderna on 8/15/2022, and my daughter's a medical assistant in Alameda County, coerced to take these shots. I will not leave this planet until there's accountability and full stop to this man-made disaster. I've spoken to the Butte County Board of Supervisors over 40 times for the past 3 years, and they've done nothing. So I've joined Ronald F. Owens Jr. to speak before every other county in California. So far, I've at 9. You're number 10. I've also filed a criminal complaint with the Butte County Sheriff. I'm going to give you a lot of resources here to look at in these materials. React 19, the former Feds Freedom Foundation, AmericansForHealthFreedom.org. I've been participating in studies that show that this product is extremely harmful for pregnant women. MilitaryAccountability.net. Go look at all of the military veterans that have signed on to say this product has been decimating the military. Again, VAERSAware.com, who I worked for, MuzzledTruth.com, Medical Doctors for COVID Ethics International. I'd be happy to come back at any time to speak further.
Thank you for your comment.
good morning, people. Good morning. On April 14th,
Please state your
2022,
name for the record.
I will state my name. On April 14th, 2022, Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra said this, quote, "We know these vaccines are killing people of color, Black, Latino, and indigenous people at about 2 times the rate of white Americans. Hello, my name is Ronald F. Owens Jr. I was the Public Information Officer at the California Department of Public Health for more than 14 years. I brought this information to my management on several occasions. Unfortunately, they made it about me, the messenger, and not about you, and not about the people behind me, and not about the people who are watching and not about the 40 million other Californians. Look, I love all humanity. I'm this black guy telling my two white superiors what Javier Becerra said about these vaccines killing people of color. And what did they do? They disciplined me. They muzzled me. But I would not muzzle myself, so I retired on December 31st, 2023. I immediately incurred a 55% pay cut. But this information needed to be shared with you and the other boards of supervisors and people across this state. On July 29th, I sent this board a 5-page PDF detailing what Javier Becerra said. By the way, that particular quote is still on the White House's YouTube channel. In that 5-page memo, I also included information, studies from Italy, Japan, Germany, that these vaccines are killing people. Just last week, I forwarded also to this board another PDF that indicated, since I apprised this board and your more than 200 other colleagues across the state, 400 people have filed vaccine adverse event reporting systems information. 2 people have died. If you and the 57 other boards of supervisors across the state perhaps had listened to what I urged you guys to do to stop promoting and stop administering and stop distributing the COVID-19 vaccine, perhaps one man and one woman here in California may be alive. But unfortunately, they're going to be celebrating Christmas without their loved ones, and 400 other people may not be suffering. I urge you to stop promoting, stop administering, and stop distributing COVID-19 vaccines, because they are, in fact, killing people. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Leah Pabst. My family owns and operates a business in Kelseyville. Our district supervisor is Jessica Pisca. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. I'm sorry that I don't have a prepared speech, but there are a few talking points that I have, and I would just like to say them. And in fact, my mother as well taught me that if I have nothing nice to say, I shouldn't say anything at all. However, if there's nothing nice to be said and the truth needs to be told, then I should stand up. My family are 3rd-generation Holocaust survivors, and we don't fight to change the name of Auschwitz, where 1 million Jews were killed. We send people there to learn our history. We can't erase what Hitler did. We can't change any of that history by not speaking his name. He's not Voldemort, does not get power if we speak his name. Quite the opposite. When we're reminded of what never again means, it means it for everyone. It means it for our indigenous people. It means it for everyone who's ever suffered an atrocity. Jessica, I am beyond disgusted. What you're doing is a betrayal of the Kelseyville voters. Why did you put this to a vote? To turn your backs on us? Why did you want to represent our people? To tell us that you were indifferent? You don't have a choice to be indifferent. You are our voice when we vote. It is your responsibility to bring our vote and our voice to the floor. I call on you to resign. I am disgusted with your behavior, and it is not appropriate. You're subverting the will of the people. This is not about reparations. What is to come of this? What are you trying to accomplish by changing the name? You think none of us will learn the history then? You know what you're accomplishing? You're putting a detriment to the people of Kelseyville and all the business owners. And I, personally, if this happens, am going to bring a class action lawsuit against you and every member of this board, subverting the will of the people. And we will have standing, because it will be a monetary loss, a devastation on our town. Are you going to pay for all the business cards? Are you going to change all of that paperwork and all of those things that come along with that name being changed? I hope you're proud of yourself right now, because none of your constituents are.
Next speaker. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Brian Dabrowski. As a Kelseyville, and I have to say for the record, what has transpired with the board decision for the name change, I feel as if, despite this being an advisory measure, that it is extremely disrespectful to the voters of this county and to the voting process that good Americans have fought and died for. Myself and all of us who have opposed this name change have been accused by Supervisor Crandall for bullying Jessica Paiska into the decision she has made regarding the name change. And I have this in written correspondence in his email. I find this to be extremely disrespectful to the voters of this county and to Supervisor Paiska personally. Crandall, you have proven to be unable to represent Lake County constituents, and you have disrespected your peers, and I would like to please ask you to tender your resignation.
Any other speakers? I see. Okay, coming up.
Hello, my name is Patrick Denning. This name change kind of brought to my mind that when Rhodesia changed her name to Gimjabwe, or whatever it is, be careful about the change of names. It may license other changes also. I think about what happened in Africa, in Rhodesia. By changing the name, and I can understand it, it's colonial, but in changing the name, they basically thought that gave them license to confiscate all the lands from those American, or those farmers, those white farmers. And by taking their land away, they gave it to city dwellers who know nothing about farming. So what was created from that? What was created was famine, because the farmers were no longer to produce the food. So I'm just saying, we may do a name change here, but we better think twice about what that might affect the people of Kelseyville. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Schnabel. I do not have a prepared statement, but I feel it very, very interesting to find out, why don't we worry about something here and now? How about the animals of Lake County? How about putting the money towards saving all the stray animals or making a facility? And how about the children? Why don't we educate the children? We've had a business in Kelseyville for over 70 years. I came from Hayward. I was beat up in a riot. It was blacks against white. It was a very racial school. Do I hate black people? No, because it was a black teacher that pulled me from the rubble. And I respect all nationalities. I am from Holland, and I just hope that we can use the monies to do something here and now. And focus on what's going on in Lake County, which is plenty. Homeless, animals, children. That's where the money needs to go, not in some name change. And so thank you for listening, and I hope you give it some thought. That's what I really hope.
Thank you for your time. comment?
Good morning. Hi. My name is Linda Emily, and I don't have a prepared speech, but after hearing what I've heard this morning, I just have a few comments to make. I am a constituent of Jessica Peiska, and she has done an amazing job for Lake County, and the idea that somebody would like to recall her to me makes me sick. I was a person who survived the Valley Fire, and Jessica was in there. She was helping every single person there. She's worked tirelessly to help our community, and she worked on getting numerous grants for our county to help with the fire abatement and clearing the egress. When they did this up in the Riviera West, Jessica was out there with her family pulling weeds and cleaning the egress to help prevent fires in our neighborhood. And she's done an incredible job, and the idea that people are asking for a recall to me is ridiculous. And I think we need to start focusing on all the good things that she has done here in this community.
One good deed doesn't erase a bad one.
Excuse me? Let's
Ma'am,
There's the other thing, is people think, I don't know what happened to people. I don't know why people can't respect people and respect people's opinions these days without getting angry, without shouting, without yelling. We should be able to sit down and have a conversation, and that just doesn't happen anymore. Everybody has the right to just spew out hate, and I'm really sick of it. And I think, I thank Jessica, and also Jessica voted no on this. She did not vote yes. And so I don't know why you're all clamoring about this. So I just want people to sit down and talk to one another without yelling and screaming and being angry. And I think we've forgotten how to do that as neighbors, as coworkers, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name's Marcy Lee, and I'm going to tell you that I've been in this county off and on for 40 years, and I didn't really understand the story of the Kelseys until all this came up on the ballot. And I've learned a lot, and I have the utmost respect and sympathy and compassion for what happened 175 years ago. It was horrible. I totally agree. But I'm a business owner, and I know we're living in now, and I also know there's a lot of people that aren't living that history 175 years ago. And so I voted against the name change because we're talking major hassle for people in this county. Every website has to be changed, every logo on people's vehicles, all the business cards, letterheads. I have to go to the California State License Board, all my insurances, everything has to be changed. And that is a huge hassle for me today and other people in this county. But the biggest issue here isn't about whether or not this is a righteous vote or not. It's about the fact that the people have voted. And I don't understand, because I really am not a political person, although I will always vote. I didn't know what you people do up here, you 5 people. So I looked it up, and I cannot find in any of your responsibilities where you have the right to override the vote of the people. And I don't get that. And I have to say, I mean, please give me some input. I can read you what it says on the Lake County Board of Supervisors' responsibilities. And I just don't see any place here that it shows that you can override our vote. And I have to say, we're in deep, deep trouble when 5 people can make a decision for 3/4 of the county and cause this much hassle for people. I don't get it. All of this, I mean, like I said, I'm not a political person, so maybe I don't really understand the process. But it seems to me that if you guys don't agree with how the county voted, then put this issue back on the ballot, campaign yourselves into oblivion, and try to convince the people otherwise. Because just to override our vote, I mean, what do we have here? Why even bother to vote? This is seriously a problem. This is the biggest issue. our vote has been overrode. So, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Pierre Cutler, and I'm from Lakeport. And I want to turn the page and talk about some good things. Moak, I'm super proud of what you've done for this county. You've spent 8 years in the position that you were there for many of the fire victims in your tribe and housing people who needed help. Thank you very much. Michael Green, thank you for your 2 years of service. You've done an outstanding job. Not everybody has agreed with you, I know, on the board here, but thank you for stepping up in doing what you've done. Now, Moak, you and EJ, you are in a very unique position. You represent the tribes. What you did last week took a lot of spine and courage. You did what was right in your mind. Thank you very much for your decision.
Do we have anybody online yet, Carolyn? Don't see any hands. Oh, I do have 2 hands. All right. I don't see anybody in the room, so let's go ahead and do our online comments. Can you tell me who we're calling first? Richard Durham. Please unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Richard Durham. I had another topic I was going to talk about today, but it seems inappropriate. I've been going to supervisors meetings since the early 2000s. This is probably the best group of supervisors we've had in the past 25 years. And I just want to support. You guys have really covered so many issues in the past years. I just don't like to see you disparaged. And that's all I have to say today. I'll bring up my topic at another meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And who else do we have? Okay, Nara, please unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. Nara Dalbach, I'm a District 1 resident. There seems to be a lack of understanding of the facts of what goes into a name change. Some of these speakers are missing today, which is that it's not in the hands of anybody in the room, anybody in this county, or any of us. It's in the hands of a small group of folks in Washington, D.C. The voters spoke here. I disagreed. The Board of Supervisors are also allowed to put forward their vote on this, and that's what happened last week. And so this board that's going to be considering the name change will see how the voters felt about this, and they'll see how our elected Board of Supervisors felt about this. I think that attacking the members of the Board of Supervisors and threatening them is unconscionable. You had your vote, you had it in November, and you decided that your comfort and is more important than the fact that the people whose stolen land you've been sitting on have asked you to make a name change. Auschwitz, bringing up the name Auschwitz today, it's a death camp, and people are learning about that. It's not honoring anybody. Naming a town after somebody is honoring someone, and the town is being named after someone who I don't think anybody in this room would think was a decent human being. It's time to face the really uncomfortable truth that this country is built on. And Konocti is a beautiful name. It's a beautiful volcano. And I would love to see the name changed, but it's not up to me. It's not up to the voters, and it's not up to the Board of Supervisors. But what I do see is a community tearing itself up and threatening and threatening members of an elected Board of Supervisors. And it's disappointing, it's heartbreaking. And I really feel like those of you who are in here and who are sending these threats to the members of the board are bullies, and you should be called bullies. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have anybody else online? Yes? All right, Aaron McCarrick, please unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there, Erin McCarrick, District 2 resident. I just wanted to take a moment to thank the Board of Supervisors. It is a tough job, and this particular board has seen us through a lot. And so thank you so much for everything you're doing, for just taking the time to put the work in and do what you can to make the county better. Thanks so much to Supervisor Green and Supervisor Simon. Congratulations on all the years that you've put in, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. One more. Sam Sheridan. I apologize if I didn't get the last name right. Go ahead. Sam, you have please unmute and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. I just want to say, in times like this, when there's division, I think the most important thing to do is to remember that people are more important than anything. I want to say, I really appreciate what the members said. I'm a resident of Clear Lake, and I was born and raised in Lake County, and I love the county very much. And I love the people of the county more than anything. I know Clear Lake and Lake County gets a bad reputation, but I think what you have in this courtroom or in this Board of Supervisors meeting is a lot of people who are very passionate and love this county. And I think the most important thing to remember when voicing opinions and putting your opinion out there is to remember that people are the most important commodity thing that we have. And I really just want to say a word of appreciation to the Board of Supervisors. I really appreciate all of you and all the efforts that you put in. I pray for you all often. I am a pastor in Clear Lake, and myself and my church really pray for you guys all the time because leadership is hard. And you guys have taken a stance and shared your opinion on the name change. I, for one, hope that people can understand the hurt of others when it comes to a name, and a name means a lot. You know, my name, my reputation means a lot, and so when you live somewhere or have a name of a town that represents something that hurts people, my position is, why not change it? I think Konocti is a beautiful name, and whether it does change or doesn't change, I understand people voted and they feel like their voice isn't heard, and I think we should give credit to understanding that people are frustrated. But the county voiced its opinion, and I love it. The Board of Supervisors voiced their opinion, and what happens, happens. I think the most important thing to remember is that as a community, don't let it divide you. Don't let a name of a town ultimately divide you and make you hate your neighbor, but show love and compassion to your neighbor, and remember that all these people in this room and on the board care about this county. And again, County Board of Supervisors, I just want to say you're in my prayers. I appreciate everything that you guys do. You have a very, very tough job. And again, I really appreciate everyone that's voicing their opinions today. I think everyone's opinion matters. And I think the spirit in which we come across is so important. So thank you for your time, and I just wish you all the best in navigating this whole process.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have anyone else online? No? No more? I see some more people here. Please come up, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Tammy Myers, Kelseyville. I was just going to speak about the disappointment I felt through this entire process. Lorna, who lives in Kelseyville, to my knowledge, she never went to one church, one civic organization, one school to talk to anybody about this, to have conversation. And that's what we've needed the entire time, is somebody to facilitate a conversation about this issue. I don't always agree with Rob. I've known him for 50 years. but I always know where he stands. And to me, personally, that's important. Mr. Simon, letting us know that you feel that we're all racist who voted against the name change is just unbelievable and very disappointing. The board voting against the will of the people, it's not only disappointing, in my opinion, it's a threat to our democracy. We as a county can do better. We need to do better. In my 65 years of living here, of playing, studying, working with natives and whites and Hispanics, I've never seen the division that this issue has caused. And in my opinion, it's because of how it's been handled. And I just hope we can do better.
Okay.
My name is Linda Breeding, and I am a Kelseyville resident. And I just want to say Jessica Pyska has been really wonderful for my Girl Scout troop that has been kind of forgotten, and she has always remembered us. In Kelseyville, Troop 10490, and we are here to honor one of our gold member Girl Scouts. However, I have 7 generations of Kelseyville. My great-great-grandfather was Hugh Upton, a doctor of Kelseyville. His son, William Upton, was a doctor in Kelseyville. His daughters were my grandmother, Ruth Beeman, of Keegan's. Olive Keegan's at one time was married to a Kelsey. So I'm not a Kelsey, but 7 generations in Kelseyville. My parents, my grandfathers, are buried in Kelseyville Cemetery. I'm a graduate of Kelseyville High School. My father graduated from Kelseyville High School, one of the very first graduates, with Bob Prather in 1947. And he was very proud to be a Kelseyville native. My mother and 5 of her siblings were actually born on Guard Street in my great-grandfather's home. Many of my cousins before 1947 were born in that house. Kelseyville has been all around the world. When I hear the word Kelseyville, I am very proud. I love it, and the name change would be personally very detrimental to me and my family. 7 generations of Kelseyville. Thank you.
I see anybody else in the room, anybody else online? Okay, if not, we're going to go ahead and close public input. I want to thank everyone for coming today and sharing your thoughts. It's not easy to take time off during the week to do that. Obviously, because this is not on the agenda today, we as a board will not be able to respond in kind to some of the issues you raised. But some of the issues you did raise today, you can go back. Our YouTube channel is a great repository of information. So you can go back and look at the hearing on the 30th. You can go back to July 30th when we talked about putting the ballot measure on the ballot. These are tough issues. So we are not going to be able to respond in kind today, but I do want to thank you. You've been very respectful, and we appreciate your time. If it's okay with the board, I'd like to take a 5-minute break so we can allow people to kind of process, and then we'll move on to our next item. Thank you. Okay, we concluded public input. I am informed we have no pet of the week, but in the absence of pet of the week, we have many, many fine animals down at the shelter that need their forever homes. So just because we didn't bring one here today doesn't mean you shouldn't go down and look for them. Our 9:05 a.m. item is presentation of Girl Scout Gold Award, Supervisor Pyska.
Okay, come here. So we have, Emily she has earned the Gold Award, and the Gold Award is the highest award in Girl Scouting. It takes years and years. There are a lot of things, a lot of boxes you have to check, a lot of projects that you have to do to earn this award, and this is a service project, and she has an incredible leader in Linda Breeden here, who really dedicates so much of her life to Kelseyville and the community, and most importantly, the Girl Scouts. So I want to just pass this microphone off to you, Emily, but I also want to invite Linda to talk about the Gold Award and kind of what that means to you and what your troop means to you.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm a retired kindergarten teacher, and I came back to Kelseyville because that is my home, and 3 days into being here, I went to the fair, and the lady said, "You want to be a Girl Scout leader?" I'm like, "Oh, sure." So I got 5 5-year-olds, and my troop went up to 17, 5 and 6-year-olds. I still have 4 of them graduated last June from Daisy, which is kindergarten, through seniors. They all graduated from Kelseyville High School. Emily graduated last year, but she was able to finish her Gold Award because she started it before she graduated. And her Gold Award, she'll explain to you, was a lot of work. However, before she could do that, she had to get her Bronze Award, she had to get her Silver Award, and complete many journeys. A journey is a service unit project, and she has done it wonderfully. And she has grown into such a wonderful person. Thank you. There you go. Tell them what your project was.
Okay, so I did my Girl Scout Gold Award, and it's like the highest award a Girl Scout could get. And so what I did for my Gold Award was I set up for 5 weeks, for 2 days a week, where kids would come in and we would help them, read a book or two to help encourage their reading, and they would also go and get a reading buddy. It's like a little stuffed animal, and they would go and read to their reading buddy to encourage them to read more and to expand their vocabulary. I did this because there's not a library in Kelseyville, there's a library in Lakeport, so I figured to do something like this for when kids are out of school during the summer break. They have books to read more, because reading is a very important skill for you to learn to live through life. And so to keep my Gold Award sustainable, I made a free little library for the kids, which, the free little library is in front of the Methodist Church in Kelseyville, right across from the saw shop. It took a while to get it done because there was a lot of steps to do it. I needed at least 80 hours to complete this project. I believe I had 95 hours in a matter of just like 4 or 5 months. When the Gold Award, you'll have until 9th grade to 12th grade to finish. So I had to do it kind of fast, but it still works out in the end. Yeah.
Emily Anderson, congratulations and thank you for your service to your community and for Kelseyville and for earning the highest honor in Girl Scouting. And so with this, I give you this certificate of our appreciation and gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. And Linda, thank you, because you have made such a profound impact on the lives of all of these girls that you have brought up over the years. And for the service unit, which is the whole county, so when I was a Girl Scout leader, Linda was a mentor to me and all of the other leaders, and with that keeps the program really strong and growing and continuing in our county. And we're going to take a picture.
Susan, are you taking the picture?
And while we're figuring out who's taking the picture, as the scout myself that never made it past tenderfoot, you go, you rock.
I got it, Jake. No worries.
We have multiple cameras now. I have a phone. Yeah, I can do it. Let's see. Can I do it? Sorry, hold on. Yeah, there we go. All right.
That was coolness. Let's move on to our next item. Our 906 item is a presentation of a proclamation commending Bill Oltmer. I'm going to wear my glasses and read the rest of it. For his long and illustrious career as football head coach at Middletown High School. Supervisor Simon.
I'll just start with it's an honor to read this proclamation today. And when I start out, I just want to talk about the leadership role Coach has. So I'm going to read the proclamation. But I myself played for Middletown High School. Curtis Woodard, Middletown High School. Paul Silva, Middletown High School. Luke, if you could stand up, you're a Middletown Mustang too, right? When you talk about leadership, Tom, you played, what year did you graduate? 77, I apologize. So everybody, but leadership compounds, and you know we have multiple. I think we have a couple in the police department. Not only yourself, Lucas, throughout the county, but Mustangs are spread everywhere, man. So, Coach, thank you for your mentoring and your work ethic that you put in us. Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California proclamation commending Bill Fultmer for his long and illustrious career as football head coach at the Middletown High School. Whereas Bill Fultmer is retiring after a total of 45 years as a football head coach, 40 years of which was spent at Middletown High School's football head coach, and is the longest tenured football head coach at one of the schools in the Redwood Empire. And whereas he graduated from Irvington High in Fremont and continued his education at Cibolo College and Chico State, and whereas remaining in the Chico area, Bill's first head coaching job was at Princeton, where he taught physical education, and despite only winning 19 games in 5 years, the team won 2 league titles. And whereas in 1985 he accepted the head coaching position at Middletown High School and brought his work ethic, dedication to the sport, and philosophy to the success of the football program, and it's a mixture of dedicated coaches, hardworking players, and tremendous support from the school and the town. And whereas after 2015, the Valley Fire that devastated the Middletown community, Coach demonstrated leadership and compassion and began the healing process by rallying around his players and coaches and provided a supportive outlet for the community. And whereas he has been recognized with coaching awards and accolades, including 23 league and 4 California Interscholastic Federation North Coast Section CIF championships, 1991 Cal High Sports Class B State Team of the Year, 1996 CIF NCS Honor Coach, 1997 Northern California Coach of the Year, 21-22 National Federation of State High School Associations Coach of the Year, the Redwood Empire Small School Coach of the Year, received a resolution from the California State Senate and Senator McGuire, and honored by the community with the renaming of the Middletown High School football field as Bill Fultmer Field. Whereas during Bill's tenure as head coach in Middletown High School, the Mustangs have won 21 league championships and North Coast section titles in 97, 99, 2001, 2018, and has led over his 40 years to 314 wins for Middletown High School. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake does hereby commend Bill Fultmer for his 40 years as Middletown High School football coach and a total of 45 years as a head coach. His leadership, mentoring to countless numbers of young men dedicated to Middletown's community, and we wish him good health, happiness, and all the very best in his retirement. Passed and adopted the 17th day of December, 2024, and signed by the Chair of the Board of Supervisors.
All right, Ed, I'm not going to take up much of your time, but I'd like to take this opportunity to first thank the Lake County Board of Supervisors for this nice honor. Also, I want to thank you for the job you do for Lake County. Obviously, watching today, it's not an easy job. So, also, whenever I get an honor like this, I share it with my assistant coaches because they all do all the hard work for me. So, you know, Moke, who's our defensive coordinator, we were finished in the middle of the pack this year, but we gave up the least amount of points because of the job Moke does for us as a defensive coordinator. Curtis is going to take over the program as my quarterbacks coach, special teams, receivers, and he's going to take over the program, and I'm sure he's going to move it even to the next level. Tom Knowles is my dear friend here. He's the offensive line coach, does a great job, helps me call the plays, and just a good friend, and another reason we've been successful through the years. And these guys have been with me for years, 15, 20 years. You know, we've had that consistency in our coaching staff, and that's one of the reasons that I think the program has been successful. You know, also Paul Silva here is going to take over the JV program next year. You know, he does a great job, and these guys are going to bring some energy into the program next year, young guys, and I can't wait to see what they're going to do. Also, I see Lucas back there. Thanks, Lucas. Lucas is proud of him. You know, he's going to be the Lake County Sheriff. He played football and basketball for me, and I'm proud to see him moving up the ranks in Lake County, so very proud of him. And again, guys, thank you so much. Again, this honor is shared with you guys too, so thank you very much.
Well, I was in 4th grade when you were my teacher, Coach. And I have seen so many people run through your program and learn from your leadership. You've really impacted several generations. Middletown High School students. And my family makes a personal family date every Friday night to be there in football season. It was a season that you all worked really hard on. Some tough injuries, but it was a great season, and I always love coming to watch on the Fultmer Field. So thank you for everything that you've done for the community over the years. Decades, sorry.
Coach, I went to Upper Lake, and I know we had a hard time against your football team every year, and I don't think in my varsity years we beat you guys, so I don't think we did. So good job. And it was always tough. I always got hit really hard by your team, so I remember that. Good job.
Thank you. There's more to being a coach than just what happens on the football field. You know this better than I do. You will walk around town for the next 20 years and you will still be coach. You've touched a lot of people, and most importantly, you've touched our youth who will be affected by the leadership and the skill sets that you've given them, because again, what they've learned from you goes beyond the football field. It's not about the W's, it's so much more than that, and I appreciate your dedication to supporting our youth and giving that leadership skill to them, so thank you for what you've done.
Coach, I have to defer to my colleagues who are obviously much more familiar with your illustrious career, but what stood out to me was that career spans decades. and how rare that is. And when we look around at our different programs and our nonprofit organizations and what have you, having consistency of leadership is so critical. So I think when all the accolades you're going to get here today are well deserved, and your longevity and consistency really stands out. Anybody from the public wish to come up here and throw some love to Coach, Sheriff, Sheriff-elect, Under Sheriff, Mr. Bingham?
I'll keep it short. You've had a great career, and even today, at 50 years old, I still have fond memories of playing football and basketball for you, and a lot of the lessons that I learned still to this day. Bingham, go shoot free throws. I was horrible at shooting free throws, so I had to go shoot them all the time. But that's always stuck with me because of that work ethic. You know, if you want to get better at something, you just got to put your head into it and keep doing it, and that stuck with me through my entire life. So those are the impacts that maybe you don't see that I've carried on through people and lives, and it's an impact that you had on me that still I remember to this day, and I still have those memories. And just put your head down, do the work, and just keep doing it until you get better at it. So thank you for that. Congratulations, and wish you well in retirement.
Oh.
Luke, you gotta get in this
Photo
picture.
time.
Yeah, we're gonna get a photo, for sure. And I do want to say, I know that, I just want to mention Jim Garrett. Jim Garrett couldn't make it today, and I know Jim was with Coach for all those years, and I replaced him as defense coordinator, but Jim Garrett couldn't make it today, and I just want to say his name today on this microphone.
Yeah, well, everybody, Coach is in here. Yeah, no, everybody. You got in here. Get in here, guys. Everybody here. Yeah.
Okay, you can get in front of us, don't worry.
Somebody else, I hope, is taking another one, because I'm not a good photographer. Thank you.
3, 2, 1.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Sorry about the wait, boys.
I do understand now.
So I leave from here getting yelled at and go get yelled at by Coach. That's the way it was.
All right, and here we are, right on time. Thank you for that. That's 6.4. We're going to move ahead to our 9:15 a.m. item, 6.5. That's going to be consideration of appeal AB 24-04 of the Planning Commission's denial of major use permit UP 22-24 and mitigated negative declaration IS 22-29 for Rancho Novoa special event venue on a property located at 5680 Blue Lakes Road in Upper Lake, APN 003-00703. And I guess we'll have staff introduce, and then we'll do the swearing-ins when it's time to do the swearings in.
Good morning, Marietta Turner, Community Development Director. We can go ahead and get sworn in, and then I'll turn the presentation over to our resource planner, Michelle Iris.
Okay, if anybody is here that plans to comment or testify during this appeal hearing, we're going to ask you to stand and we'll have you sworn in. If you're online, we're going to ask you to also follow along so we have a full record of those people testifying during the appeal hearing. Madam Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Green, Board. Michelle Iris, Resource Planner, planner processing this use permit. Bear with me as I pull up the presentation here. Is it appearing on the slide, or do I need to share my screen? Jake, can you confirm if... Okay, thank you. Can barely see it. There we are. All right. Thank you.
So today I will be presenting an appeal of a major use permit that was denied at the Planning Commission on October 10th of this year. To give a bit of history about the project, on January 25th and then continued to October 10th, 2024, Planning Commission considered the major use permit 2224 and the associated mitigated negative declaration for the Rancho Novoa special event use permit. At that hearing, the Planning Commission ultimately denied the project without prejudice by a 4-to-1 vote, and they noted concerns related to traffic hazards, noise, and the project not fitting the character of the surrounding uses. On October 11th, the applicant or appellant submitted an application for an appeal to the Board of Supervisors. I'll give a really quick overview of the use permit request that was being considered before the Planning Commission and before you today. There's a very detailed description and analysis of this request within Exhibit A of the board memo, which is the Planning Commission staff report. As you can see on the bottom right-hand side, that provides an overview of the project site. The blue is the outline of the parcel. It's approximately 27 acres in size on the backside of Blue Lakes Road there. And the project area is outlined in the dashed yellow. That is where the proposed development would go if approved. On the left-hand side, we have the proposed site plan. This project had been through several iterations over the last 2 years of it being in process, but ultimately the project being considered before the Planning Commission included a special event venue for weddings and gatherings with an associated 16 private campsites that would be utilized for event attendees and not open to the public. It was estimated at 1 event per week, April through October, with some variance on either side, depending on the needs of the folks wanting to use the facilities. The maximum amount of people allowed would be 250 people per event, and typically hours of operation would be Friday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. The proposal does include amplified music on the outdoor stage that is proposed, and that music would be shut off at 9:45. Impacts identified throughout the CEQA process, or California Environmental Quality Act, through the preparation of the initial study included biological resources, cultural hazards, noise, transportation, tribal culture resources, and wildfire, but with the implementation of mitigation measures identified, all impacts would be reduced to less than significant. Also wanted to note that at the Planning Commission hearing, the applicant requested to add use of a set of stairs that were being replaced without a permit. They were constructed in August for beach access, sort of on the point down there. You can see the parcel crosses over Blue Lakes Road and does include a portion of beach access. They requested that the stairs be utilized for events, and also that the campground be open to the public year-round. The application did not include these components, nor did staff's analysis within the staff report or the CEQA document, so these components were not included at the project reviewed and ultimately denied at the Planning Commission. Getting into the basis of the PC denial, during the hearings and CEQA review for the project, issues raised by the public, staff, and the commission included traffic hazards, evacuation, wildfire, illegal activities at the project site during previous years, as well as the 3 issues I've noted here on the slide that were summarized by the commissioners in their denial. Each of these items were extensively discussed and analyzed at the Planning Commission hearing and are noted as aspects of interest in that Exhibit A, the Planning Commission staff report. So I'm not going to dive into them too much in the essence of everyone's time today, but wanted to note them on the slide. Amplified music not being consistent with the surrounding uses and the large size of the events that were being proposed, as well as associated traffic and road hazards and the noise-related impacts from the amplified events. So as noted, the day after the Planning Commission denial, the applicants or appellants filed an appeal of that decision. And this is a little wordy here, but I just wanted to paraphrase the basis of the appeal, which is also included in your packet. There are two components that the appellants pointed out for the basis. One was a conflict of interest between a couple of the commissioners, as well as Director Turner here sitting to my left, in addition to the appellants feeling that the hearing at the Planning Commission was not a fair hearing. They felt that the decision of the commissioners were based on personal opinion and not based on the facts within the noise analysis that was prepared for the project. So staff took that basis of the appeal and analyzed those 2 points raised by the appellants. Won't go into too much detail. I know the applicant or appellant also has their noise engineer present, and I believe they wish to present, so I'll keep it short. But information presented at the Planning Commission by staff included the noise analysis, which took noise monitoring measurements at each of the locations noted on the figure here. To the left, you'll see that's the proposed event site, and to the right, that's the Narrows Family Resort there along the water for context. This information was included within the written staff report, as well as the CEQA analysis that was circulated, actually was circulated twice, in addition to a verbal presentation presented at those hearings and extensive public comment that was received for the item. In summary, I will say that the result of the noise analysis ended up in a series of 10 mitigation measures for noise, which included building a noise attenuation wall, as well as pointing the speakers in different directions at different decibels, and then cutting off the amplified music at 9:45 p.m. Getting into the conflict of interest claim, on the slide I've listed the basic rule and definition from the California Fair Political Practices Commission. You may recognize that it's also the same organization that regulates the Form 700 that we all have to fill out as county employees. So when considering whether or not to approve the project, Planning Commission reviewed information presented in the staff report, initial study, and associated technical documents, such as the noise study, as well as information provided during public comment from the applicant, now appellant, and members of the public hearing at both the January 2024 hearing and October 10th, 2024 hearing. Two of the commissioners did note that part of the reason that they felt they couldn't support the project was they just agreed with some of the public comment related to amplified noise in the area and the size of those events along Blue Lakes Road. But they did not base their decision solely on personal opinion and experience. Further, neither those commissioners nor Director Turner have noted that they have a financial interest in the decision, which, as you can see in the conflict of interest definition, there is one of the key factors. Lastly, both of the public hearings for the project were held in compliance with the Commission's adopted bylaws, as well as the Brown Act and the Rosenberg's Rule of Order. So as such, staff took the basis of the analysis, the basis of the appeal and analyzed as such, and based on everything I just went over, staff does not agree with those claims and recommends that the board deny the appeal, upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the use permit and initial study for the Rancho Novoa special event venue located in Upper Lake. As I noted, the appellant and their attorney, I believe, as well as their noise engineer is here and are requesting to take a little bit of time to present. I'll leave that up to you, Chair. And also wanted to note there were 3 or 4 green sheets received that have been distributed to you. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Green sheets? What are those? Comments?
Oh, sorry. We call them that at Planning Commission. Public comments. There was one submitted by the appellant's
Written comments.
attorney.
You're in receipt
Yes.
of written comments, and those have been posted online. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
We have appellants present. This is going to take a few minutes. Room up here. Can we make some room up here?
Okay. Good morning. My name is Brian Momsen. Is this on?
Is it green?
Yeah, it's on. I'm talking.
My name is Brian Momsen. I'm an attorney in Ukiah, and I represent the Nabobas. We were hoping to have me talk for maybe 4 or 5 minutes.
Pull the microphone closer.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. I was hoping to talk about 5 minutes, then have Mr. Navoa talk, and then our sound engineer, Mr. Patty John. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, I appreciate that. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. I'm the rookie soup up here, so basically presentation my staff is done. You're going to make a brief presentation. We will take public comment. I assume several people in the audience wish to comment on this. We'll kind of do it in stages. This will not be a dialogue, so I do hope you listen to the presentation. Some of you may have questions when you do come up during your public comment. It's okay to state the questions. You're not going to stand there and wait for the answer. We're not going to do this back and forth. So I ask some efficiency in your presentation, some anticipation. There will be questions from the audience, and then when you come back for your closing, maybe you can address some of those questions, as can staff. Does that work for you?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I submitted a letter last Friday. I'm not going to repeat that. Hopefully you've had a chance to read it. We did appeal the Planning Commission's decision, but it's my understanding that this is a de novo hearing, meaning even if the Planning Commission conducted a fair hearing, that you aren't necessarily beholden to that result if you feel that we've presented enough evidence that there's no substantial environmental impacts and we're following the law and the zoning, you can still vote to approve the project. And our main complaint with the planning commissioners was the first aspect of what staff outlined, which was the decision was not based on substantial evidence in the record of an impact, but instead, particularly one of the commissioners, she stated that she wants tranquility when she's at the lake, and this project didn't fit the vibe, quote unquote, of the lake. And that is not substantial evidence in the record. As you said, it's a quasi-judicial hearing. It's not your role, you're like an administrative law judge here, not just voting your conscience necessarily, but supposedly following the law and standards, which are, this project fits the zoning, it can be approved under a major use permit if there are no significant impacts that can't be mitigated to levels of insignificance, and that's what the staff report and study, the mitigated negative declaration, found. So even though the staff report now is saying you can deny the project because, in their opinion, the commissioners conducted a fair hearing, it shouldn't be forgotten that the original staff report before the Planning Commission last October and one prior to that last January recommended approval of the project with conditions, which is what we're asking for here today. The Navoas, for example, spent $80,000 of their own money. They're just a family on this noise study. That's scientific evidence. That's substantial evidence in the record. So just to say, well, it doesn't fit the vibe or it's not going to be tranquil, doesn't cut it. You know, that's not doing your job as a quasi-judicial hearing officer. So with that premise, I'd like to address a few specific issues. A couple things I didn't address in my letter because I just didn't know about. the stairs issue that was brought up, the Navoas now have a permit from the county for the stairs. The stairs existed when they made an application, a set of stairs in the same location, and they replaced them. I think the staff report got it right. Those stairs are not part of the project. They're just a feature on the property that existed at the time of the permit application. I cited the case law in my letter that states that the baseline for SEQA review is the conditions that existed at the time. There were stairs there in substantially the same shape. I don't believe that weighing into the stairs or saying people can't use the stairs on the property that because they weren't studied is a legitimate concern of the county. That's not in the project area, and it also received a permit exemption from the State Lands Commission. There's dual jurisdiction over this project. There's the State Lands Commission also, which the Navoas have applied for a permit for a campground there. And every entity of the county has signed off on that, Public Works, Environmental Health, and the Fire Marshal. The one sign-off they still need is Building and Planning, and Building and Planning is waiting, I guess, for the result of this hearing. But we wanted to make sure that if this is approved with conditions, that they also get the signature on the state permit application as well. There's some issues as to whether or not the Navoas actually applied for a campground or not, or whether it should be, the staff said that this was a new request that the campground be open to the public at the Planning Commission hearing. We disagree with that characterization. The application was always for a campground. You could see even on the site plan, it showed the campsites. I think the distinction open to the public might be confusing. The application was always for a campground with these campsites, and that the appointments had to be by reservation, meaning it wasn't open to the public like a restaurant with hours where anyone could just drive in and see if there was a camp spot. That's still the case. They're just saying that there can be events, and you'll hear from the Navoas that that's not just a big wedding. They're going to have small events as well. But they also could be reserved by people either online or by phone, but it's just, no one can just drive there and see if there's camps available. It has to be reserved well in advance. So that's what they're asking for here. I'll conclude briefly and get Mr. Navoa up here, but this, again, is a quasi-judicial hearing. It shouldn't be a popularity contest. There's well-defined judicial and legal standards under CEQA that there must be impacts of significance that can't be mitigated for you to vote against this, not just a personal whim like one of the planning commissioners did about the vibe. I had no opinion on this Kelseyville issue, but I was encouraged to see that the board took a stance on something, even though it was an unpopular stance. You're probably going to hear from a lot of people against this today, but these people, the Navoas, have put a lot of time and money and effort into this. Their property is on the lake. It's suited for this type of use, just like their surrounding neighbors. And we just ask that you follow the law and the science and not just opinion that may be negative. And with that, I'll turn it over to Juan Navoa, and then after that, you'll hear from the sound engineer. Thank you.
Should I stand here or sit?
How long do you plan to take?
About the same time.
Please take a seat then.
Thank you for seeing me. This would be our third time in this chamber.
State your name.
My name is Juan Navoa, owner. The developer of this project. We've been working really hard on this project for a long time. And I'm going to be here more or less on the community part that said that we're not wanted there, or this is not what they want. I go to the town hall meetings after I learned that there was a petition saying that they didn't want us there for some misinformation that was posted out there. And this was told by me by an actual person that lives in the neighborhood, because we know the people that live in the neighborhood. And they called us. They called us. Our numbers posted on this website, our numbers posted on the fence. If anybody had an issue with our project, they could have called us. But instead, we're being slandered at these town hall meetings that I did go to, and I'm still going to, and I do go to these, and I put my opinion in with the community. And I did look through them, and we were being slandered in every way. They said, I think from our neighbors, I'm gonna actually say our neighbors that were there, said they didn't want to hear our kind of music. They got up there and said that. They didn't want to hear trumpets and horns. I worked there. During our last hearing here, in the PALM Commission, they said they didn't want to hear my music when I was working on my own house, on my own property. Now, is that fair? I work hard. I can't listen to my music on my own property. This has gotten very emotional. I grew up here. I've been here 50 years in this community. Born and raised. First immigrant, my parents came over. I've worked in the great fields. I went through the school system. I've dealt with the prejudice. I think in this time of age, things should have changed. And I could have gave up a long time ago. I don't have all the money in the world to be fighting this and continue to fight and pay for everything. It comes out of our savings that we worked for. But we still do this because I want to prove to my children that things change. And that's why I'm here, still fighting. And I really hope things have changed, because I've done everything, all the scientific studies. I've jumped through all the hoops. This isn't my first business. I've worked hard. I've sold a couple of my other businesses that I've created. I employed people from the community. I've had employees in my other business, and I've sold them. I know what it is to own a business in a community. We help each other. I've gotten, there's letters in there, in your packet, from other businesses that we are helping with our business, because I know how it works. So, I'm pleading for you on the community side, because I do know what the community is asking. And I know the community has changed. And it's not, I'm hoping it's for the better. And I just want a chance. And if it doesn't work, you have the right to appeal it. They have the right to complain. But I am not trying to hurt the community. Blue Lakes is beautiful. Why would I change that? I'm trying to bring people to Blue Lakes, bring it back to life with something new, modern. Bring the younger generation back to Blue Lakes. Let them experience it. Isn't that what we're trying to do for the community as a business? To develop the community, not to hold it back, because I was told last time there has been no changes in Blue Lake for decades from one of the planning commissions, and they like to keep it that way. And that's what I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is that the sound engineer? Okay. Thought he was going to be online.
I do have a sound mind.
Does he have a PowerPoint?
My name is Steve Pettyjohn. I am with the Acoustics and Vibration Group Incorporated out of Sacramento, California.
Could you come a little closer to the microphone, sir?
And I know that because that's what I do. I started as an acoustics consultant in 1974, so I've been doing this for over 50 years. I have a master's degree in acoustics from Georgia Tech. So anyway, so is it up? There it is. How do I see it?
Easy to look over that way towards that TV.
Yeah, okay. What do I use to change the? All right. Let's see if it works, huh? Yeah, why don't you start it up? I don't see where the F5 button.
Yeah, or if staff could just handle the mouse, that may work better. Could you just verbally prompt next slide, please, when you want to advance the slide, sir?
Okay, so we want to talk about the, well, a little bit of my background, the site plan, talk about the regulations and sound tests and the conclusions. Go ahead to the next one. Let's go on to the next one. Okay, here's the site plan again. This is where the sound tests were done on the 13th and 14th of September 2023. The speakers were placed about 220 feet from the center line of Blue Lakes Road. And the speakers were faced up the canyon away from the road, perpendicular to the road. And a meter was placed 90 feet west of the speakers and used as a reference point for all of the sound. Sound was also measured at a position about 10 feet inside the sound wall that's along there, and position 1 was 8 feet outside the sound wall on the west side of Blue Lakes Road. Position 4 was at that corner position. It was shown on, will be shown on the next graph, as the other position. So there were 4 test positions. Next one. There's the whole site and the test positions. Position 4, you can see there on the elbow, kind of in the lower right side. There was also a position 5, which was at the Narrows docks. That was not a measurement position. The position on 4 was used mainly to see how much sound is generated by traffic on Highway 20 and to predict what the sound level would be there at the Narrows. Normally when you have sound, background sound, and we're going to call background sound the sound you hear without the noise, the source of interest present. So the background sound would be everything that you hear, excluding the music. And normally when we talk, if you drive into a fast food restaurant and use the drive-through, there's a bunch of noise. And we typically raise our voice 10 decibels above the background sound in order to be heard when we do that. So the sound level there is about 56 at the dock, and we talk at 60 decibels 3 feet away. So people would have to raise their voice if they were on the dock talking to one another, and it was just a point of interest. Okay, let's go to the next one. This is a table of the sound requirements from the county. They are for residential area, it's 55 during the day, and it's 45 at night. dBA, average sound level over 1 hour. Now, I will say that the word that mine says the highest sound level. what your document says, the maximum sound level. What you don't know is that maximum is by American National Standards Institute, a sound measurement. So you were asking for the maximum sound level, when in fact you don't want the maximum sound level, you want the average, because that's what you state in the next sentence. So it's just something that somebody could raise questions about in a lawsuit. For commercial ground, please correct me, I assume that the Narrows is considered a commercial project. Is that right? No, the Narrows.
Oh, the Narrows Family Resort?
Yes.
Yes, that is.
Okay, so go to the next page. Actually, go to the bottom line of this page, and it says that for dwellings on commercial property, the sound limit goes to 57 instead of 55. Okay, go to the next page. The standards also require, if the sound is different, and I think what they mean is if there are pure tones, if someone is hammering, then you have to meet the sound at different frequencies. Okay, if you think of a piano, when you go to middle C on the piano and hit the string vibrates 250 times per second, 250 hertz. And you'll see 250 hertz is one of the numbers up there. If you go down do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, that's 125, half the number. If you go down another 8, it's half that number, so it's 63. So those are the numbers that you have set as a requirement that the sound not exceed also. Okay, next one. This is a slide that shows the sound that was measured next to the road, which is the upper one there. And down below is the sound that was measured 90 feet west of the speakers. When I first started, the sound level was, I thought, too high. I went out to the meter that was along the road, and the background sound level was about 51. So I went back and decreased the sound on the speakers until we were not exceeding 51 out there. And that's how we did it. In all cases here, all the sound measured at position 1 for all the different kinds of music are less than the 55 dBA. Okay, go ahead. I was there the following day just to measure background sound levels, and the background sound levels at position 1 were 48 to 51, and at position 4 were 52 to 54. The ones at position 4 are right there at the edge of the road. Now, one of the things you got to remember is that during these tests, what was happening with Blue Lakes Road? And the answer was, it was closed. There was no through traffic. So there was no background noise being made by traffic on Blue Lakes Road. There were complaints during the Planning Commission that there was construction and that my data was false because of the Planning Commission. First of all, I took out the effects of the data or the sound created by the vehicles. There was no construction within a half a mile of our test sites during that time. So, in fact, none of PG&E's construction equipment was making noise. However, the cement trucks came and sometimes they parked in front of the Narrows property and waited until they could back down the road. And they did back all the way to where the dump site was. And then they would pass by. And you can see those. I take measurements in 1 second intervals. So you can see all of the...
Sir, I wonder if I could ask you to be a little more brief in your comments.
Okay.
We're looking for the summation of the report as it was then, and but we need a little less detail on how you got to those recommendations.
Okay, so this picture is the predicted sound level from the data compared with your requirements. So the cyan colored places are the your requirement that I showed in that earlier picture, and you'll see that we meet those requirements. So the sound was acceptable from that standpoint. So we were less than 55 dBA, and we meet the octiband. Next one. So there are conditions of approval, and here's some of the conditions of approval. They have to quit by 9:45, and they have to have speakers placed at 210 feet or whatever it is. Details are there. And go to the next page. The sound has to be, the speakers have to be set such that when you measure the sound at 90 feet west of the speakers, they do not exceed 63 dBA. The measurements that you saw on the graph showed me never being less than 64 during the test. So I reduced what was acceptable by another decibel. They're required to provide a meter to do sound tests and to find the average sound level during 5-minute intervals, and to reduce the amplitude to make sure that they don't do that. As long as they meet that requirement of 63 dBA, we've proved that the sound level at the nearest property is less than 55. And in fact, for the homes that are closest, they are not permanent homes. They would be allowed 57. So we have quite a bit. Next one. This is the last one. So the noise impact is insignificant based on all of our testing. I can't even read it, it's so far away, huh? The speaker, it's important that the speakers place up the canyon. I've also required that they be 16 feet above the ground and pointed down. By pointing the speakers down to the ground, I say that the sound, if you take a perpendicular to the face of the speakers at 90 feet, the speakers are supposed to be 5 feet above ground level. Or the sound should be 5 feet above ground level, which means the sound can't go up the canyon, it can't reflect back to other people. I might know, we did 2 hours of testing this day with hip-hop music and with Latin music. And during that entire 2 hours, not a single person came out and said anything about the noise. And there were people there. There was construction going on in the Narrows. They were running circular saws and things like that. The PG&E stuff didn't influence anything that we were doing. And I'll just stop there. Any questions?
We may circle back. I assume this slide deck will be made part of the record at your request, or
Yes.
the appellant's request?
Yes.
And we have a copy of that. All right, thank you. What I'll do is I'll ask if we have questions. We may take public input first, and then we'll circle back if there's any questions of either side that we need to do. Did I see a clarification?
Not on that issue.
And could we keep the clarification brief so I can get the public input?
Yes, Amy Navoa has 3 minutes. She could either do that during our presentation, or maybe she could just be the first public speaker, whatever you prefer.
All right, well, let me bring it back to the board first and see, does anyone on the board have any questions either of staff or of the appellant at this point?
No, I'm fine with just letting the public speak.
All right. What I'd like to do then is go ahead and open up public input. Again, it's been a long morning already. If you have questions, please ask the questions, but don't stand there waiting for an answer. We'll circle back and get those answers for you. It's more of, this is your chance to speak to us, not necessarily engage in a back and forth dialogue. So if you want to come up and speak on this subject, please do so. And let's make sure everyone was sworn in that does testify here today. You did take the swearing in? Thank you. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Amy Navoa. Me and my husband own Rancho Novoa. I worked at UPS in Ukiah for 33 years, where I retired, and this is where we wanted to start our small business to give back to the community. When I first brought the idea to Eric Porter, he was very excited about this project, as all of his other major permits were for cannabis, and he said this is exactly what the Planning Commission is looking for. We watched one of your local your Board of Supervisors meeting where the community development stood right here and said that they were explaining how they give grants to small businesses. And they were looking for other small businesses to help small businesses, and especially they were looking for venues. Well, here we are. We're a venue. We're here for the community. We have done everything that has been asked of us for this permit, including all reports. And it's been very costly and very stressful to us. We are just a family. We don't have corporate backing, and we don't have investors. It's been a labor of love. My husband has done all the work, as you guys know, and it's been, we've done all the permits, we've been inspected, everything's here. You know, we during another Board of Supervisors meeting, they were asked to revoke a major use permit. And to me, it makes no sense. If you can revoke a major use permit, why wouldn't we be at least given a chance to have our business, our resort in a resort area? I would also like to mention that during this process, we have endured. We've been yelled at, harassed, petitioned, videoed, trespassed on, threatened. All of this has been reported. We reported this through the county helpline. Even though we've been treated unfairly, due to misinformation on social media and through the town meetings, we want to make it clear that it's worth fighting for, because we're here for the community. Unlike some people not wanting Blue Lakes to change and be exclusive, we want to be inclusive. We want to include everybody. We're a diverse family. One of the things I really like to say today is not all of our events will be big, and not all of them will have music. And this is what I would like to just go over a few kinds of events that we want to offer to our community. First of all, my husband has a classic truck, and we would like to offer an area for truck clubs and car clubs to come. My 13-year-old son is here today. He's a 4-H member. Now, we would like to offer a place where they could have a camp out, they could have a fun day for the kids. This program shapes our young citizens. We would like to have a place for them to gather. They can unhook for the day from their electronics. They have a photography. They could take pictures of nature. They have a craft group. They have a cooking group. They could, gather and be outside and in nature. And this is something that our area could provide even for the Girl Scouts. Same thing. We have a vintage trailer car club. Maybe that could come together. Churches could also come, and instead of music, maybe they'll sing hymns. Fundraisers, celebration of life, family reunions.
If you could please wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Okay. Lastly, we're here to help other small businesses, and we can create tourism and provide a beautiful place for everyone to make memories. Please vote yes for us today, and this is a win for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Angela Carter, and my husband Craig Carter and I own the Narrows Family Resort, which is located directly across from Rancho Novas. I brought packets for all of you that contain many of our community's concerns. There's also a cover letter that is signed by over 60 residents and guests that are in opposition of this major use permit. There is also at least 10 more letters of opposition that will add to the ones that I'm sure are already in the packets and in attachments that you have already received. I know that Juan and Amy have put a lot of effort into trying to get this event center up and running, but that does not mean that it is a good fit for our area, and especially located on this one-lane road that we live on. And we do live there year-round, several of us. The recent staff report, the majority of the public concerns are noise, traffic, and the emergency vehicles. But we also have concerns that we feel that the property that have properly not been addressed are property line setbacks, stormwater drainage, and sewer and leach lines. They are all outlined in that packet that I've given to you. During the Planning Commission's meeting on October the 10th, they agreed that this would not be a good fit for our for our area and that they should reapply for a campground. We totally support that idea of them applying for a campground. We are a small business. Craig and I took a rundown resort that people had stopped going to, and it was falling apart. We've sank our life savings into it. We work 18-hour days, 7 days a week for the last 5.5 years to bring it up to a beautiful, peaceful place that families come to year after year. They come here for the quiet, safe atmosphere, and this brings a lot of TOT tax to this county. We brought everything up to code. We feel that people enjoy it, and they come back year after year, and you can tell by the signatures and the letters that this is what people are wanting. We brought our population down from 200 people down to 120 people because that road is not safe for them to travel on.
Ma'am, if you could speak to the project being appealed and not your property.
Yep. This is why that we feel that it's not a good place. We've made it a habit of advertising for other local businesses and things like that. On the staff report, on page 11, chapter 3, under land uses, it says that it's to prevent incompatible uses, the county shall prevent the intrusion of new incompatible land uses into existing community areas. It wrote on there that none of the surrounding lots contain uses that are incompatible with the proposed special event venue and campground uses. Well, this is false, because we don't have live music, we don't allow any amplified music, and this is, like I was just trying to say, that we only allow 120 people on our property, and this is going to propose something that's over 250 people. That's not what we do so that's exactly the opposite of what we're having. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Amy Campbell, and I'm a resident of Lakeport, and I just wanted to come up and show my support for Rancho Novoa. I know that Juan and Amy have put so much time, effort, energy, and money into developing this property on Blue Lakes Road for a place for people to gather, friends, families, for weddings, for reunions, and our hope is that the board will reconsider their permit and allow this venue to be available for people to come and enjoy that area. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online just yet? We do? Okay. Next speaker here, and then we'll probably go online.
My name is Craig Carter. My wife and I own the Narrows. Kind of disappointed. None of those things that were ever said that Juan said about his music and his lifestyle, none of that was ever said. And 2 years ago, we were getting along great. I walked onto his property, talked to him, and I asked him, he told me what he was going to do, and I said, have you walked around to the community and asked what the community thought? And he said, no, I just have permits. And that was at the end of the conversation. So he knew what he was getting into. Disappointed in their sound guy. He assumes that none of you have ever been to a live concert and seen how loud that is. Also, that he doesn't understand what happens when you push music into a box canyon. We welcome them to have campsites, have campgrounds. All the things that Amy said, awesome. 4-H, all that. That is great. Please do it. There's a lot of money to be made in campsites. But imagine someone walks up to you and says, hey, 300 feet away from your house, we're going to start having live concerts every Saturday night. Our lives are going to change when they do this. It's going to upset our community. This morning we saw a bear walking down the road on our camera. There's all of this wildlife that's in this area. Do you think it's going to stick around with live music? I don't think so. Please consider these things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jim Moreta.
Could you please pull the microphone down? There we go. Thank you.
My name is Jim Moreta. I have a cabin on Blue Lake across from the Narrows on Highway 20 side. I don't know about the sound guy, but all I know is the last time they had amplified music there, I had to put earplugs in. And our windows are rattling. The dogs are trembling. It's terrible. And my concern is for all the animals. We have eagles and ospreys and turkeys and ducks. All the animals, bears, deer, pigs. What do they do with all this noise? It's just not fair to them, I don't think. And the other thing is the road, PG&E paved maybe 7/8 of it, 3/4 of it. The rest is a disaster. If you had a small car, you might get swallowed up by a pothole. And the other thing is there's mudslides and rock slides on that road all the time, and nobody ever comes to clean it up. So you might come around a turn and bang, you hit a rock. So anyway, it's just be too much traffic and too much noise. It's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and, are you coming up, ma'am? Let's go ahead and see who's on the Zoom. Tim's iPhone. If you can unmute yourself, you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Are you with us, Tim? He's trying desperately to unmute. I see it. What's that star thing?
*6.
*6. Our highly trained supervisorial staff says *6 will get you unmuted. Let's go on to another commenter then, while we work out those technical difficulties for Tim. Who else do we have? Elijah, if you could unmute, we'd love to hear your comments, and you have 3 minutes. If we have any more people in chambers, you can approach the podium. We may switch off here depending. Oh.
We can hear in Zoom, we can hear everybody, but not. You guys can't hear the Zoom talkers?
We cannot hear the Zoomers. Technical difficulties. Well, that'd be a first. All right. Can we try Tim? Let's try you again. Let's go back to Tim, see if you unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Bingo. Hey, how about that?
All right. Thank you very much. I won't take too much of your time. My name is Timothy Engstrom. I grew up in Lakeport. I consider Lakeport my hometown. And I've been coming to Blue Lake since the mid-90s. One of the things that draws me and my family back to Blue Lakes every year, even though we've moved out of the area, is the amount of peace and tranquility that we get coming to Blue Lakes. I feel that a live music venue and additional traffic on Blue Lakes Road is going to significantly deteriorate from that peace and tranquility. Additionally, that road will not support that. Even the U.S. Postal Service refuses to deliver mail to people that live on Blue Lakes Road because of the conditions of that road. So I believe the board had the correct decision initially, and I just encourage the board to deny the appeal today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Did we get his full name? We did. All right. Next, no? Next speaker, please. Z. Z, if you can unmute yourself. And you'll have 3 minutes. The Z speaker is not with us. Is there someone named Z online that wishes to comment? You have your hand raised. If you could unmute yourself. All right. Anyone else in chambers? Oh, we have some other people? Who else you got? All right, let's line somebody else up. If Z. Brooke Ingstrom. If you can unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Please start.
Oh, perfect. My name is Brooke Ingstrom, and I have lived in Lake County since
I believe, 1991, and I've been going to Blue Lakes about as long as that. And I also would have some major concerns about the road out there, bringing in 250 people. And as the Carters have said, they don't have a problem with the campground. I don't have a problem with the campground either. It's the amplified music and the large 250 person event. I am a wedding photographer by profession, and 250 people is a ton of people. So you have the amplified noise, but then you also have 250 people making noise as well. So it's going to add on to that. So I would urge the board to deny this appeal and keep the tranquility and peace that Blue Lakes has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker. T. Pierce. Please unmute yourself. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. This is Teddy Pierce, and I just wanted to let you know that my public comment was not opened yesterday. It would be good if that could be read, but basically we own a home right down next to Pine Acres, and I'll just say a couple things about sound and safety. One is that when the Narrows used to have concerts, we could hear the music way down there. Now, I'm not saying I enjoy it personally. I enjoy hearing the music next to it, but it bothers other people. But to say that the sound doesn't travel, especially across water, is just not accurate. We hear it all the time, even if it's not that loud. The second thing I'll say is about the safety issues, and I believe Jim Moreta got up and spoke about that. You know, the roads are bad. A lot of the roads been fixed. I was just on those roads about 3 weeks ago. A lot has been addressed, but there's still parts that are very torn up and broken. And I'll just say that living next to the beach down at Blue Lakes by Pine Acres, there have been several incidents that have come up where people have either overdosed on the beach or ripped their ankle off in the rope swing. It has taken first responders 2 to 3 hours to show up out there. That's the average. I know everybody's got a lot going on and it's hard to get out to Blue Lakes, but there won't be any kind of immediate support. If there's an accident, somebody runs off that road because you can't get 2 people by that road, or, you know, a fire gets started. I've evacuated several homes right up on old Blue Lakes roads that are friends of mine because the Cow Mountain was burning very, very rapidly, and it's dangerous. It's very dangerous. And I'm surprised that this doesn't come up a little bit more, but I just wanted to do that and just let you know that my public comment wasn't really forwarded. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Celeste Campbell, please unmute. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, can you hear me?
There we go. Yes, we can hear
My
you.
name is Celeste Campbell. I've been a local resident of the community since 1972. It seems that the situation appears to be nothing more than a good old boy scenario. I've spent many hours and days at the property in question and was approached actually one time by the neighbor across the way. It was not pleasant. And it just seems like the local community there would come up with some kind of amiable compromise between all parties instead of just being denied. It is also a positive note that the Navoa property is closest to Highway 20. If you checked out, you know, from their property to Highway 20, nice pavement, very easy to access. And that's all I have to say for today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have more speakers. Z, please unmute yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, please proceed.
All right, thank you. Zeb Herrings, I live in the Blue Lakes community, and I want to focus on what the appeal is about today. This permit has been nothing more than just kind of the classic bait and switch. It started out as a music venue that would occasionally have campers spending the night during their events. It started with 6 sites, now 12, up to 18 sites, I think. So if it's going to be a campground, why is it not conforming to the county campground regulations? Simple. It's not. If it's going to, have them reapply for what they want. They don't need to go to the state and circumnavigate Lake County, try to get approval from everybody else except for Lake County first. Apologize, that costs a lot of money, but get your permits before you start doing construction. So yeah, I just ask that you did not deny the permit today. If they want a campground, reapply for it, conform to it, come back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Maria. Oh, we'll come back to the room real quick. Maria, please unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Maria Navoa, and I am Juan Navoa's cousin. So I spoke on the last one. So, you know, you guys are concerned about this 250 people at this event, but this is once a week. The Navarros are saying they have 120 people there daily. They're asking for once a week. I was like, and also they act like the music is going to be playing 24 hours. It's a certain time. And it's going to be off at 9:45. I've been there for a wedding that was absolutely beautiful, and the music was off. Nobody came over to complain. You know, and they talk about the road. The Navarros have big trailers coming in and out daily. That's 120 people coming in and out daily. So maybe they should get their campsite turned down, because that's a lot of people. 120 people daily. You know, and the owner of the Navarros who spoke, who said he was upset about the hearsay, it's all true. I've been there. They sit there, they stare at us as we're just enjoying our time there at Blue Lakes. They drive by slowly, trying to intimidate the Navoas. It's like, grow up. We're all here to do something for the community, and their permit should not be denied. And if they're worried about traffic on the day of the event, have traffic control out there. Have people out there directing traffic. That's all I have to say, but I just think it's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Let's pause on the Zoom for now. We have a person in chambers wishes to come up. Please do so. Oops, let's try that with the mic on. Please come up. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Cynthia Engstrom, and we have a trailer that we use at Blue Lakes, and we've been going there for about, I don't know, probably close to 40 years. I appreciate the facts that the Navoas have chosen a piece of property and are trying to develop that for their retirement, and I think that would be a good thing as long as it fits the community and doesn't cause problems for other members of the community. The road, have any of you been on the back road, on Blue Lakes Road? Okay. We were on there last night, well, night before last, and met 3 cars. To begin with, it's a little scary when you come around a corner and you meet somebody, and then you have to figure out who's going to back up to a wide space in the road so the other person can pass by. That's a 1-lane road. There are a few wide spots here and there, but if you are going to have 250 people come to an event there between, you know, maybe within a 2-hour period they're going to arrive, that's a lot of traffic. And if there are people passing from the other direction, now you have a big traffic jam. If you need emergency vehicles during this time, they may not be able to get in there anyway, except maybe by boat. The noise study that was done. You know, people who want to take a survey or do a study quite often adjust that to fit the outcome that they want. And it sounded like they were adjusting the music level in order to get to the right decimals. Well, during a party of 250 people, all making noise, and the music trying to be louder than the people, there's going to be a discrepancy there. Noise is different under different conditions. I brought with me a little music box. I'd like you to hear this little music box. If you listen really carefully, can you hear that?
Yes. Please conclude your comments, ma'am.
I will. And now, if I place it on my hand, it's a little bit louder. But if I place it on this counter here,
Ma'am, please conclude your comments. Thank you.
the point is that noise is affected by the water in the lake, by the hills around, and it affects the people all around the lake. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I see another speaker. Please.
Hi, my name is Kathy Osborne. Yesterday I saw an email from the planning department to recommend that the Novoa project be denied. What is the planning department's job? I thought it was to have guidelines and requirements that, if complied with, would result in approval of a project. The Novoas have paid their permit fees, paid for environmental studies, not once but twice, and for a sound study. They have done everything requested of them. So why is the planning department not recommending that the project be passed? Is this for personal reasons of the planning department staff, maybe personal relationships that they have with the Narrows owners? I don't know. I do know that it has been a 2-year plus process. It has been excruciating process with the planning department, adding additional requirements around every corner, not to mention costly. This project is supposed to be the Novoa's retirement income. I say to the board, pass this project. If it doesn't pass, the Novoas should be compensated for the permits and the money costs to comply with all of that requirements of them by the planning department, not to mention the mental anguish. I personally would suggest, if not passed, that there be a grand jury inquiry into the business practices of the planning department. Amy can give them a whole binder of emails between the planning department and the requirements, delays, and etc. The grand jury should look into requirements being equal to all applicants regarding race or religion. One last thing, if it doesn't pass, I would suggest the Novoas that they grow pot on this property. That would alleviate the road congestion and the sound problems that the local residents are complaining about. It should be an easy pass for the planning department. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers?
Morning. My name is Christopher Alexander. I am the eldest son of Angie and Craig Carter and currently live at the resort, the Narrows Family Resort. I don't want to touch on any of the other emotional aspects that everybody's been talking about. I just got to state the facts. And it's my understanding that we're not allowed to ask you all questions, but things that we ask will be brought up or taken for consideration for you guys to figure out the answers to, correct? Okay, so this morning it was said that the zoning fits the request of the applicant. Is that true? we were given information from another neighbor that finds the requested venue's property is not in fact zoned for anything more than 3 separate permitted events a year. Campsites, as far as that was presented to you guys, or saying that it was presented, being a part of this, the sound side, or listening to this process from the very beginning, it was always brought up as it was going to be a venue, and part of that venue was going to allow the goers a place to stay the evening or camp if they were there. That was what it was, not necessarily this is a campsite, which I understand was what the study was for, is for venue first, campsite second, not campsite first, which is why they had to reapply for that. The sound test, it was presented today in a little different from the way it was presented to the Planning Commission to consider this permit in the first place. You guys may not be aware of this, but I think the Planning Commission pushed a picture that was inside the original packet that you got that showed 5 locations. One of those specific locations was presented in the exact same way that the other 4 locations were, as if it was going to be a study on that spot, and it was actually in the front yard on the beach of the Narrows. That was never conducted. So if that's going to be presented for an understanding and for you guys to think about whether to accept that information to you, it feels like what else is skewed, right? Again, just a statement of what we're talking about. The tests were presented to you from a laptop. That was the other thing. You're like a DJ per se, right? That sound tests were presented on a laptop. I think our concern as a family, as the resort goes, as our neighbors go, as the community goes, we can all agree that horns and bass sounds different. It's not a specific attack on a certain type of music. It's just live music that is amplified. It's going to be going over 57 decibels, or 65, I think is what it said, with the amount of people that were, or the amount of accommodations that were around. I've got no personal vendetta against anybody, never have. Pretty open with all of this stuff. The campsite thing, I think it sounds like a great idea to bring more people to the community and whatnot. I think the last specific thing, again, these are just statements of what's going on. I kind of, inside the packet, it does say they'll be using a shuttle from the casino to transport people from, to, and for the venue. And it's my understanding the agreement is people will be staying in the casino in exchange for the service. Again, EJ, we've had casual conversation outside of this, but in all honesty, if you are the controlling factor, I feel like you should recuse yourself from this decision. Again, it's not a personal vendetta, it's just looking at the whole thing and understanding what the PowerPoint said as far as personal interest.
All right.
That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. If you want to stay there, I actually, when that took place, I wasn't part of the tribal council for Robinson, and I remember mentioning that. However, if that's going to be continued, if they're going to be, making an agreement with the casino, then I will recuse myself, because that would, now that I am in the tribal leadership, that would be something that I would have to recuse myself for. And that's if they're going to, if this permit moves forward, and that's the agreement that the Navoas have with Robinson Casino, then I would have to recuse myself from this, if that makes sense. County Council, does that make sense?
Does the agreement exist today?
No. From what I understand, the previous general manager had agreed, and I don't know what the agreement is now, so
if you guys are presented with the same packet that we have, then yes, it is presented to you as an agreement. Again, Juan and Amy, nothing against you individually.
there is an agreement that you have?
In the packet that was presented to you guys?
There is an agreement between the tribe and...
I'm sorry, was it the Planning Commission that the original packet was presented to? We have a packet, right, that we were given. Right, as people that have been involved with the Planning Commission, that stated about an agreement, and it was presented to the Planning Commission to try to convince that might be a bad word, trying to give the commission, the Building and Planning Commission, an idea that they were going to cut down on the traffic to come in by going into an agreement with the surrounding casinos in order to get people there. That's all I was saying.
All right. We'll unpack this as needed. Thank you for your comment.
I don't know how to find it. Michelle, was that?
That is a part of their proposal that was presented to the Planning Commission. Staff has not received a signed agreement or anything, but that is part of their proposal for the project. beyond the 35 or 40 vehicles allowed on site.
You know what, it's been a little bit long. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's unpack this. I appreciate your patience. We do have some things we need to get to, but I think we are dangerously close to getting a decision on this one. So let's take 5 minutes, and we will reconvene at 11:35. you. Jake? Thumbs up in the little cave. Thank you, Jake, for manning the little cave. We appreciate you. Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, after conferring, I think it's best that I do recuse myself in this situation, considering that I am the leadership of Robinson Rancheria as vice chair. Yeah, in this situation in the past where they made an agreement with the casino hotel, I wasn't in that situation. However, I think it's best that I do. So I will step out from here forward. Am I allowed to do that?
Yes, you have that option to recuse yourself.
All right.
All right. And then there were 4. We still have some public comment, so let's hold on just a sec.
Could I address the recusal?
Let's do that later. Thank you.
Well, he's not going to be here for the hearing then.
Good point, but he's gone now. So let's just address all that stuff in your closing.
No agreement with the tribe.
Let's finish up our public comment. Who's in the Zoom room? It's possible she just left it, and I'm not going to reopen if they've already commented. All right, let's take that comment. Okay, can you unmute?
I think I'm unmuted. Am I unmuted?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kay Summerfield. I've lived in Blue Lakes since 1977. My husband and our boys were raised here. And our major concern is that the infrastructure is not there to support their project. The road is too narrow. It doesn't support 2 cars going by. If you've ever been on that back road when there was an emergency, when they shut down Highway 20, you understand it's just a nightmare trying to get by. And we're a small area, and to add anything else to it is it's really difficult, because we do believe that it's the county's responsibility to protect the people. If there's a fire and you have people at the venue and all of a sudden there's a fire, they're not going to wait for a bus to come in. They're going to take off running, and you're going to have people running down the road trying to get away from a fire or a gunshot or any other emergency, and you're going to have emergency vehicles trying to get onto that road. And that's basically all I have to say, is I think it's just that the infrastructure is just not there to support another venue.
All right, thank you. Any other Zooms? I think Todd spoke already, right? All right, Todd, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thanks. My name's Todd Engstrom. Yeah, one of the many Engstroms. I live in Silverton, Oregon, and I travel every year to Blue Lakes. Been doing so for the last 30 years. I've been taking my kids there, hope to take my grandkids there. We go there because it's safe, it's fun, it's quiet, it's tranquil. That canyon, sound really travels in that little canyon that goes up and down Highway 20 along Blue Lakes. You can hear motorcycles go up and down the highway, trucks, Jake brakes, and you can even hear conversations clearly across the lake over at the rope swing, which is across from the beach of the Narrows. So amplified music is not gonna do that little canyon and those resorts any favors at all. We go there for the peace and quiet, and we love going there, and we really think it needs to stay that way. Thank you.
Was that it, or did we lose his connection? All right, cool, thank you. Any other online? All right. Anyone else in the chamber wish to comment on this? And just to be efficient, let's line up.
My name is Drew Wallace, longtime friend of Juan Novoa. I've been a regular at Blue Lake since I was probably able to learn how to swim. And for the past few years that we've been trying to go down there and utilize the area, you can't. The roads are always congested. There's so many people that are using the Highway 20 side of Blue Lakes as recreational areas, and it becomes a danger to me. They leave trash, and I've been up to Juan's location and checked out his primary idea, and I'm hoping that everybody in the community has a open idea that he has an ability to create a little bit better venue for the local locations. Let people come in, let people actually have the ability to see what Blue Lake is actually all about. I just, hopefully, two people can mend the issues of what's going on here. I'm sorry, I don't speak very much in public. So hopefully these guys can tie a knot on location and let this project go through, just to give it a trial. That's what all I have to say, so thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Pamela Rossetti. I got to thinking about it. I've been going to Blue Lake since I was 8, so I've been going over there for 70 years. And it's stayed the same, been a very peaceful, great place to go. But one thing that the Narrows does is they mandate that people have to come in by a certain time and leave by a certain time. There's never 2 trailers on the road at the same time. It's not just 120 people running in and out of their helter-skelter every day. So then this woman threatened that they could grow dope on that property, which they did in the past, is my understanding. So it's now changed to a resort, I don't know what you'd call it, a community place, I guess. But we have a house there, and when they had a illegal party wedding there, it was very noisy. We could hear it all the way down to our house, which is quite a ways down the way. And I really feel for the interest of Blue Lake and the peace and everything that's there. You should deny this project. Thank you.
Anyone else in chambers? Good, we're running out of people. Stand up there. Last call for Zoom. All right, let's try the other Maria. Please unmute yourself. Or not. I don't see the other Maria there. What are you seeing? No? Dropped off? Looking at county council. Attorney for the appellant, you wanted to make a closing statement? And actually, I'll bring you up here. We'll do the closing statement. This might be a good time. I'll look at county council. If there are any procedural questions or other questions we have, everyone's here. Maybe we can ask those questions now. After you conclude your statement, we'll close the public hearing, and then we'll come back and talk it out. But if there's any technical questions or any zoning questions, now would be a good time. So first things first, if we can see if any of my fellow supervisors have any questions. I see pens down at this point. I do have a couple questions, and I'll just throw them in there real quick. So when this came to PC, the recommendation was for approval. They voted to deny the permit based on various considerations, vibe included, but also other concerns that were stated in the record regarding noise and traffic and what have you, right? And that's within their range of responsibility. The staff recommendation today is to deny the appeal. So I guess I need some clarity on, is the recommendation to deny the appeal based on procedural grounds or from a new understanding of the facts of this? Because those are two slightly different animals.
Thank you. The Planning Commission denied the project, and staff this time focused strictly on the appeal. We feel that the basis for the appeal as submitted in the application has no merit, and so that's why we came with a recommendation to deny the appeal. We are not requesting an overturning of the Planning Commission's decision.
All right, that's my question for now. And just to be clear, Carlos, you're here on behalf of CDD, and Lloyd, you're sitting here on behalf of the county. So just so everyone's up front on all the attorneys and who's representing whom. If you'd like to, this is what we have. We've heard all the testimony. If you'd like to kind of sum up and close that, you'll be the last speaker for the public hearing aspect, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
Thank you, Chairman Green. Is this on? There we go. I can ask questions of, technical questions of the staff as well, you said?
How about you ask the questions, we'll close the public statement, they'll tackle them or not as they can.
Well, I'm wondering, I believe this is a de novo hearing, so I would ask the staff, does their report to the Planning Commission recommending approval with conditions still stand, whether the Planning Commission acted within their jurisdiction or not? And then secondly, on Supervisor Crandall recusing himself, you didn't hear from the applicant before he did that, which I thought was procedurally improper. The fact of the matter is there was an agreement for one event only with the Robinson tribe for a wedding, I believe last summer, but there's no agreement in place going forward. And also, we are okay if you condition approval on there not being an agreement with the Robinson tribe. So he should be able to vote. Now we have to get 3 out of 4 instead of 3 out of 5, which is going to be more difficult. It would be more prudent to have him give his vote and his input. He's sat through most of the hearing. I assume he's heard the last 10 minutes or so since he left. So I'd ask that we have the condition that there be no agreement with the Robinson tribe for the shuttle and that he vote on the matter. More generally speaking, what we heard from the public were heartfelt generalized concerns, but still generalized concerns, mainly from neighbors who own property or a business next to our business. This is a resort community where music is not unheard of. I've personally been to a live band at Trianon. There is live music there. People go there for vacation and celebrate. What the difference is between the applicant's position and the generalized complaints are that generalized complaints by law, by neighbors, which is common in almost every application, do not rise to the level of substantial evidence under CEQA. There's several cases that hold that. What we've presented is an actual noise study with scientific evidence saying that the noise levels are going to be beneath the decibels that constitute a nuisance in the county code, and no one's rebutted that. We had paid $80,000 to this expert who showed up and has explained his opinion, and there's been no counter scientific evidence to that. So that weighs heavily on how you should decide. On the traffic issue, there's been a lot of generalized concerns with this road, which are understandable. I've been on that road myself, but we have this, there's only 35 parking spaces there, and on these events there's going to be a shuttle, and there has been a mitigated negative declaration. The county studied this and concluded that with the mitigations that there is no negative environmental impact. So again, that's the science, that's the law. We've met all the requirements to have this permit approved with these mitigation measures, as staff concluded in their report to the Planning Commission, and that's what should control here. Thank you.
Thank you. And just before you go, I'm going to ask Carlos, if there's going to be back and forth, you're going to be the guy, I think. Any rebuttal or any comment? So just if there is any back and forth, it's going to be between you two.
We'll take them in order. As far as it goes for Supervisor Crandall, as long as a agreement with Robinson Rancheria is even contemplated, it may not be proper for him to sit. trying to add a caveat saying, well, then we'll have an agreement that excludes particularly Robinson Rancheria would also be grounds for him to recuse himself. I don't think we want to put him in a position to where he has to either advantage or specifically disadvantage any specific tribe. His decision is fine to make. The noise study, very thorough, very in-depth. But in the end, what it shows is that music can be played low there. I could tell you that. I could say I'm going to keep the volume at 2. That doesn't necessarily mean that it will be. So I think for all the arguments for and against the noise study, let's remember that all it truly does is say that music is capable of being played at a level that would meet the county standards. Not that it will, and not that it won't have any other effects. When it comes to the Planning Commission's decision and what they decided to take into account, these use permits, these major use permits, these aren't purely ministerial. This isn't a checklist and then automatically it's approved. There's a reason it goes before planning commissioners, and planning commissioners are appointed because of their general experiences in the county. They're familiar with the area. They're not merely umpires, they're not just checking boxes. They're supposed to use all the experiences they've had. I think their decision was well within their purview. Whether you agree with it or not, they're free to make it. In terms of public comment reaching substantial evidence, when the Planning Commission sits in judgment over a use permit, they're allowed to consider the entirety of the record. They're supposed to. Public comment is part of that record. We don't take public comment and throw them into a black hole where they're never considered and never heard. This isn't a way to just placate the people. This is a way for them to have meaningful input. And now, whether CDD supports the current iteration of this project, that's truly up to CDD. I think it would be clear, or it would need to be made clear what it exactly is that you're being asked to vote on. Is this the year-round campground sites, or is it just the event-specific? Because I don't think that's been made clear yet. We should know exactly what it is that's being asked of you before we ask you to make a decision.
Thank you. Briefly.
Thank you. On Supervisor Crandall, my understanding of the law is to have a conflict of interest. There has to be some sort of monetary interest that he would have in the project, which might be the case if there was an agreement that the casino would house the guests to a wedding or whatever. But if we condition the approval of the permit on not having an agreement with that tribe, then there is no monetary interest. So I didn't understand the part of my colleague's comments that he would have a conflict if there couldn't be an agreement with the Robinson tribe. That doesn't make sense to me. As far as comments being part of the record goes, they still, yes, they can be considered, but they still have to be based on substantial evidence, not just it's going to be noisy, it's going to be loud. There must be substantial evidence in the record beyond just mere generalized complaints. I think that's CEQA 101. So neighbors complaining, nothing could ever get approved if neighbors saying there was going to be noise and traffic were substantial evidence without any scientific basis, which is the case here. As far as the noise study saying that volume has to be played low, that's a condition of approval. So if it's violated, the permit can be revoked, but it's not a reason to deny the permit. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could see. All right, bring it up. And one last question, not a debate. When the Planning Commission denied, it was without prejudice, correct? And at this point, the applicant is totally free to rescope and reapply, as it stands.
Yes, correct.
All right, thank you. Bringing it back to the board, this public hearing is closed. Thank you, everyone, for your testimony. Now we're going to bring it back to the board, talk about things, and see if we can get an action here. Supervisor Pyska.
I think this is a really interesting and exciting project. And I applaud you all for being entrepreneurs and, trying to bring something like this to the area. But I can't support a project that has this many people out on a one-lane road. I've been in fires, I've watched evacuations, I know what happens, and this is a life safety issue. We already have established businesses out there, we already have homes and summer homes, there's already a population out there, and I think bringing more people in, and even if there's a shuttle situation, you still have to bring a shuttle in and move people out, and that will put an undue burden on our first responders who already have a responsibility to act during that emergency. So as written and as this is, I cannot support this.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you. I think that this, requires more time for actual good deliberation because there's some really good ideas here. I'm going to concur with my colleague that I think if you're going to have 250 people and only 34 vehicles, and one of those vehicles being the shuttle, you got to get the shuttle in, and then you got to go back and forth because I have no idea how many people are in the shuttle. I don't think you're fitting the whole rest of the people in one shuttle. What's the timeline look like for a high fire severity area when you're surrounded by vegetation? Yes, you have the campground area that's going to be cleared out, but that still puts people in harm. I would ask neighbors to be weary of the comments you make, because in today's code, maybe we'd be having the same conversation about the activities that are currently happening there. That road is just not conducive for the level of people that are currently using it, let alone will be using it if we approve this. I'd be in the, what I'm hopeful is that we can bring it back to Planning Commission with a final review of the project. So give it back to the CDD to figure out what changes can be made. Maybe looking at doing just a few concerts or a few of those live music rather than every single weekend. I personally don't like that it's Friday through Sunday. It'd be nice if we just did Friday and Saturday, and Sundays was maybe more limited. I don't like that I'm seeing on there that there will be campfires as well at the campsites. I think in the world we live in, I think we need to get away from doing those types of things and maybe have the campsite has to organize where things can be done for marshmallows and other things like that. I don't know, but the everyday normal thing that we've always been doing, it's not something that today in the approval process I would be comfortable in doing. The volume, the sound, I'm more interested in what it sounds like on the other people's properties, because I don't know what the echo chamber sounds like. There's a mountain on the other side, there's water all around, which I live about 400 feet above the lake and maybe about 400 feet from the lake, and I can hear people's conversations, and I'm talking Clear Lake, not Blue Lake. I can hear people's conversations. So I think that getting more sites and better understanding on how that sound would travel would really help out to better understand what the volume needs to be, what the angle needs to be. I also don't see a definition or a imagery of what the wall behind the 16-foot tall speakers. That sounds like a pretty large structure that needs to be put up, but I didn't see any of that. I don't know if that was specifically detailed in imagery in the documentation that we received. I'd love to see a tweaked version of this. If you have 34 cars and you have 16 campsites and no major 250 plus event, then I know that those people could probably leave if there's an emergency. But once you start having people who do not have access to transportation on what looks to me like almost a single lane road with, when I travel down the road, there's not a bulb out every 800 feet, so I don't even know if the current road meets 4290. It just makes me really concerned about saying yes to something like this. And if this was just a simple check the boxes and you get a permit, that would be a by right permit. But this is a minor use, this is a major use, whatever the current circumstances, it's a major use. We have to make sure it fits within the community that it's there. I love the fact that we're using electric boats and other things like that on Blue Lakes to, it's to keep it safe, it's to keep it clean, but it also doesn't create the noise that I hear when I'm on Clear Lake from other boats that are absolutely, it's like a Harley Davidson coming around the corner. Whenever there's a fishing tournament, it's definitely wakes you up at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I just think that there is a way to conform. It's not a check the box, you fit, you get your permit. This is a discretionary to ensure that the project fits. And I guess I need to speak a little bit about my colleague that recused himself. I don't believe anybody told him to recuse himself. There might have been a conversation, but that's his choice. You don't get to change that for him. I don't get to change that for him. It could be a perception. It could be a real conflict of interest. But the fact of the matter is he chose to leave. And no, I'm not going to try to change that individual's mind. So I respect my colleague's decision on doing that. But I would love to see this reviewed. It's already changed multiple times. It started out as a public campground. Then it became this. There's been some, not issues, but there's been some permit process order that maybe not should have not been in that order. I think stairs included. Sounds like that just got finished, but how can we say that something that is not connected to this project is completely separate? Well, the people who are going to be on this project will have some level of access to those stairs if they want to, and making sure that we understand what that looks like and the impacts on Blue Lakes itself at the beach level, since it goes all the way down there. So I would love to see something happen, but as is, I see too many red flags, no pun intended, to say yes today with how it is. That's it.
Thank you. Supervisor Simon.
Well, I appreciate the time of everybody today and the time that CDD and the applicant have put into this project. I'm going to differ from both of my colleagues here, obviously. If we're looking to the future and to bring economic development to Lake County, this seems like a good project. I think one statement that the young man made earlier at the counter is, how many people park on the 20 side there to enjoy the lake? You see it every day. I went by the other day, it's just packed. It's dangerous to have them parking on the side of the highway. I think this project would get people off of the highway into the resort area to enjoy the lake, give them opportunities. And I heard a lot, of just heartfelt things of, it doesn't fit in the area, doesn't do those types of things. I don't know what the other use permits are out there for Latrine or the Narrows or other thing. I don't know if there's anything that permits them from not having a small band out there at night or something like that. Maybe there is something to that effect in their use permit saying they can't do that. I don't know if there's a limit on how many people can go to the Narrows from the county side of things. I did hear the Narrows owners say they've limited how many people can come in there. Are there any limits on how many folks can go to the Narrows from the county's use permit side?
I'd have to review their conditions of approval. Typically, if there are limits, it's set by the fire marshal regarding capacity. But I'm not aware of that.
No, on how many people you can have.
Additionally, just to answer your first question, the use permit for a campground does not include amplified noise. That would be a special event permit. It could be included, but it's not automatically.
And that's how many you can have on a yearly basis for the special events?
We do have a zoning permit that's available for a special event, which allows for 3 during a year. That is an over-the-counter permit. So if they meet the requirements in our zoning ordinance, we're able to issue that permit.
And it is a challenge, no doubt about it. The single-lane road, we understand the challenges there with the fires that we've had in the past. But let's just think about it. If we don't have businesses going into these areas to help the county and the Public Works Department figure out how to fix these ingress and egress, we're going to have a challenge, here in the county. I just have trouble that, for me as a supervisor, that you know, the first recommendation was to approve this project. You know, that's what I'm reading right here. You know, move to approve the project to help them move forward. And to do this, I think the work has been done, you know, and at this time, I understand, you know, two of us have already made that comment, so it's going to be a challenge to move this thing forward if that was going to happen. But I do want to, you know, encourage the owners of this property, if you're not successful today, to rethink this project, because there may be able to get support from another board or some other, you know, even neighbors, hopefully. I've heard the folks at the Narrows talk about they would, you know, be in agreement with the campground. You know, that was set up here. I didn't say that for you. You guys said that. So I think there's opportunity, but me, myself, I was prepared today to move forward to deny the appeal and let the project move forward. So that's my thoughts on it.
Thank you. This won't be awkward. Yeah, there is a substantial evidence test. It's not just enough to say for the neighbors or even the broader community, we're not comfortable with this. Private property ownership comes with some understanding that owners have not just the opportunity, but some responsibility to use that land to the highest and best purpose. It was interesting to hear all the concerns raised about fire access and all that, because they apply not just equally to the proposed project, they apply more so because we have existing projects that are definitely not in an ideal fire safety situation, not in an ideal traffic situation. So that's kind of odd to use those concerns as a means to deny this project, while other projects facing very similar concerns in a very similar area went through the same planning process, had all their traffic and fire risk and things looked at, and they got their permits. And there is noise in the Blue Lake area. It's not amplified noise. I did note that the type of music may have generated some of the complaints. I can't really speak to that because we didn't go down that rabbit hole. But change is hard no matter where you go. I think the applicants, the appellants in this case, have shown creativity. I think using the shuttle from the casino as an example, you know, it can be hard to get a lot of cars in and out of there. So they experimented on the shuttle, and it turned out to be a good thing. And a fire evacuation thing, I'd much rather see 3 shuttles packed to the gills than 35 cars. But, you know, for us to sit here and micromanage and say we like this and we don't like this and we don't like amplified music. And there's also been a little bit of a paper trail at planning. So I'm basically in agreement with you, Supervisor Simon. I don't like it when the Planning Commission kind of goes above and beyond checking the check boxes. That said, Planning Commission, just like this board, does have some responsibility to look at the facts in the totality, and we can inject some of our own understanding of the area. I am excited about this project. I do think it probably needs to be downsized and modified. I think it would benefit greatly from another go-round with planning staff, and to do so, I don't think would substantially disadvantage appellant/applicant. So any other day, I might tend to agree with you, Supervisor Simon, but I think really upholding the Planning Commission's action, which was to deny the permit without prejudice, leaves a window open to consider the feedback that you're getting from the community, adjust some things. 250 does sound like a lot for a big event center. There seems to be some confusion between event center with camping and then a full-time campground and what's public, what's private. You know, these are things that we can work out. It's valuable property. It can and it should be developed to its highest and best purpose, and I have every confidence that we're going to get there. But I don't think we're going to get there if we approve the project today. So with that, I'll entertain a motion. On page 6 of the staff report, I believe.
Almost there. Or if County Council can help out.
And if I may, yeah, just to further elaborate on the motion language.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair. With the anticipated motion to deny the appeal, AB 2404, your board may consider language, the motion language to be that the Board of Supervisors move to deny appeal AB 24 -04 in concept and uphold the Planning Commission's denial of use permit UP 22-24 and initial study IS 22-29 for Rancho Novoa for property located at 5680 Blue Lakes Road, Upper Lake, APN 003-007-03, and direct staff to prepare draft findings of fact. And if one suggestion for your board is to, in addition to, as part of this motion, to specifically reference the findings, and this would be based on your board's discussion of this. I believe it would be findings 1, 3, and 6. I'm sorry, 1, 3, and 4 of the October 10, 2024 Planning Commission staff report as grounds where your board has found that these specific findings were not satisfied in support of denial of the appeal. That would be the motion.
I just want to look. I want to look at 1, 3, and 4 just to make so it was noise, wildfire, and beach access. I mean, I'm not too concerned about 4, but mostly concerned with 3. But I can do 1 and 3.
It does, 4 does reference fire protection, but there was some discussion of that. But your board has discretion to look at those items to use as grounds in finding that these specific items were not met in support of the denial of the appeal.
And I want them to be able to go right back to CDD and be able to continue, so I can do that without prejudice. That would help with the timeline for them to be able to continue, use all the reports that they've already done so that they don't have to start over from scratch.
Perhaps staff can.
Just for clarity,
CDD needs some latitude.
if the appeal is denied, the project is done. They would be free to reapply. And we could still use all the same studies, but it would be a new use permit application.
So what's my difference with prejudice or without prejudice?
Without prejudice creates a time period in which they have to wait. I think it's 6 months before they reapply. Without prejudice would allow them to reapply immediately.
Okay, County Council?
Yes, so they can always, even with the denial of the appeal, the applicant can still reapply, as staff has mentioned. So what I've laid out is really more for purposes of the findings of fact and decision for your board that will be drafted by staff and then be presented to your board within that 45-day period.
Okay, so if I just don't add anything to your motion that you proposed, they can go ahead and reapply immediately with CDD and not have to wait the 6 months?
We would wait until after the findings of fact are approved, but yeah.
Okay, but they don't have to have a timeline after the fact, and that's 45 days for the findings to come back to the Board of Supervisors, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I
Last question, can I? And then if there is a fresh app period, there would be a pre-application process as well?
Not necessarily if they're not substantive changes to the project, because we've already received a lot of the input, so I would not recommend a pre-application unless the project
Well,
comes back
unless there's some
significantly
clarity in
different.
the various zoning designations on campgrounds versus event centers. If for a complicated project like this,
A pre-application is actually an opportunity for an applicant to meet with or get input from multiple departments and agencies. We'd be fine meeting with them if you're just talking about planning. We do that all the time. So, sorry, I think it's a nomenclature thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I would like to propose the motion that was made by County Council with the reduction of item number 4, beach access. My motion is simply noise and wildfire.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the world's longest motion. We will not ask county council to restate it, but we'll read it with the bells on at our next meeting. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, the motion passes 3-1. Thank you, everyone, for your patience in this public hearing, and we do welcome next steps on this project. Looking to CAO Parker for a little help on what we're going to tackle next.
I would like to tackle our Supervisor 1 and Supervisor 4.
And go to lunch.
Okay.
We'll take a 5-minute break, apparently.
Yeah, sorry.
For the record, I don't have a cowbell today, but I really wanted one. Let's, we are by necessity going to skip around on our agenda. We are all out of cattywampus order. But it looks like we are going to move to our 6.11 item, 11:45 a.m., presentation of a proclamation commending Supervisor Moak Simon for his 8 years of service to the county as District 1 Supervisor. And who's got procs and plaques? All right, EJ, let's get her done.
All right, well, so I've been asked to, I've been given this honor to do this proclamation for you, Moak. It's been an honor with you for what, 6 years now. Yeah, come on up. Come on up. Yeah.
You're here. You know, you shouldn't have came if you didn't want to come up here. You shouldn't have showed up.
All right. All right. So as I was saying, Moak, it's been an honor working with you for the past 6 years. You know, you being the first Native American elected to the position, you know, awesome. And for the family supporting Moak, I know how important that is. And I'm going to go ahead and continue on with this proclamation. So, proclamation commending Moak Simon on his 8 years of service to the county as District 1 Supervisor. Whereas, after 8 years of exceptional service and dedication spanning 2 terms as an elected member of the Lake County Board of Supervisors, Moak Simon is retiring from county service on January 7th, 2025. And whereas Moak was born and raised in Middletown, cultivating lifelong ties to his community in Lake County, and those relationships and Moak's forthright nature have been a gift to many. And whereas football has played a key role for Moak from his days at Middletown High School to Butte College, where he was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2018, Texas A&M, Kingsville, and even the National Football League and World League of American Football. And he has particularly treasured the opportunity to develop young people as an assistant coach for his beloved Middletown Mustangs. And whereas Moak became the youngest tribal chairman of the Middletown Rancheria of Pomo Indians of California at age 27, has returned to the role for the last 12 years. And whereas, when elected as District 1 Supervisor in 2017, Moak became the first Native person to serve on the Lake County Board of Supervisors, and he has brought a deeply held intention to build our communities to thrive for the next 7 generations. And that legacy and long-term lens helped enable a commitment to planning efforts such as Vision 2028 and Lake County 2050 that will reverberate on in every Lake County community. And whereas he has demonstrated compassionate leadership during Valley and Clayton fire response and recovery, focusing efforts on temporary housing and support for survivors in the aftermath of the Valley Fire, Moak and partners stepped up to help the Anderson Springs Water Masters reconstruct and restore their water system. And whereas, for courage, guidance, and strength that helped bring the community together, Moak was named the 2015 Lake County Man of the Year, and he was also a recipient of the 2018 Wendell Chino Humanitarian Award for his service following the Valley Fire. And whereas, as one of the most creative business minds on the board in recent memory, Moak advocated for forward-thinking energy projects and policies and supported bold steps to invest in county facilities and our collective future. And whereas he likewise served on the Lake Area Planning Council, and his decision-making and advocacy have helped facilitate many miles of improvements to Lake County's highways and transportation infrastructure. Whereas he delivered a powerful State of the County address in 2018, outlining his vision for Lake County's growth and development and committing himself to innovate and forward-looking programs and projects for Lake County. And whereas, in September 2019, Governor Gavin Newsom appointed Moak to the State Board of Fire Services, the only county supervisor out of California's 58 counties to serve on the board. And whereas, as board chair in 2020, Moak was a positive voice in the county's response to the COVID-19 epidemic. never backing down in his efforts to keep citizens safe and informed while ensuring the full complement of voices had their time to speak under historic conditions. And whereas Moak has served on numerous county boards and commissions, including the Disaster Council, Countywide Oversight Board, Mental Health Advisory Board, Middletown Area Town Hall, and the Lake County Community Risk Reduction Authority. And whereas over the years, Moak has brought project concepts to reality in District 1, recently including the Middletown multi-use path, which runs from Middletown Rancheria to the Calpine Visitor Center, and has encouraged active recreation in South Lake County. And whereas the strength of Simon has resonated in his leadership in the community, focusing on fire recovery, protection of Clear Lake and our amazing environment, supporting and expanding housing opportunities, and partnering with communities, agriculture, and the private sector to determine the economic direction and future of our region. Whereas Moak is not a frills guy, but a Middletown guy, and he has spoken from the heart throughout his tenure, and all have known where he stood. And that has earned him the abiding respect of many in Lake County's communities and each member of this board. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake does hereby commend Supervisor Moak Simon for his dedicated service to the people of Lake County and belief in the county's enormous potential, and we extend to our colleague and friend best wishes for good health, happiness, and great success in the years ahead. Passed and adopted the 17th day of December 2024. Signed, Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Michael Green. And there's a plaque that it's a recognition of service presented to Moak Simon in recognition of 8 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Lake County as the District 1 Supervisor.
More? Well, thank you very much for this honor. It's been an honor to serve, but as EJ said, you don't do this stuff alone. My wife, Nancy, my son, Josh, my daughter, Teresa, all my family here, you know, my cousin Ray, Gina, Hannah, you know, John, my planning commissioner. Don't do this alone. You go into this stuff, you got to pick a planning commissioner. John's a staunch friend, and I thank you for the work you've done. You know, we haven't always agreed. Heck, one project he denied and I overturned. So I still think we should have built that store in Middletown. So anyway, you know, I just want to thank you all for always being here for me, you know, and loving me for who I am. So thank you very much. The board, it's been an honor to serve. I didn't think I'd get emotional. I'm thinking of Lars right now, standing up here. I'm not going to be crying, Lars, but almost. You know, just thank you very much. The support of all the hard work. I sit up there, my face, but the people of this county, all of our employees, you guys do the hard work. Carol and Johanna, all you folk, the CAO, the administration office, our everyday road workers, everyone out there, you guys are the ones that deserve this proclamation. I appreciate it today, but I've always said that. Our employees are the most valuable asset this county has, and I want to thank them for supporting me on my projects when I'd come into your office or bug you, but I just want to say thank you. Thank you very much for the work for our community and our people, because they call, you guys send them over to us, but Carolyn, thank you very much for all your support and all the admin staff and our previous admin and our you know, county lawyers, keeping us out of trouble as much as possible. But it's about the workers of this community and the workers of this organization in Lake County and this government that really help the people thrive and do what they need to do every day. Like I said, we just get to be the faces up here, and you know, I'd gladly get yelled at every day if one of our workers doesn't have to take on that type of brunt from a community member. So I want to thank you all. Thank you for being here. It's greatly appreciated. And you know, a little advice to the board: never change who you are. You know, no matter what pressures come at you, be an immovable object. Understand, listen, but don't change because it's not popular. So that's all my advice to you. And I think I've been able to show that over my 8 years. And I tell you, being chair isn't easy, huh, Mike? You can get behind really.
No, because I got a sticky note, so
Yeah.
you get on with it. I got to get looked up.
Try a world pandemic
Yeah.
coming in when you're the chair. So I appreciate it. Appreciate everyone being here, anybody online. But my hat goes off to everybody that works hard every day at this county. I want to thank the employees. That's one of the biggest things. And the community members who voted me into office. And to take that first step to have the first Native American. And it's an honor to serve with you, EJ. And you're going to carry on the legacy of tribal people being on this board. So thank you very much. Greatly appreciated.
Excellent. We're going to open up public comment, and you want to do board comments first?
Oh, you want to do that?
You know what? Luca's on a deadline, so I'm going to open up public comment. We will come back to the board in a bit. Luca Moretti is from Congressman Thompson's office. Would you like to come up with that big old plaque?
Sure. So unfortunately, Congressman Thompson couldn't be here today.
Can you grab that microphone while we do that?
Of course, my apologies.
Thank you.
I'm so used to talking very loudly and not using a mic. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So Congressman Thompson, unfortunately, is voting in D.C. today and wasn't able to be here. But he really wanted me to present you a certificate of special congressional recognition to honor your service to our community. Thank you for your 8 years of service, guiding us through multiple fires, through the COVID-19 pandemic, and all you've done for Lake County. I know that he greatly appreciates your the collaboration he's had with you and the entirety of Lake County. And I know my colleague Brad Honorado loved working with you and greatly appreciated working with you for 8 years. Congratulations. And also,
Other members of the public or staff wish to wax poetic about Mr. Simon's tenure?
I forgot to shake your hand.
I see a bunch of hungry people. All right, let's bring it back to the board. Supervisor Pyska.
Well, I was going to talk about how you hold all the people in your heart. And I even wrote down, especially staff. And I don't know that staff is ever going to know how much you back them up. And you always have the voice for the vulnerable and the voiceless. I'm going to cry now, too. I've been looking up to you my entire life. I remember you running around the old Mini Cannon Elementary School with your iconic mohawk, and you were a leader then. And you've shown nothing but strong, solid leadership since, in everything that you've done. And it really has been an honor for me to serve with you. And I love you so much.
Supervisor Sabatier.
It's been an adventure. What I know is I don't have to wonder when I stop talking to you, what did you need? Thank you for being honest. Thank you for being true. I know that you have held me accountable, and I think we always need somebody in our lives that makes sure that we stay on the straight and narrow and that we think about what we're doing. You call me out on my mistakes, you call me out on things that I say that I shouldn't say, and I appreciate the honesty, the brutal honesty. And what I know is you and I will disagree. We have in our votes, not just today, but in the past. What I cherish is that you and I can remain friends, no matter how much we may disagree on certain topics, because our intentions are still the same. Our intentions is to make this community better for tomorrow, and I appreciate all the work that you've done and what you represent. It's been an honor to serve with you. Thank you so much.
And you're right, his microphone wasn't on, so if you could repeat all that for the record. You sit up here and just leave the button on. I think that's what happens. Moke, you were my right-hand man, whether I liked it or not, because I was sitting there and you were sitting here. But I liked it. I liked it quite a bit. Our backgrounds are so different. Our life journeys are worlds apart. But when you speak I listen. I listen intently, because when you don't choose your words lightly, you have a keen intellect, you know how to get to the heart of the issue, and you don't waste this board's time, and you don't waste the community's time. So, unlike me, I'll flounder around an issue for a good hour. I'll go down any number of rabbit holes, and I'll be looking for various options and stuff like that. But one of the journeys I'm going to most treasure after I leave this board is having gained some limited, greater understanding of your experiences as a person of Pomo ancestry, and also as a leader on this board. How you balance those two worlds is beyond me. And as we saw this morning, there's a lot more balancing that needs to happen. So your leadership speaks to me, and I treasure it just as much as my colleagues on the board here do. And my only regret is that we don't have more time together. But I'll tell you what, 2 years of sitting there and hearing you when you speak just advanced my understanding light years. And even Twin Pine Casino, when you're correcting me that it's Twin Pine singular, not plural, now I'm correcting other people's English, and it's like you're an educator and a fierce advocate, and I'm just running out of words, which is rare for me, but you're a rare person, so thank you so much for your service. Any other people in the audience? All right, if not, let's do the photo.
Nancy, do you want me to take the photo for you?
Real quick again, though, yeah. Just throughout the service that we've shared, one of the things that I remember the most, too, is during the COVID pandemic, your father and my mother passed around the same time. And that was very hard, very hard time frame. Family just passing here and there, and then taking this job on and having, ridicule, comments, things like that. When they say when you take this job, you got to grow thick skin, well, we know why. But just having that time frame, sharing that, morning that we had to share together for our parents, very special. Always looking up to you as a tribal leader, as I was a tribal leader, of my tribe, watching you do it for years, seeing your, decisive decisions. You stick to what you go with, you take accountability, and that's all anyone can ask for in a leader. And I always cherish the time I got to serve with you.
We'll do it. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's upside down.
Okay.
They've been released.
All right.
I'm going to hand the gavel over to Vice Chair Crandall for our next item.
Yeah, so we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is 6.12, presentation of proclamation. Michael S. Green on his 2 years of service to the county as District 4 Supervisor. I will be presenting this as well. Or do I have it? Or yeah, I have it. All right.
got two.
All right, here we go, Michael. Thank you for coming up here. And we'll start off with this proclamation commending Michael S. Green on his 2 years of service to the county as District 4 Supervisor. Whereas, after 2 years of service and dedication as an appointed member of the Lake County Board of Supervisors, Michael S. Green is retiring from the board on January 7, 2025. And whereas, Michael Green was appointed by Governor Gavin Newsom on October 21st, 2022, and subscribed to his oath of office on October 26, 2022, to represent District 4, which includes Lakeport, Scotts Valley, Highland Springs, Riviera Heights, together constituting the largest agricultural area in Lake County. And whereas, he previously served the community as a Lakeport Planning Commissioner and Lakeport City Council member, where he was known for tough conversations to ensure local policies were effective and represented for all stakeholders. And whereas Green played a seminal role in securing declaration of a Clear Lake hitch emergency, which resulted in ongoing efforts to improve conditions for the endangered species, and funded additional staff positions in water resources, promoting healthier ecosystems for generations to come. And whereas he was additionally a valued contributor to the 2023's Honoring All Voices Community Visioning Forum series and the countywide committee that sponsored those events, which provided the opportunity to listen and learn from members of the public, promoting inclusion, community healing, and respect. And participants were heartened by Supervisor Green's courage and eagerness to learn the experiences of others. And whereas, as Supervisor Green has likewise been appointed to several boards and commissions, including First Five Commission, the Blue Ribbon Committee for the Rehabilitation of Clear Lake, the Emergency Medical Care Committee, Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, Mental Health Advisory Board, North Coast Emergency Medical Service, and Scotts Valley Advisory Committee. And whereas Michael S. Green is known for his tremendous meeting preparation, digging into agenda items, researching laws and ordinances, and asking clarifying questions to encourage transparency and keep the public well informed and engaged in local government. And whereas his attention to detail and journalistic nose for finding the thread in a story have brought unique and rich contributions to board discussions, leaving an indelible mark. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake does hereby commend Supervisor Michael S. Green for his service to the people of Lake County and relentless support of environmental and ecological protection, local businesses, and government accountability. And we extend to our colleague and friend best wishes for good health, happiness, and great success in the years ahead. Passed and adopted the 17th day of December 2024, signed Vice Chair of the Board, E.J. Crandall. Yeah, you like it? And then we also have this plaque for your service.
Very nice.
And I'll go ahead and give you the mic.
No pressure there. Yeah, for once, I'm kind of at a loss for words. It's been a fast 2 years, I'll tell you that. And I'm constantly reminded of my predecessor's words, Tina Scott, when I told her I was applying for the appointment. And she said, "You're an idiot." And she was right. She's absolutely right. I was an idiot then, and I'm an idiot today, but I'm a smarter, kinder, gentler idiot, I hope. And I have tried to, in my own weird way, represent the diverse community that is District 4, all the way from Scotts Valley to City of Lakeport and down in Big Valley. And, you know, one reason we have 4-year terms, and I'm thankful Supervisor-elect Rasmussen is here, is there is a learning curve to this. And I'd like, you know, if there's one regret, it's that I didn't have all those life experiences right at the start of my term. Like any new supervisor, I made mistakes. And 2 years in, I think I would have been better for another 2 years, but that's just not how this life journey unfolds. So among other things, I hope you will not only welcome with open arms my successor, Mr. Rasmussen, I hope you will be patient with him as he learns the job, and I hope you also follow him as he exhibits his own kind of leadership in this role. My board colleagues, speaking of mistakes, you know, when you just land in the job and you parachute in and there's hard issues coming at you every dang meeting, sometimes our first introductions are under duress of sorts. Like, oh, how dare you vote on this? And I don't know that I did the best job being open to everyone, and I apologize for that. I also apologize to staff for being so detail-oriented. It says it nice in the proclamation, but sometimes it isn't when you're coming in with a red line, you know, editing everything. I want to thank all the department heads that have shown patience with me as I've had my own weird questions for them, and they've been very supportive. I'm very excited with the current group of leadership we have here in the county. We've definitely had some challenges, but we've made some real progress in the last 2 years, and I like to think I've had a teeny tiny part in that. So with that, I'm hungry, I see cupcakes, and we still have a long agenda, but thank you everyone, I appreciate your confidence.
So I'll do like we did before, I'll allow public input, and then we'll get back to the board.
So again, Congressman Thompson unfortunately couldn't be here today, but I have a special certificate of congressional recognition to honor your work, commitment to public service, and service to our county and community. Congratulations and thank you for working hard and being the best public servant you can be.
Bring it back to the board.
I'll turn on my mic this time. Sorry, I forgot last time, but you heard me, and that was
Yeah, I heard you. That's all that matters.
Michael, thank you for taking the role. We need 5 up here, not 4, and I'm glad that somebody stepped up, and I'm glad that it was you. You brought a different perspective, and we always need that diversity of perspective if we're going to figure out what the right pathway is for Lake County to move forward. And I know I've given you some insight as to my thoughts on your tenure here, or your 2 years here, but I'm going to repeat them in a public way. You brought some topics that are difficult, but necessary for us to discuss, and I thank you for that. We may not have agreed on those topics, but I still thank you for that, because Lake County needs to figure out what to do with these things and not just keep them under the rug and move forward as if it's not there. But you also changed my perspective on something that I was very frustrated and annoyed by. And then I was annoyed with you because you changed my perspective on it. But the simple things that we do sometimes are some of the most important things. It doesn't have to be the complicated topics or the complex conversations we have. And proclamations, while they seem like sometimes they're a dime a dozen, they can have a large impact. For example, today we just had one young lady that we gave a gold award to, and it was a sort of proclamation, not necessarily a specific proclamation, but that is something that she will remember. And you brought us a proclamation, and you dealt with that proclamation with some of the greatest class I've ever seen somebody handle a proclamation. And I was upset because I forgot the importance of what we do. And thank you for giving me perspective. And I appreciate the work that we've done together, and I appreciate your time here on the board. Thank you.
You stepped into a job that nobody wanted. And, you know, not a lot of people know what it's like to serve in this role and to sit on this dais. And I know you showed up every day being who you are and bringing your whole self to this job, and that's the only thing that a public servant should do and could do. And so thank you for that. We are not up here to agree. We're not here to vote together. And you and I do not vote together a lot. But we do that for the better of our county and to move our county forward. So thank you for your service.
Michael, I just want to say thank you. Thank you. We had a lot of conversations, as you said, right here on the chair or on other topics as we move through. The hitch, probably, that was big. You know, you went to one meeting and it hit you in the heart and you brought it here. And I didn't know what was gonna happen either, but I was happy to be involved with that. That's gonna be something that lives with me forever and this county. I think it's something that need to be recognized for a long time. So I greatly appreciate that. As far as, yeah, I couldn't imagine coming in just out of the blue to be not, you know what I mean? To be appointed like you were and understand the dynamics. There is a learning curve to this job. There's no doubt about it. You come from a government side, even on the tribal side, you have a little bit of inkling, but there's a lot to learn as you move through this process. But I appreciated your effort, the work that you always did, and you always had something that just, I loved to hear when we sat at this diocese. I didn't agree with everything you always said either, and you never agreed with what I said all the time. But, you know, I think we did a good job of listening to each other and coming with final decisions that help move the county forward. And, you know, I saw you before you were on this board. You worked in the County Register of Voters office. Saw you working in there, you know, and next thing you know, you're sitting next to me on the diocese. So your service to the public is greatly appreciated. And, you know, like I said earlier with everybody, each one of you five are my friends. Doesn't change any politics or anything else. We'll see each other again in life. We'll do some more good work together sometime. So thank you very much for your service. Greatly appreciated.
That would be. Well, Michael, we first worked together on something before you were supervisor. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but I was tasked with we were trying to do an urgency ordinance for the situation during COVID for masks. And there was work with you and another individual that was writing mainly from the other things. And we basically together what ended up becoming a non-urgency ordinance, and it did its best to meet both needs. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of folks were pretty upset with it still, but it got through at sunset and it's gone, you know. But you played a big part in helping with that. So I want to just note that, you know, thank you for that help during that time. It was a really tough time, and Moak was the chair, and we were all dealing with that. And that was the first thing. And then you jump, you know, feet first in this position. And I seen you at the Hitch Summit, and that's when you said, "Should I bring something?" And I said, "Yeah, if you want to do that." You're like, "Well, why won't you?" I says, "You know what? I think it would be better if you did it. I think, you know, I just think it would be better." I says, sometimes I get a lot of flack for bringing native things. You know, being a native, you bring something, and then, you know, I mean, I'm sure you all have heard it. So it really was a lot better coming from you. I know you were passionate about it. I know you were a planning commissioner before. When I was a planning commissioner, I listened to you speak numerous times at the cannabis forums, at planning commission meetings, things like that, and other projects and whatnot. So since I've been serving the county, whether it be planning commissioner or supervisor, I've heard your voice. I've worked with you. We all don't always agree on things on this dais, but at the same time, we always have respect once we're finished with the meeting, and we always move on. And, you know, I appreciate that, and I'm always going to appreciate the time I spent serving with you, Michael. So, thank you.
Just the last couple words. Yeah, I appreciate the words you said on the Clear Lake Hitch, but if you remember, we brought it together. I came, and we co-sponsored that at the end of the day. And I point that because I want to share, there was some hesitancy. We didn't know. It was a long thing, and it assumed a lot of things that we hadn't talked about. One reason I think it was so powerful and has been successful is because it was a partnership, because I did reach out and we did talk about some of this stuff before we brought it forward. And there's a lot of power in that, you know. If anyone can, just get over their own discomfort. I'm going to be found out I'm a fraud. I'm going to be found out I'm a jerk. Jessica, you know I'm a jerk now. I'm sorry, but you know, you have to fess up sometimes. You all have been so patient and very supportive in your own ways. believe it or not, I'm going to miss my time here, but I'm also looking forward to, like you said, I want to see you out in the community again and hang out when we're not arguing or, or doing stuff like that. So it takes a village, and you guys all, if I have any measure of success, it's only because I stand on your shoulders. Thank you.
Hold on, can you hear me? We have Nara Dalbaka and Zoom.
She sure is. Hello, I'm hoping my dogs will stop barking long enough. I just wanted to, I can't be there in person, but I wanted to thank Supervisors Simon and Green for your service. This is a really hard job. It's hard to get yelled at constantly for the amount of homework and the amount of your lives that you put aside to do this service. It's an amazing gift that you've given to this community. I know that, you know, in the 4 or 5 years that I've lived here, Supervisor Simon, you've been my supervisor. You've been through a lot personally, and you continue to show up for us and to work every day for the betterment of this community, and we're so grateful to you. We're grateful to Supervisor Green in the cannabis community for normalizing, you know, where what should be normalized, and I think you've both been thoughtful and brave, and just wish you the best, and get to take a break and enjoy your Tuesdays, and just appreciate your service, and thank you from District 1 here, from our family, and from the other hats that I wear here in Lake County. You'll be missed.
If there's no more comments, I'll close public input and we'll move forward to do these pictures.
Well, we have to break the meeting, right? Half hour?
Half an hour.
Acceptable?
Lunch?
You know what? We do, but we have
I
made,
have to eat a lunch.
let's split the baby in half. Let's go ahead and break this meeting. We'll come back. What time is it now?
1:02.
1:45. 1:45. 1:45.
That's a lot after. Your call.
Yes.
What do we got?
We're on? Woo, we're on. All right, welcome back to the Board of Soups meeting for December 17th. We are going to plow right ahead with our morning calendar.
Got an extra speaker on.
What? What's going on now? All right. Let's plow ahead. Let's go to item 6.6, our 9:45 a.m., only 4 hours later. Public hearing, consideration of a closeout of the Community Development Block Grant Business Assistance Loan Grant number 20-CDBG-12081, and B, close out the Community Development Block Grant CARES Act Grant number 20-CDBG-CB2-3-003. I see Mr. Rickelman ably taking the microphone to present this item, and thank you very much, Ben, for your patience. Appreciate it, and we are ready to rock.
No problem. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. So as mentioned, this is just a closeout notification for 2 CDBG Community Development Block Grant programs that the county contracted with Community Development Services. So the first one, CDBG 12081, was in the amount of $500,000. It was all for low interest, long-term small business loans that the loan committee approved. There was 4 loans. It supported the creation of 46 jobs, and of those 46, 20 were retained. It was South Shore Public House, Argo Lake Garden, Finch Gardens, and Blue Lakes Market. The program offers 1% interest rate, and the term is based on the type of use and the debt availability. And then the second program was the CDBG CV2300324. And so this was directly tied to the coronavirus pandemic. The loan committee approved 3 loans, but with this program, halfway through it, HGD, the State Department of Housing and Community Development that oversees the CDBG program, they changed the structure. So at that point, there was a discussion in CDS, after some outreach to the small business community, decided to disencumber the rest of the loans because it was no longer the original structure of the program, and they changed it where it had to be directly used for COVID mitigation supplies. So there wasn't a strong interest in the community at that point. So that's why with the closeout, there's the disencumbering of around $200,000.
Okay. Thank you. Is that a complete presentation?
That's it.
Okay. Any questions from board members? Looking for those pens going up or down. Don't see anything. This does appear to be a public hearing, though, so since we don't have any questions right now from the board, I'll open up the public hearing. We have 2 closeouts of CDBG grants on the agenda today. Anyone wish to comment in the chambers on this item? Anyone online? And who's my online monitor, I guess?
No hands. Mr. Chair, no hands.
No hands raised? Okay, seeing no questions from the board, and we have received no public input at this point. We'll take one last second in Zoom. Form of the motion, can this be combined, or you want 2 first?
Your board could do 2 separate motions pertaining to each grant. What I would, the suggestion here would be under A, approve the closeout. Motion to approve the closeout of Community Development Block Grant Business Assistance Loan Grant number 20-CDBG-12081, and authorize the CAO to sign the closeout package, because one of the documents in that packet had the CAO Parker's signature field.
So moved.
Second.
Hear a motion and a second on the first proposed action. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Want
Thank
to
you.
do that again for round two?
Yes. So the second motion would be to, motion to approve the Community Development Block Grant CARES Act Grant Number 20-CDBG-CB2-3-00324 and authorize the CAO to sign the closeout package.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for that item.
Thank you.
Well, it doesn't look like you're going anywhere, though. Just long enough on 6.7. Our 10 a.m. item is consideration and discussion of the broadband implementation plan and update on broadband initiatives. I understand we are going to move this, but you want to present where we're moving it to, or do you know at this point?
I'm still waiting on confirmation from the consultants for the January 7th date.
Okay, and we don't need to do a date and time certain, so we can just pull this and you'll bring it back to our next board. Love it. Let's at least respect if anybody's here to comment on the broadband item. Is anyone in the chambers wish to comment on the broadband implementation plan? It will be coming back in January. I don't see anybody moving in the chambers. Anybody in the Zoom wish to comment on the broadband item? I can't see, so I'm going to count on somebody. No hands? All right, thank you for that verbal affirmation that I could not see. All right, it sounds like we'll bring it back. We don't need a motion to continue it, so thank you for that. And I think Terry's the next item, right? All right, thank you, Banner, and again, appreciate your patience on that. Our next item is 6.8, our 10:20 a.m. item, consideration of a revised cover memo for submittal to the California Office of Emergency Services, Cal OES, seeking funding under the California Disaster Assistance Act, CDAA, to provide emergency tree mortality response and authorize the chair to sign, and B, consideration of hazard tree survey analysis requested by Cal OES to be attached with the cover memo. And I see not one but two smiling staff members here. So with that, please take it away.
Thank you. Terry Logston, Chief Climate Resiliency Officer. As you will recall, your board proclaimed a local state of emergency due to pervasive tree mortality on May 3rd, 2022, and continued it again this morning, after decades of extreme drought and groundwater depletion that led to widespread tree mortality across the county. Since that declaration in 2022, per U.S. Forest Service aerial surveillance data, an additional 669,000 trees have died in Lake County, for a total of 1 million trees dead since 2021. Data is not yet available for this year. We initially submitted a request for assistance to the California Office of Emergency Services under the California Disaster Assistance Act to mitigate dead and dying trees along county right-of-way and infrastructure in July 25th, 2023, for the hardest hit areas of southern Lake County, from Cobb to Middletown over to Jerusalem Valley and Twin Lakes. We also requested a waiver of the required 25% match. County staff hosted a tour for Cal OES and staff, or for Cal OES staff on December 7th, 2023, after which Cal OES requested that the county perform an initial survey to determine the number of trees imperiling county infrastructure and to determine the cause of death or disease. Utilizing funds allocated to the county from Senate Pro Tem President Mike McGuire, we contracted with Tetra Tech in February of this year to perform those surveys. Before you today is an updated cover memo to the Director of Cal OES, Nancy Ward, requesting assistance as well as a waiver of the 25% local match, which is estimated to be over $6 million, as well as a report analyzing the results of the survey. We recommend approving the cover memo and the hazard tree analysis report and submit it to Cal OES. Representatives from Tetra Tech are online to discuss the report and answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Terry. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mike Schaub. I'm a project manager for Tetra Tech, and I, along with Zach, have been working with Terry and Matthew and the entire county staff, as well as CAL FIRE, for the past few months to build a couple of documents in close concert with state guidance in particular. Permission to share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. You should be seeing it right now.
We see it.
All right. So this is a 10-page memo. The important part to remember is there are 3 sections to it for the most part. One, introductory verbiage about the disasters, the back-to-back disasters, sometimes concurrent disasters that have occurred. The second part, probably the most important part, talks about the impact these disasters have had on the county and its regional partners, whether it's economic, communications, first responder abilities, county revenue, private citizenry, and the impact on them as well. And then the third and final part is the proposal, basically to talk about the hazardous tree survey, but then also about, from an operational perspective, what can be done. First, though, in 2015, then Governor Brown did proclaim a state of emergency for the dead and dying hazardous trees throughout California. 7 years later, your county proclaimed a local state of emergency. You can see the numbers there for the estimates statewide, as well as, and we'll get into this, potentially more specifically within Lake County. The removal of dead and dying trees have multiple benefits, and the memo spells them out. I'm not going to go through them all, but first and foremost, reduce the threat from catastrophic wildfire, mitigate the threat of falling trees along public roadways, and just overall government infrastructure, private infrastructure as well, and create defensible spaces along roadways and around infrastructure, especially power lines. The overall objective of the tree mortality program is to both identify and mitigate those dead and dying trees that are assessed to be within the county itself. So the next part of the memo really just shows some private citizen photos on social media as well as submitted to county staff. And then the second section really goes into the impact, and this is where we talk about negative impact on county departments. It basically causes a surge for some county departments, employees in particular, that have to go out and do additional work. It strains budgets within county departments. It's impacted county revenue as well. Increased, and we've talked about this, first responders. One downed tree can actually generate 100 calls after a storm, which floods the system, dispatch, with multiple calls. And then when you get another emergency, county officials are responding to that one downed tree that causes up over 100 calls sometimes. Zach and I were lucky enough to sit down with 2 CAL FIRE employees, and they talked both about the February 2024 high wind event and a year earlier, the snow event that occurred, and their own interactions with private citizens as well as county officials as they worked to answer and respond to numerous emergencies, whether it's a tree falling on a house and trapping a county citizen, to volunteer private citizens working down a public road and firefighters working up a public road, cutting through downed trees to clear a road for potentially emergency use. So many firsthand accounts, both from private citizens as well as 2 Cal OES members are captured there. These decades of drought and dead and dying trees have really impacted the communications infrastructure. In fact, the Cobb Area Volunteer Radio Network was set up by private citizens to counter those potential impacts that downed trees can have on comms efforts. It's also helped to shape county private citizens' expectations because they've learned to deal from a dispatch 911 perspective that there's multiple calls for downed trees, and it may take longer for first responders to be able to respond to them, not only due to dispatch being flooded, but also public roads being impacted as well. Cultural and historical impacts include tribes throughout the county and throughout the region, and their ability to harvest acorns and pine nuts, medicinal plants, and basketry material. And then finally, these disasters and the dead and dying trees have really shaped the coordination of responses. Leveraging and coordinating joint activities, county officials understand, and we tried to capture this on behalf of the entire county, that any effort such as this to remove dead and dying trees is going to have to be a regional effort with Sacramento's help as well. And then finally, I'll turn it over to my counterpart, Zach, here really quick, but I will talk about obtaining access to private properties. The plan would be to message those regions, those private properties that have known impacted dead or dying trees through not only county meetings, potentially public meetings, but also messaging them via flyers, et cetera, and just continually working with them to potentially get a right of entry form that holds harmless the county itself, which is, typically will follow federal and state guidance on the right of entry to private property. And now I'm going to turn it over to Zach to talk a little bit about the tree surveys.
Thank you all. I'll keep it very brief for you, but I want to give you some high-level numbers. We were essentially assigned to put together a sampling survey of what may actually be on the ground. A lot of what the analysis had been done prior to this was either through satellites or through aerial detection. So Cal OES wanted us to look at actual ground sampling. We sent arborists out into the field to go sample 126 points along approximately 160 miles of your roadways in South Lake County. From that, we found 14 positive locations, both for tree mortality and for bark beetles, which is going to be the primary or secondary problem that's occurring, which we'll go into. But essentially, you have the tree mortality problem that occurred back in 2016, which was declared. And according to the U.S. Forestry Service, after large tree mortality events like that occur, you have invasive species such as bark beetles come into these mortality areas and begin to cause lasting effects for both healthy trees and for trees that have already died off. Once those colonies swell, those colonies can begin to affect both your living trees and your dying off trees and things like that, weakening them to windstorms and to fire threats, because fires will tear right through those types of damage. So we went out and performed the study. Essentially what we found is along your roadways within a 15-foot span off of your roadways, which would be considered a normal easement, you would find approximately 1,000 trees along your roadways to do just an ROW program. If we extend that out to a defensible space of about 200 feet off the roadways to take care of things like ponderosa pines and other very tall pine trees, that number would be extended out almost to 12,000 trees countywide. It's extremely important to think of this as a defensible space around your infrastructure, because those tall falling trees during windstorms cause those collapses and those breaks in mobility like we talked about in the cover memo. But also you have public infrastructure such as power lines where those down trees in wind events can cause fires themselves. So creating these dispensable spaces is really the point that we were trying to get across to Cal OES, and it is the summation of the report that we would be submitting.
Thank you. Does that conclude the presentation? We have any additions, Terry or Matthew? We'll get to that in a minute.
I'll just conclude by just reiterating that this pre-assessment was required by Cal OES to both approve private property debris removal and for consideration of the county's request to waive the local match requirement. And so the submittal of this letter is a significant step, and we recommend that your board approve submittal.
Great, thank you. Any questions from board members? Supervisor Pyska.
No questions. I just want to really thank staff for carrying this for the past several years. We began to notice tree mortality exploding in the fall of 2021, and then we declared our emergency in the spring of 2022, and we've been carrying this load for a long time. Without the support of Senator McGuire, we wouldn't have been able to get these surveys and really have the engagement that we have with Cal OES right now. So thank you both for supporting this, and big thanks to our representative who helped fund this. I do want to just point out one thing. I think I heard there was a statement that bark beetles are invasive, and they're not. They're native. We also have another issue, which is red ring rot, and that is decimating the Doug firs that are along our roadways. And so in this report, you will notice when it's mentioned fungus is not tied to the drought. So we have all of these trees that we also still need to figure out how to deal with, that we cannot tie to the drought and could not be part of this specific program. But they are a threat to public safety year-round, as we have just heard.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, just a brief question for informing me on the current status. I know when this was brought to us, there was some conversation of the length of the tree mortality going up into maybe the national forest, or at least going into further than just the South Shore area. Has that gotten worse? Has that maintained? Just kind of trying to understand, because we're really focused on the South Shore, and I'm guessing that's because of proximity to infrastructure and all those things.
Do you want to share the maps and how we put the data together? It's in the package.
Yes.
Am I incorrect that the focus is on the South Shore area, Cobb and Middletown? I thought that's what we were discussing.
Well, that's where the surveys happened, but we're looking countywide, and there's data that shows that it is countywide. The hot spots are in South County. The majority of the forest did burn in the Mendocino National Forest. There would be significant mortality if the trees hadn't died another way.
Right. And I was just curious.
This is the polygon that we focused on to begin with to survey. But there are some other maps that show the whole county and the impact.
Correct. That's why we are calling this phase 1. Because that is the hardest hit area and where a lot of, where it started. And so, yes, it's true that it has expanded throughout the county. But the more we can do to mitigate the beetles and the trees that harbor them from this area, that's fewer that get to move further. In the report, there is a nice image. If you have that image also to talk about how they move, go ahead and describe that.
Yeah, so on the image that you're seeing here, the yellow locations that you see are positive locations close to our right-of-way sampling points, where we found both tree mortality and infestation of bark beetles. What this shows is not only have they been present likely for long periods of time because of the given mortality known back in 2016, but they're also along transfer corridors and throughout valleys in infrastructure areas and along roadways. So you can see how they can easily move throughout the valleys, and we have photos where there was a tree mortality incident and then trees along the ridge line that have died off. Here's the image here. And they create these runner lines where they can find new samples of food sources until they find a very large die-off area, and then their colony will move along that. So what we're trying to do is create those defensible spaces to reduce that movement throughout the valley and invade new areas where there's tree mortality, but not necessarily these secondary incidences as well.
And so just to clarify, because I just wanted to be clear, we are seeing this in other areas. What we're asking in this memo is specifically to start, as you stated, phase 1. And the answer is yes, that's the focus at this moment in time. Okay, I just wanted to ask and get that response, so thank you.
I had a quick question on the local cost share waiver. I see the request in there. Certainly makes sense that we're going to ask, but I don't see a breakdown of the criteria. So what is there a formality to when you request for a local cost share waiver? What criteria do they review? Are there things we can do to be more competitive in making that local cost share waiver request?
So primarily they consider the financial constraints of the county and their ability to afford the work. Because of our series of disaster events, it's been suggested by Cal OES that we're positioned fairly well. That's why the attachment was included with the letter that shows the documents, the series of disaster events that we've endured. And the state is also aware of just the persistent general economic challenges facing Lake County, and those are factors that help. Ultimately, the decision is made by the director of Cal OES.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Let's go ahead and open this up to public input. Anyone wish to speak on this item? And again, this is not the cannabis item. This is on the Cal OES application for funding on the trees. If you wish to speak on that item, please come up. Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
First of all, I had a question about the life cycle of the beetle in question and how long it would take for an infestation to result in a tree fatality.
If you have a series of questions, how about we just get the questions on the record? We'll respond, but let's not do this back and forth.
Okay. Well, that was my primary question, and I'll wait for response.
So, the Risk Reduction Authority has a YouTube channel, and we have done town halls, virtual town halls, on all of this. So we have Dr. Michael Jones did a presentation on the bark beetles in the spring of 2022. I think that's when it was. So that's available. You can watch it. You can get all that information straight from the entomologist.
Is there no answer to my question?
I don't have the exact information that you're looking for, so I'm just going to point you to that resource.
Okay, well then I can't use it to inform the rest of my statements. So the rest of my statements are regarding what I consider to be a rather shocking proposal to clear trees within 200 feet of roads. Did I actually hear that right? And the idea that we'd be losing 12,000 trees as a result of a proposal of this type. I have to say that as a proponent of trees in this county, that I find that just excessive. It would be far more, if the concern is about power lines, I would much rather see power lines go underground than losing 12,000 trees. I do admire the fact that we are looking at the tree death issue and trying to find solutions, and hopefully with an eye towards preserving tree life. But I'm not really, I find it just shocking that there may possibly be a proposal to cut down 200 feet of trees around our roadways. Part of the joy of driving down the road is seeing trees on either side of it. Trees provide habitat, they provide clean air. There's a reason why we have trees in our environment, and they're supposed to be there. The other concern I have is that something that we've seen recently in Middletown is the decimation of our great oaks. And these are trees with girths of over 3 feet in diameter. And tree companies, including Pacific Tree Care Company, have been coming in and killing these trees, leaving only a standing stump. They've been cutting off all the branches, and these were living trees. I have photographs of them from Google Maps showing that they were living a year or so ago, and then they'll give us an excuse like, oh, well, it had a beetle. Well, doesn't every tree, reasonably have maybe a beetle infestation? Is this really an excuse to be cutting down a 300-year-old oak and turning it into a stump? I think the Board of Supervisors need to protect our trees as well as, consider other factors as to why some trees are dying. So, sounds like my time is up. So those are my main issues. Thank you.
Thank you for
this program. Every single tree has to be certified by an arborist. That it has to be certified that it is dead and dying, and that it has this infestation, and it is dead and dying. So it is not clear cutting. It is not cutting healthy trees with vigor. It is every single tree in this program has to have that certification.
We've already received your public comment. We've already received an answer. And if we can, just bring any other public comments up here. Let's get them. If there's any follow-up discussion by the board, we'll do that. Anyone else in the chambers wish to comment on this item? And again, this item has to do with submission of a memo and doesn't necessarily solve every arborist practice in the county. You want to come up and say your name and start your 3 minutes?
Yes, Carlos Bono. I would like to know what would define the dying tree. What would be the conditions that would define a dying tree?
It has to be certified within this program with Cal OES. So it is their standard. And it has to meet the requirement for the tree mortality emergency that was designated in 2015.
Is there a website I can look that up?
I'm sure that admin staff could help you find something.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in the chambers wish to comment on this issue? Anyone in the Zoom? All right. Betsy, if you can unmute yourself, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wonder if you would ask the first member of the public to identify themselves. I did not hear that person's name.
All right. She did identify herself.
Would you be so kind as to tell me what it is?
I'm sorry. Julia Bono.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Does that conclude your comment? I guess so. All right. Let's see, this is an action item. Any other discussion by the board? And if not, I'll entertain either a combo motion or a twofer.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the cover memo and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the hazard tree analysis for submittal to the California Office of Emergency Services with the cover memo.
And do we need to authorize anybody to sign anything? No? Okay. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. That concludes this item. Taking up item 6.9, our 10:30 a.m. item is a presentation of an update by the Middletown Area Town Hall. I understand there is a request to slide this, but I want to confirm that with Supervisor Simon.
I think that was coordinated with the CAO's office.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we're going to move this with the collaboration with the math group to a date and time to be determined in January. She also, Ms. Rosenthal, asked me to convey to the community that we share math's appreciation to Supervisor Simon for his years of service and dedication to the community.
Excellent. And doesn't sound like we need an action to slide that, so we'll be seeing that, or the next board will be seeing that at a meeting near you coming up. So that takes care of 6.9. Item 6.10, 11:15 a.m. item. I have a public hearing for on sliding it? Okay. Anyone wish to comment on whether we should slide Middletown Area Town Hall to a future meeting? Anyone in the Zoom?
We were here to hear it.
The Middletown Area Town Hall? Okay. Well, there's been a request to continue it, and the person who would present is not here to present. So, I'm going to move this on unless there's going to be a comment on that. All right, our 6.10 item is an 11:15 a.m. hearing, public hearing, consideration of a revised County of Lake ambulance ordinance. I understand there's a request to move this to a date and time certain of February 11th, 2025 at 9:15 a.m. Am I correct in that representation?
Yes, sir.
And do I need to have any discussion from my colleagues on the board about this? Do I need to open it up for public input on that? Okay. The current plan at the request of Health Services is to continue this, actually move it to another date and time certain. That would be February 11th in the morning at 9:15. The draft ordinance, though, has been posted with the agenda, and now would be a good time to read it if you have an interest in that subject. Anyone wish to speak on whether we should continue this item? In the chambers, in the Zoom? Seeing none, I don't see any action needed to do that, or do I need to do an action? Yes?
Mr. Chair, I move to continue this public hearing to February 11th at 9:15 a.m.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 6.1. Go in order.
6:13.
Yes, ma'am. Our next item is item 6.13, our 1 p.m. item. We're catching up. Presentation of National Flood Insurance Program. This is community development. Director Turner is walking up here as we speak, and looking forward to the presentation.
Actually, staff is requesting a continuance on this item, please, to some meeting in February.
date certain or just some future meeting?
It's not a noticed public hearing, but February 11th would be awesome if there's space available.
Is that a holiday? That's not February 4th. February 11th will work? All right. There's been a request to continue this item to February 11th. Do you need a time certain?
No.
Nope. Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
Never mind.
No? No other pens?
Take it back.
All right. Anyone wish to comment on the request by Community Development to slide this presentation to a date in February?
I know there was someone here, I don't know if she stepped out, Julia. I know she came for it last time, the citizen.
I can let her know.
Okay.
Okay. And do we need a motion to do it? No? Okay. Then we're just going to, having no comment in the chambers, no comment in the Zoom, no objection by the board, we're just going to slide this to February, and Community Development will get it back on calendar when it's time. All right, here we are. Our 6.14 item, 1:30 p.m., an informational update on the Cannabis Ordinance Task Force recommendations. I understand this also may be requested to slide to January or thereafter. Director Turner.
Thank you. Staff requests a continuance on this item to January, please. Whenever in January is convenient.
Were you saying January 14th, or is that the one stacked up? Would it be, could it be done on the 7th?
Sure. Date and time certain would be helpful here since we do anticipate public interest.
All right. Can we jabber that? 11 a.m.?
Thank you.
All right. The proposal is to continue this item to 11 a.m. on January 7th. There are some recommendations that have been posted. I know some people are here to comment on this item, but when we do comment, the only thing we're really commenting on now is the proposal to slide. You can share your comments on the recommendations and all that, but this board's not going to dive into that today. So if you want to comment on sliding it to January, please come up.
I would ask to enter my comments into the record prior to the sliding, please, sir.
Okay. And I believe she did share a comment letter with the clerk of the board, and that has been received, and that will be accepted as comment. Of course, since this is sliding, you'll have another opportunity to comment when this item is heard. Anyone else in the chambers wish to comment on this item? Anyone on the Zoom? Do I need a motion, or are we just doing it? I think we need a motion because we're going to a time certain.
Move to continue item 6.14 to January 7th at 11 a.m.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue this item. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Are we doing good? We're doing good. And I see Ms. Dillman here. Okay, our 1:45 p.m. item is 6.15, consideration of child welfare services, social workers to exceed 1,500 map distance miles round trip or travel to or around the Las Vegas, Nevada area due to client contact.
Right, so currently the policy requires approval from your board to exceed that distance. But circumstances often, well not often, occasionally arise where child welfare services workers need to exceed that, but we don't have an appropriate amount of time to get your approval in advance. So we are asking you to consider giving us standing approval for that kind of travel. It typically occurs 1 to 3 times a year, not frequently. I've had one occurrence in the last 6 months. It's typically when a child is removed from their parents here locally and they need to be reunited with with parents who are very far away, the other parent, or the child is a runaway and they need to be reunited with their family who again is very far away. And the timelines with that just don't work with bringing it before the board before we need to reunite the child with their family. If you wanted a report of some kind, I'd be happy to prepare a report. I would recommend not including the destination city, just to protect the identity of those children, keep them safe. But we could include distance, date of travel, reason of travel. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for that. And for the record, speaking was Rachel Tillman Parsons, our Social Services Director. Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you very much. I did make that request, if that would be out of the ordinary, to ask for a report of some kind, like an annual report, nothing much more than that. I think that for clients, this needs efficiency in the process. But I will also say that I guess a part of me is questioning, I've never seen this board say no to travel, and in a sense, that would be really micromanaging how our departments run their departments, and I think that should be run through a budget. And if they have travel time and they have the ability to send their staff to what they believe is important, then I think we should give them that leniency to make those decisions on their own. But getting an annual report just to at least be up to date as to what is happening and where we are sending people, I think would be useful for us to know. So if I'm going to have that discussion with admin and others just to see if maybe in the near future we can bring back an update to this, because I just think putting it on the agenda takes time and money, and it also takes away the privilege of being a director and making your own decision within the department. But reporting, I think, would be great if we can make a request today for this approval.
Not seeing any other pens. I have a question. So of course we have to do what we can to do this regionally and not identify certain cities. That said, depending on different clients and different needs in future cases, it's not going to be Las Vegas, it's going to be some other thing, right? So
it's very unlikely it would be Las Vegas. The child we just transported was like East Coast. It was about 3,000 miles round trip, and by the time I knew it was happening, they were at the airport ready to take the child to their parents, which is what needed to happen. Which is what brought this issue before me, to make sure we have the appropriate approvals for that kind of travel.
I guess I'm just a little confused, like the need to do real-time travel based on CWS very real needs. I don't know why we would limit this request to Las Vegas, because there is going to be a future request.
Oh, no, not limited. This is the language in the policy. It says anything in excess of 1,500 miles round trip or in or around the Las Vegas area requires approval of your board before we're able to permit staff to travel there.
Why is Las Vegas baked into the policy?
Micromanaging in the past.
Because we can't go have a party in Las Vegas.
Huh?
I didn't write it.
So that's legacy language from the policy?
It is.
So hypothetical, say we needed to send a social worker more than 1,500 map distance miles round trip to another community. This policy wouldn't apply?
This policy does apply, and that is why I'm bringing it before your board, because I needed to send a social worker with child like to the East Coast, and it was more than 1,500 miles round trip.
Well, I don't know. If it's in the policy, it's in the policy, but it sounds like you didn't.
I didn't, because it was an emergency, and here I am. Sorry.
Well, I don't know. If it's in the policy, to me, it doesn't make sense to have the city in there if we're just basically authorizing the travel over X amount of miles because you need to, and it's in excess of the normal travel allowance. But why does the policy spell out a specific city?
For the obvious reason. It's where people like to have fun, and it gives an image that if we're sending people there, are they really going to a training, or are they there to have fun? And so I think it's been identified so that if we do send people there, we can talk about it publicly so that it's more
transparent,
likely that it's for the right reasons and not for the wrong reasons.
All right, so is that, I'm sorry, so there's two clauses in there, and I'm reading this too closely.
Yes.
The general policy is if you exceed the 1,500 map miles, come to the board, or if that same, or if you're traveling to Las Vegas, period, come to the board. Okay. Interesting policy. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board?
I'll open to the public.
Seeing none, we'll open this item up for public input. Anyone in chambers? Anyone on the Zoom? Looks like we have a form of the motion on the staff report.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the waiving of the policy for child welfare services social workers to exceed 1,500 map distance miles round trip or travel to around Las Vegas due to client contact. And I will say with the request of an annual report to the Board of Supervisors.
Second.
Is that a good form?
Yes.
I made it up.
Thank
as
you.
I went.
I know. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, Chair.
Yes. CAO Parker.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Could we bring up 6.14 up again? We have someone who was in in Zoom who was unable to speak.
Cannabis Ordinance Task Force recommendation. And you said there was a comment? Okay. Ms. Dalbaca, we're going to reopen this item. Previously, we did vote to slide this to January 7th at 11 a.m. Please state your comment.
Yes, absolutely. I saw that, and I'm sorry that that you and Supervisor Simon, two of the formers of the task force, won't be able to be part of that the final actions of that work. We were hoping to be done in 6 months, but we're still serving 2.5 years later. Just want to say the task force, for these most of the 2.5 years has done really well and has built a really lovely camaraderie and has gotten most things done with pretty non-controversial votes. And that changed pretty recently due to a group of folks that formed a coalition. Most of them are active appellants on cannabis projects. But some of those changes that they're suggesting are pretty sweeping, that could either prohibit or significantly negatively impact large numbers of farms that are in the pipeline or even ones that are currently operating. And I just, I want to flag that for you all. We'll talk about it more in January. But if things start to move forward to the Board of Supervisors that are coming with both members that are the only two cannabis people on the task force voting against it, it's going to end up kind of undoing the entire mission of the task force, which was to help streamline this process and to help support an industry that was already moving. So I just wanted to let you know you will be hearing from folks about that in January, and to raise those concerns because this could have a huge financial fiscal impact for the county if some of these changes were to be adopted. So thank you for reopening this and taking my comment. I had my hand up before, but I think it got missed. So.
All right. Thank you.
And I'm available for questions from any members of the board who care to reach out.
All right. Thank you for your comment. I don't see any other pens. Since we are open anyway, I will confess that I'm disappointed that I won't be able to sit on this, but I understand the task force has been meeting weekly and trying to make good forward progress, and I also note that it has occasionally been pushed in different directions, including the Hoop House ordinance. So they've been doing a lot of good work. Since I won't be here in January, whether I agree with some of the concerns raised by the last speaker is kind of irrelevant, but I kind of do. We put a lot of time and effort into developing the regulations and the practices that support our state licensed cannabis industry. There do seem to be some newer recommendations that would chart a different direction and impose different requirements. And while there's always room for improvement, I believe the original charge of the task force was just develop recommendations for how to improve the ordinance and make sure it aligned with new state license types, not to revisit the whole wisdom of whether we should have a robust commercial cannabis program. But it is what it is. My attempt to join the task force as a supervisor was rebuffed by this board. I look forward to the continued hard work of the task force and all the public input they're receiving through that process. But I do agree that when it comes to this board for hearing, and again, it will just be an update at that point, but there are some good questions where this next board will have to unpack. And I'm sorry I won't be here to contribute to that. Anything else on this item? Anyone else wishing to comment? Director Turner.
I have one last excuse me, request, please. I will not have one of my presenting staff available on January 7th, so if I could get an alternate date, that would be great. And while Carolyn's working on that, I would also like to extend my appreciation to the members of the task force. They have been serving diligently, and we are all very clear on our mandate and stay focused on the board's request to find ways to update and streamline the cannabis policy. So we are remaining focused on that goal. 1:30 on January 14th. Awesome, thank you.
1:30 on January 14th will be the new slide date. I think we did a motion last time, and I know we did have some commenters who've left the room. I don't know if we have
We'll
their
send out an
contact.
email.
All right. Do we need to revisit the motion? Do we need to rescind the prior motion?
So it would be the first part, your board may move to rescind the previous motion that set the date to January 7, 2025.
So moved.
Oh, don't fight over that. I have a motion and a second to rescind the prior setting of the date for January 7th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I move to approve to continue this agenda item to January 14th at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and now we are done again with item 6.14. Director Turner, don't go anywhere. We're going to slide to, looks like 6.17. Or is it time yet? It's got to be time. Oh, yeah, it's way past time. Nope.
6-1.
616? I skipped one? You guys have never done that, have you? All right. Our 2 p.m. item, and it's well after 2, 6.16, presentation of code enforcement, illegal dumping abatement grant activities, CDD, but, hi, Director Turner.
Howdy. Staff requests a continuance on this item to sometime in January or maybe February. Okay, January 7th is great.
We have an opening.
What was that, January 7th at 11? Does that work for staff?
That's great. I'll just stand here for the next item.
All right, let's do that. Any pens up on that request? Anyone in the chambers wish to comment on that request? To slide the 2 p.m. item, the update on the illegal dumping abatement. No hands up in Zoom? One hand up in Zoom. All right. And this is on our code enforcement item 6.16. Ms. Rosenthal. If you could unmute. Is that a leftover hand up? No? Ms. Rosenthal, there we go.
Yes. You've already, hi, this is Monica Rosenthal, and you've already closed comment again on the Cannabis Task Force issue. My hand was raised during that time. So just to make a quick comment, so I would like to say that the speaker, I believe it was Nara,
Okay.
I'm not sure that a member of the Cannabis
Ms.
Task Force-
Rosenthal, since we're not sitting on that item right now, I don't want to accept a comment on that.
Okay, again, my hand was raised during that time, and I was not called on until after you had closed it. So, again, just to say there are different perspectives on that particular issue. And I'm going to add that the Cannabis Task Force has been in operation for well over 2.5 years.
Okay, ma'am, if you're going to continue your comments, I'm going to have to bring it back to the board and ask to reopen this item if they desire. Does anyone wish to reopen item 6.14 for the sole purpose of accepting public input? Oh, she's left us? All right.
Your board may want to continue the discussions on 6.16 since that's pending before your board before reopening the, by motion, the 6.14 item.
All right, let's do that. And I think we agreed to continue the current item to January 7th at 11 a.m. Did we get so far as a motion?
No, I'll make a motion, but I only skipped Pet of the Week twice. I'm glad that was memorable. I'm sure it was more than that. I make a motion to move this item of code enforcement legal dumping abatement to January 7th at 11 a.m.
Just, Mr. Chair, if I may, just to make sure that no one in Zoom or anywhere else in the chambers would like to comment on 6.16, that was it.
I take it the hand up from Monica Rosenthal is not for this item, it's for 6.14.
And no one in the chambers wishes to comment on the continuation of the code enforcement item to January 7th? Seeing no movement in the chambers, I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Was there a motion already?
Yeah, Bruno motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. All right. We have received at least intent to comment on item 6.14, and the speaker stated she was not recognized during that item. If someone wishes to make a motion to reopen the item, I'll entertain the motion. And if nobody wants to, I'll entertain that non-motion as well.
I'll move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to reopen or rescind?
It would be reopen item 6.14.
Just to reopen. All right. I have a motion and a second to reopen item 6.14, informational update on cannabis ordinance task force recommendations. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. All right. We're back on 6.14, 1:30 p.m. Informational update on cannabis ordinance task force recommendations. There was a prior action to continue this, but I've scribbled over my notes. But who wishes to comment on this item? Okay. And what was, just for my own information, what did we decide on this date?
14th at 1:30.
Jan 14 at 1:30. All right. All right, this item has been reopened. We previously opened this item and the board voted to continue this item to January 14th at 1:30 p.m. I see a hand raised in Zoom. Really, only comments we have are whether the continuation should happen. Anything? Mr. Durham, please unmute. Mr. Durham, you're still muted. If you unmute, you can share your comment.
Sorry, I don't have a comment. Thank you.
What? Okay. We have a hand up from Ms. Rosenthal. Go ahead and unmute and please state your comment.
Good afternoon. This is Monica Rosenthal. I basically stated my comment before, but it was basically just saying that there are different perspectives on the cannabis task force, and I look forward to continuing that, I guess, in 2025. But did want to point out that the Cannabis Task Force has been in operation for an awfully long time from its original mandate, which I think many can agree that it was never intended to go on as long as it has. And so with that, let's continue to 2025 and see where it goes. Thank you. And by the way, the Zoom thing is not the hand, or at least from my point, and maybe it's just slow from South Lake County with the broadband and stuff, but I indicate my hands up and then I get no response, and then you're talking to me when I've already lowered my hand. So there seems to be a lapse in the process here from the Zoom. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you for your comment. Anyone else wish to comment on this item? And I don't think we need to revisit the action itself. So if there's no further comment, we'll close item 6.14 again and move on. Director Turner. Item 6.17, our 2:15 p.m. presentation of code enforcement final draft drone usage policies.
So, staff requests a continuance on this item to hopefully January. Could we go after the 11 o'clock? That'd be awesome. Thank you.
All right, we have a
Sorry.
Supervisor Sabatier.
At 11, the code enforcement illegal dumping abatement. Okay, yeah. I was just confused because if it was the cannabis, 15 minutes is not close to enough. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Any other pens up? Okay, on this item, we have a request from staff to continue this to a date and time certain. That would be January 7th at 11:15 a.m. Anyone in the chambers wish to comment on that request? Anyone on the Zoom? Let's take a real careful look for those hands up.
No hands on Zoom.
Seeing none, will this be a motion? If so, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve, moving the item 6.17, presentation of code enforcement final draft drone usage to January 7th at 11:15 a.m.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Turner. And thank you.
Oh, wait.
Just thank you. I really appreciate the department's flexibility in accommodating what has turned into a tough schedule today. CAO Parker, did you have something?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chair. If possible, could you consider 7.2 through 7.5? We have Terry Logston in the audience is ready to present, and thereafter we have Ms. Lisa Judd to present her item.
Certainly. In order? Any preference? 7-2, rockin' and roll? All right, let's move to our non-timed items. 7.2, consideration of the Lake County Community Risk Reduction Authority Tree Mortality and Forest Health Task Force Subcommittee to be transferred to the Lake County Board of Supervisors as the acting authority. I see Supervisor Pyska and admin. You want to carry this, or we're going to go right to Terry?
We can go right to me, Terry Logston, Chief Climate Resiliency Officer. The directors of the Risk Reduction Authority thought that they had done this. They had discussed it, they had approved it, but it never came before your board. And so because of the CDAA request, we've gotten feedback from other counties around the state to have a forum for different agencies to talk to one another about what they're doing to address tree mortality. And so since your board is submitting a CDAA, California Disaster Assistance Act request, it may make sense to move that task force to the Board of Supervisors instead of the Risk Reduction Authority.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, and I really apologize. There was a lot happening. I don't really remember this not coming here. I thought we did it. It was under our previous CAO, and that was the recommendation, is to move this to agency work. So thank goodness it got caught, and apologize that it went on this long. We have had a monthly standing meeting with agencies. It just is a reporting meeting. So there's been no action from this meeting, simply reporting and hearing from Caltrans and BLM and U.S. Forest Service.
Yeah, there's a list on the memo.
So
There's quite a long list of agencies. And
they don't always show up.
They don't always show up, and it's not the same people from those agencies who show up, so.
Yeah, so apologies.
Supervisor Sabatier.
So I don't mind for this, just for the fact that, for example, our drought emergency, there were regular meetings occurring to discuss what needed to happen, so on and so forth. My one worry is I don't know which agencies have not been showing up, and is it a matter of lack of interest or lack of capacity? And if we do bring it as the Board of Supervisors, are we mandating now for county departments to show who may not have been showing up due to lack of capacity, without understanding what the impacts of that would be? Because there's about 7 or 8 different departments listed here, and so that's quite a bit. and just kind of curious if that would be the expectation, that since it's under the county, that it's a mandate and that they have to show up, or if it continues as is as before, show when you can, just because we're looking for your engagement.
Yeah, I think it's best to show when you can or when you have something to share. If there's nothing that's relevant, it's fine to miss.
Okay, I appreciate that flexibility and leniency.
I guess, well, I confess, I'm playing catch up to this, but it's a fairly large task force. Granted, not all of them show up all the time, but for a task force that's going to be continuing for as long as we're dealing with pervasive tree mortality, it sounds like a standing body. And whether it's under the JPA, that is the RRA, or whether it's under this board, I guess my question is, where does a task force end and where does the public's business begin through a standing subcommittee that would be subject to Brown Act requirements? So I think I know the answer. This is largely intergovernmental consultations. But we're talking about how trees get down and stuff like that. We had prior comments on a prior item that the public has an interest in this. So I think on the one hand, this is just working people talking out interagency stuff. On the other hand, this is a really big subject. There's a lot of people at this table, and it sounds like they're going to be at this table for the next several years. So can anybody speak to how this has functioned as a subcommittee that is not a Brown Act thing under the RRA, and what the actual transfer to the Board of Supes as the acting authority accomplishes?
Can I don't want to respond directly to that question, but I'd like to respond that under, and I'm going to ask for County Council to see if he can chime in, under declared emergencies, certain things are allowed, and for us to organize around a specific declared emergency, I think is crucial, or else why have it be an emergency? And I think that out of these conversations is what's already before us of requesting for funding and things like that to help reduce the issues of the emergency. So I don't think we need to make it more complicated than it needs to be. No decision making is happening. As you saw, things are coming to us after the fact, but it seems to mimic what I've seen for many of the emergencies we've had to experience, where staff gets together, talks about what they're working on, where they're at with dealing with the emergency, and then we move from there. But no money is being spent without the board's approval. No decisions are being made without the board's approval. And I just think this is a normal standardized tool that we have in our toolkit when it comes to declared emergencies. We did the same thing as well with COVID-19. Granted, we also brought our PHO to provide information on a weekly basis, then monthly basis, but there was also a team that was meeting regularly internally just to check in and see what's going on. So I think this is just a standard thing. Typically, we don't see these kinds of requests, but because it's being moved from the RRA over to here is why we're seeing that request. Sorry, I felt the need to express. And County Council, please let me know if I'm incorrect, the fact that this tool is in our toolkit when it comes to declared emergencies.
It could be in certain circumstances. So on the one hand, it is a subcommittee within the RRA, and the question of whether or not that is a subcommittee that's subject to the Brown Act, by virtue of what's being proposed here being transferred over to all 5 members of the board, depending on what's gonna, it would largely depend on what's being discussed by this subcommittee, and what governing provisions there would be that are in place, presumably in bylaws, that would determine whether or not Brown Act provisions for the meetings in this subcommittee, now that it's being transferred to your board as proposed, would be subject to the Brown Act. So staff could look into it further. Not sure what the deadlines are at this point, but certainly your board has that option to make the to approve the recommended action, and then staff could also look into those issues further. As it was raised by the chair.
Can I just add, like, for instance, if Caltrans is doing a project, they're gonna talk about what they're planning to do in the next few years, but they're going through their own AB 52, CEQA, NEPA, whatever permitting and public input for the projects, and it's the same with clerk. What happens at these meetings sometimes is the RCD or clerk, the Clear Lake Environmental Research Center, the Resource Conservation District, the Tribal Eco Restoration Alliance, will hear about issues in different parts that they weren't aware of and are able to include it in grant applications to do work on hazardous, vegetation and trees.
Well, I don't know. I'll just share my own thoughts, and I'm going to use the Clear Lake as the example. One reason I brought that emergency proc back in the day is we had a pretty robust task force going on. It was intergovernmental consultations. There was a big summit and all that, and at the end of the day, it was not a public meeting. And so they were complicated issues. We do want to foster intergovernmental consultations, collaboration between agencies, state, federal, local, tribes, what have you. But when they're doing these big lifts on these big issues, it can't, yes, they will drip out projects. Yes, they will come for various approvals and all that. But how do we, as a board, how does the public kind of follow this ongoing? So it's a balancing act between just drill down agency to agency chatter, but this is like a big ongoing thing. We just had another item on tree mortality. So I guess my personal comfort level with just firing up these big old subcommittees and letting them run for a couple year or two, I don't have a comfort level with that unless there's some boundaries. And you mentioned bylaws. I kind of doubt there's any bylaws that are governing the subcommittee. So, again, I won't be here, so I'm not going to make a big stink about it. But if it's going to come to the board, I think it deserves at least the courtesy of some examination about if it's going to be a standing subcommittee and it's only intergovernmental consultations. Everyone's on the same page about that. But if we need to split the baby in half and say, here's where you can just have your little Zooms and have at it, but here's when you have to bring items out to the board for further discussion. So that would be my comfort level, but to just let it run as is and just transfer it over to the board because it makes sense, it doesn't make sense to me. So
the thinking behind it was that many counties who have gone through the process of California Disaster Assistance Act, who have declared a local emergency, have an agency-to-agency task force that talks about what they're doing to address trees. As far as I know, I don't know if Supervisor Pyska knows, it's just an agency-to-agency meeting. It's not Brown Act compliant, it's so that they can speak freely to the agencies.
Supervisor,
I believe county council might supersede my comment.
Yeah, so the one potential caveat to that is that if you have 5 members of the board, if you have a majority of the board having a meeting or a discussion over a topic, there is potential there that Brown Act provisions would apply. So that's what staff needs to look into if what's being proposed here is for a full transfer of this subcommittee to all 5 members of the board. In the alternative, we have committees here where there is 2 members of the board, which would be less than a majority, if that's amenable. But as it reads right now on the recommended action, it's a request to approve the Lake County Community Risk RRA, Tree Mortality and Forest Health Task Force Subcommittee to be transferred to the Lake County Board of Supervisors. So it reads as a whole, as the acting authority. And that would, seems to imply all 5 members.
Yeah, the thought was just to have it under committee assignments. I don't know the wording.
But even committee assignments, sorry, I apologize.
Supervisor Sabatier.
What was the mechanism under which our drought declaration, a task force, was able to be created without the board's approval? We have a tree mortality declaration. What is that? What process can we utilize that mimics what we use for the drought task force to help create this? Now, I say that, but also I'm looking at the list, and I do see we have some nonprofits in there, and maybe that is a problem, maybe it's not a problem, but the rest are all governmental agencies. So I don't know if we need to look at individuals on the list and see which ones can fit, but we have a mechanism that has been utilized in the past. I don't see why we can't figure out how to utilize that same mechanism for this different declaration, but still yet a declaration of emergency.
So with regards to those mechanisms, I mean, the next follow-up question to that would be if those mechanisms involve how many members of the board are participating in those in that mechanism. If it's, you know, the more cautious approach would be to have less than a majority, much like in a lot of the county's ad hoc committees, to have just 2 members of the board participate in it. If that's what's being contemplated, then it avoids these potential questions of whether or not the Brown Act provisions would apply as to your board. And we've seen those in certain subcommittees, ad hoc committees, that would otherwise have been subject to the Brown Act, but they either do not fit under the definition of 54952 of the government code, and or they only involve 2 board members, so it wouldn't count as a meeting.
And would we be able to create such a committee here, or do we need to maybe alter the tree mortality declaration so that it states in there that there will be this task force? Because I feel like we're almost at an impasse with our conversation today.
So staff would need to review the declaration itself. It really hinges on what staff is looking to recommend as the composition of this subcommittee in terms of who it's being transferred to. At this point, if the recommendation is to just have, to be transferred to essentially a committee that's similar to an ad hoc committee with 2 board members and some other members of other agencies, then certainly that's before your board for consideration, and it would not be, such a transfer to this subcommittee, new subcommittee would not be subject to the provisions of the Brown Act on its face.
It's like a long-term ad hoc. Okay. Supervisor Simon.
Yeah. Just trying to figure out a way to get it completed here. Maybe the 2 appointees to the Risk Reduction Authority of the board, Watershed Protection District, and the county representative are the folks that are added to the list. Just a suggestion, maybe that could work for county council. And I think it accomplishes what needs to be done.
I feel that was the original goal.
Yeah.
What, so I'm sorry, I've lost myself. So the original impetus to take it away from RRA was that that agency couldn't support the role of oversight over the subcommittee?
No, that's not quite it. It's just that, much like the Clear Lake Hitch emergency, there is a Clear Lake Hitch task force. So there is this, tree mortality emergency, and it has a task force of agencies, just like the Hitch, to talk about what's going on. What are you doing? How can we address this? Who's going to apply for this funding? It's very...
And that task force is headed by CDFW, right?
Yes.
So has this task force relied on some staff support, like from yourself?
Myself, just me. Okay. And any of who attends to report out.
I'm open to your ideas. We can move it, we can ask questions, we can probably do both, but for now, let's just take a pause and see if anyone wishes to comment on this item. We'll open up public input. Does anybody in the chambers wish to comment on this item? If not, do we have any hands in Zoom? Okay, we'll get back to the soups. Anyone else? Betsy. Please unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Betsy Kahn for the Essential Public Information Center. I want to mention to you that there are 2 different issues regarding the bylaws. The original bylaws were created to identify directors who were voting members of the authority, the JPA, which was created by the Board of Supervisors. I mean, you had to approve that. So the Joint Powers Authority has bylaws. The requirements for the formation of the voting member representing water distributors requires that that individual who is a director be appointed by a body consisting of water service purveyors. And the way the Risk Reduction Authority narrowed that down was by deciding that that could only be a member of the public water systems, meaning county public water systems. However, there are other entities that require input, and they're not involved in appointing whoever it is that's the voting member. So that issue I raised to Anita Grant probably 4 or 5 years ago, I don't know how long ago, and that's never been answered. In the meantime, the Risk Reduction Authority decided to create a fiscal body that would be able to work with the biomass program. I'm sure Terry has all the knowledge of this. And in order to do that, their bylaws had to be revised to give them that authority. And I think both of those issues need to be considered by the board, by your board, in addition to whether those decisions are made by an ad hoc or a standing committee. The way an ad hoc committee works is you have to have a single purpose and you have to have a deadline for meeting the purpose of that subcommittee, and they can give reports. There are no agendas or minutes required. But if that committee continues to meet over and over again and addresses more than one issue, that's a standing committee. And you have to follow the Brown Act. So separating it from whether it's owned or operated by the Board of Supervisors, you supervisors have to look into that whole formation to make sure all of those parts are legal. I would certainly recommend that you refer that to County Council to identify those issues for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any other hands raised in the Zoom? Nobody else in the chambers. So we'll close public comment, bring it back. Supervisor Sabatier.
Just a thought, since Ms. Logsdon is heavily invested in this conversation, instead of saying that we're transferring it to the Lake County Board of Supervisors, I'm looking at CAO Parker, is it appropriate to say we're transferring it to admin, who then at that point, I'm just trying to figure out how to make this happen so that, again, I've seen it happen multiple times. Love to see what County Council has to offer for that, making it possible, but internal conversations happen every single day. When decisions are made, there's specific criteria that has to bring it to the public for decision making, whether it's cost or resolution or whatever the case might be. So this isn't that complicated in my mind, but somehow we're on a treadmill.
And while they're pondering that, can I, Ms. Logsdon, so on the agencies invited, so here we have a subcommittee, we have member agencies, but it doesn't sound like we have individual members that show up for every meeting. So even to the extent we even have a standing subcommittee, we don't have standing subcommittee members. Right? So if it's going to be this revolving door of not just agencies, but agency representatives, again, my caution sign goes off. I want to be sensitive of the time. I would like to either get some consensus from board to plow ahead and let them work it out later, or possibly entertain a motion to refer this to County Council for further discussion. County Council?
Well, one possible, and this would be depending on if staff is amenable to this, mainly Terry and admin. On the recommended action, instead of approving the transfer, and that will depend on if it fits with what administration is after here. Since we are talking about the task force being moved under quote-unquote the purview of the Board of Supervisors, if staff is amenable, if admin staff is amenable to just approving the appointment of, say, no more than 2 board members in this task force, so that they would be included in the list of agencies invited to attend the task force. Task force would remain the same, and essentially it would be an appointment for the designated board members, no more than 2, to then participate in this task force. It doesn't really address the control. That's why I'm running it by admin staff. But if admin is amenable to that, then it would be just an appointment of 2 board members within this task force that takes care of any potential Brown Act concerns, because it would not involve the majority of your board.
Correct. It seems to me that the 2 board members would be the 2 representatives to the Risk Reduction Authority. So it would be the director who represents the Watershed Protection District and the director who represents the county. That's who has been attending.
So what would be the recommended action?
So one form, and again, if admin staff is amenable, the motion would be to approve or to appoint those designated board members that Ms. Logsdon mentioned, to appoint them specifically to the Tree Mortality and Forest Health Task Force Subcommittee of the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority. That's the task force.
It's not of the Risk Reduction Authority.
That's what they're trying to get away.
Yeah. We want it to be a county committee. It needs to be a county committee.
Well, in that case, because one option is to have a full transfer. If it's going to be a county as a whole, as represented by the Board of Supervisors, then it would potentially trigger provisions of the Brown Act, because that may count as a meeting, and then that would be one way to go. The other alternative here is to give direction to staff to look into this issue further, to bring it back to the board for next year, to see what other possible options there are.
Okay, let's just give that direction to staff.
We need a motion.
And we have consensus.
No, consensus.
All right, there's consensus to refer this to staff, and just last comments on this. So we don't even treat all our various subcommittees and task forces the same. 2 on this one, 0 on cannabis. So whatever we're going to do, if we can find a consistent approach to how we appoint task forces and whether or not they have sitting soups on them. If we're inheriting this one from RRA, again, their bylaws may have governed, but this task force, if it's going to fall under the board, then it will fall to the board to give this task force direction in the future. And so we won't just inherit whatever came over from RRA. So it sounds like we have consensus, no motion required. Thank you for item 7.2. We'll conclude that. Moving on to item 7.3, consideration of a letter of support for Chief CAO Parker.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't realize this item would take so long. I was hoping to get these short items done. But Ms. Judd does have a meeting with the City of Lakeport. I'd like to get her out of here, and we'll just have to bring Ms. Logsdon back.
Would that be 7.5?
6.18, please.
Right.
Timed item.
Thank you. And we're at 3:16. So we're going to take up item 6.18, 3 p.m. Consideration of a resolution and MOU to create the Lake County Regional Housing Trust Fund, and B, consideration of direction to staff regarding the allocation of remaining permanent local housing allocation, PLHA program funds for the Lake County Regional Housing Trust Fund for years 2021, 2022, and 2023. This is all you.
Good afternoon, Board. Lisa Judd, Deputy County Administrative Officer, Housing. Today's staff would like to request the Board approve the creation of the Lake County Regional Housing Trust Fund via the resolution and memorandum of understanding between the County of Lake, Lakeport, and Clear Lake. The Housing Action and Implementation Plan and the Regional Housing Needs Assessment are both regional approaches to addressing housing needs in Lake County. Therefore, it follows that the Housing Trust Fund should also be at a regional level to promote greater collaboration and pooling of resources to address critical housing needs that encompass the entirety of Lake County. The Lake County Regional Housing Trust Fund is funded with $1 million of general funds and $1 million of ARPA funds, Fund 417. With direction from the board, the permanent local housing allocation funds in the amount of $847,981 for years 2021, 2022, and 2023 will be allocated to the Lake County Regional Housing Trust Fund pending HCD approval.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
All right. And I understand this is on agenda with the city tonight, Lakeport?
That is correct.
All right,
and
thank you.
we've already.
Any questions of supervisors? I'm seeing none. That's exciting. Let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anyone in the chambers wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, do we have any hands raised in the Zoom? I see a passionate level of disinterest. Please don't take it as disinterest. It just means we're excited about moving this forward. If there are no further discussion or questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I offer the resolution.
The resolution has been offered. Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Green?
Aye. Is there a second action? I think so.
That's it.
Oh.
Just the direction to staff for the PLHA funds.
Do we need a motion to give that?
I agree.
Or is that a simple consensus?
Yes.
Yes? I'm hearing 2 yeses. Do I have 3 yeses?
Yes.
All right. I'm hearing a whole lot of direction to staff. Sounds like we have consensus. And with that, we don't need a motion. Okay. Then we have given you that direction. Thank you for that presentation.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you, Lisa.
Good start.
Now,
7.3, please.
all right. Ms. Logsdon, you're on the hot seat again. Our 7.3 item, consideration of a letter of support for Chief Climate Resiliency Officer serving as co-investigator for second phase of climate health adaptation and resilience mobilizing CHARM Lake County project. That's a mouthful. Ms. Logsdon.
Thank you. To Terry Logsdon, Chief Climate Resiliency Officer, I had to spell out the acronym in the title so that I would remember what CHARM stands for. But it has been going on for over a year, and so they are applying for funds for Phase 2. They've asked me to be a co-investigator, which would only take 24 hours per year of my time. And it's a good project.
For 4 years? Looks like.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right, and I see the draft letters in there. Any questions from supervisors?
Oh, I would mention that I did make one change. I had to change the chair name
Oh my gosh.
because it was submitted before. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll live.
Yeah.
We'll live with that.
I'm gonna channel some Michael Green here. The last sentence says, we am confident, so we are confident?
Mm-hmm. We are.
We are?
We are confident. We're not.
Are we? All
No,
right.
but we're changing it on the letter, so.
All right. We will, I'm sure we will dial up any.
I think in 8 years, that's the only thing I've ever done like that.
All right. Okay, so again, that general excitement continues. If we have no further questions from supervisors, let's open this up for public comment. Anyone in the chambers wish to comment on this item? And again, we're on item 7.3, the CHARM letter. Seeing no one moving in the chambers, do we have any hands up in the Zoom? Okay, that's exciting. Then I will entertain a motion.
Move that we approve the letter of support for Chief Climate Resiliency Officer serving as co-investigator for second phase of climate health adaptation and resilience mobilizing CHARM Lake County project and authorize the chair to sign as amended.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Woo, we're going through now. Moving on to item 7.4, consideration of a letter of support for the Lake County Fire Safe Council's application to Coalitions and Collaboratives Action Implementation and Mitigation Program Grant. Ms. Lawson.
Thank you. Terry Lawson, Chief Climate Resiliency Officer. The Lake County Resource Conservation District has already received one COCO AIM grant. That's the shortened version of the title of the collaborations. Coalitions and Collaborative. They're developing an application and they hope to get funding for phase 2, which will support staff. It's in the amount of $75,000, and it will provide capacity for the Lake County Fire Safe Council to further develop programming and continue to provide services and resources to the public and bolster community resilience to wildfire events. So we're bringing this before you. I would need a signature. Today, I have a hard copy. If you do so approve it.
That's his favorite.
All right. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Anyone in the chambers wish to comment on this item? Please don't rush. Any hands raised in the Zoom? I'm hearing a no. No? Carolyn, is that a no? All right, thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
I just want to state that the Risk Reduction Authority also signed a letter of support yesterday, and I move that we support recommended action. Move that we support the letter for the Lake County Fire Safe Council's application, letter of support for the Lake County Fire Safe Council's application to Coalition and Collaboratives Action Implementation and Mitigation Program, and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
There were no amendments, right? Okay. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Woohoo. Still going 7.5, okay for everyone? Yeah? All right, we're on a roll. Our item 7.5, consideration of North Coast Opportunities Build Program Amendment Number 1 between the County of Lake and North Coast Opportunities, Inc. for the purpose of increasing the contract by $265,000 to fund an additional cohort and authorize the chair to sign. Ms. Moreno.
Casey Moreno, Deputy County Administrative Officer for Finance and Budget.
Is that on?
I cannot hear you.
Do you have a green light?
No.
Push the thing.
It is green.
You just got to talk in.
Okay.
There you
Oh,
go.
there we are. Okay.
The wizard behind the
Casey
curtain.
Moreno, Deputy County Administrative Officer for Finance and Budget. So I have before your board today the First Amendment to the North Coast Opportunities Build contract, which originally started at $800,000. We are now recommending the increase to $1,265,000. The initial $800,000 has already been fully transferred to North Coast Opportunities to fund multiple cohorts. The additional $265,000 will fund one more cohort. We are using ARPA funds for this. During final recommended budget, your board approved the $200,000 allocation. Now it's come in that the full cohort will be $265,000. So we are recommending approval today.
Yeah. Well, as sitting on the NCO board, we are looking for more funding to keep this program going. It's really important. We're creating generational change. So I'm really excited to dedicate these ARPA funds to building our community.
Supervisor Sabatier?
So I don't really necessarily want to make a change today, but I'd like to get consensus to see if maybe we can ask for admin to try to make this contract go further. If we're putting in some money to help rehabilitate houses, one of our struggles that we have is we don't have enough landlords that are approving vouchers for Section 8 housing. And can we have a conversation between NCO and admin or even social services to implement that within the contract? Because there's already kind of a rental agreement that comes along with these rehabilitated homes where they have to keep it at a certain level of cost or rent. Can we also ask them to become voucher-approved rentals so we can expand? Because we have more vouchers than we have rentals available, which is not a good situation to be in. So since we're putting in money to help fix some of these homes, kind of curious if that's something that the board is interested in checking in and seeing if that can lead to better vacancies for our voucher system.
I think it's worth a conversation.
I won't be here, but I think it's a good conversation for this board to have.
I just wonder if we're outside the scope of the item. I don't disagree with you,
But it's a
to me-
contract.
To me, they're
It would be
apples.
within the contract.
Well, we're basically here to approve the last ARPA round. We already have a standing contract, and
I believe we're approving amendment number 1 to the Build North Coast Opportunities contract.
it almost sounds like, though, you kind of want to not just fund it, but then negotiate some new language in there.
I think we approve the contract as written and then have the conversation.
Yeah. I don't want to stop or force something today because I don't want to mess up the program.
We have to encumber these funds today.
Okay. Sounds like we have consensus to do that. Any other comments from supervisors? We're going to open up for public comment. Anyone in the chambers wish to comment on this item, including the proposed direction? Seeing no one, any hands raised in the Zoom? I still feel the excitement. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve North Coast Opportunities Build Program Amendment Number 1 between the County of Lake and North Coast Opportunities, Inc. for the purpose of increasing the contract by $265,000 to fund an additional cohort and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
And do you need to include the direction of staff in the motion?
That's consensus.
All right, never mind. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We're just going to go down. 7.6, consideration. Put the glasses on. Consideration of a request for use of counties.
Sorry, I apologize. Thank you, Chair. You do have a 3:30 time certain item regarding 6.19, and it is 3:29.
And we're ready to rock on it?
We're ready to rock on it.
All right.
Sir.
It's 3:29. We're not ready to rock.
It's 3:30.
3:30 right this second. All right. We will, on the money, 6.19, 3:30 p.m. That means we're caught up?
Yep.
All right, we're caught up. 3:30 p.m., consideration of an engagement letter between the County of Lake and Nielsen, Mercksamer, Parinello, Gross, and Leone, LLP, at a monthly retainer rate of $4,500 for an initial term of 2 years with the option to annually extend for up to 3 additional years. Okay, let's go. Mr. Rosti.
Good afternoon, Board. As members of your board will be aware, the County Administrative Office issued a request for proposals for state legislative and regulatory advocacy services. One response was received from the county's excellent existing provider, Nielsen Mercksamer, and we're very pleased that they responded to that solicitation. Over the course of 2024, Jeff Neal and Michelle Rubalcava have been strong and persistent advocates for the county, providing a consistent presence in Sacramento and fighting for your board's legislative priorities. Highlights from their work for Lake County so far include AB 2882 and SB 1057, which were community corrections and juvenile justice bills opposed by probation being held in committee. Each of those was held in committee. SB 964, which would have added burdensome requirements to tax sales, was likewise held. And additionally, you'll be aware that state law was clarified through SB 946 to ensure participants in the home hardening program would not be required to pay state income taxes on those awards. The engagement letter that was included with your board's agenda provides for a retainer of $4,500 per month for advocacy services, and particularly in an environment of relative budget scarcity at the state level. Effective advocacy for Lake County's needs is essential, and staff finds the proposed level of cost is very reasonable. This agreement will carry through at least September 30, 2026, and may be renewed up to 3 times for 1 additional year. And staff recommends your board approve the engagement letter and authorize County Administrative Officer Parker to sign. Jeff Neal and Michelle Rubalcava of Nielsen Merksma are also available in Zoom to answer any questions from your board.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions from board members? Supervisor Sabatier.
Just a brief comment. I know I had a conversation with Mr. Carter regarding this. What I'm looking forward to is, number one, I've appreciated the interaction with the agency, Jeff specifically, especially I see him every time I go to CSAC, and we'll interact at that point when we see each other. But I haven't seen, and that's because we were in a quasi-agreement, not a full-blown agreement like this before us, but what I'm looking forward to is our quarterly updates that we would get at the board level, and at that point I think we'll have a much better understanding of exactly what we're getting out of this relationship and this agreement, and I'm looking forward to that. So that's one of the things that I was pushing for, was a better understanding of our ROI, and it's right there.
All right, thank you. So I guess that was a question I had. We had a quasi agreement before. I know they started work. Is this before us today? It would catch us up. I see it's dated to October 1st. So is this intended to cover the work that's already been performed, or is this moving ahead?
This is moving ahead. Sorry, Board. Stephen Carter, Assistant County Administrative Officer.
A comment on the engagement letter between the County of Lake and our lobbying firm? Seeing nobody in the chambers, anyone in the Zoom have their hands raised? All right, I'm going to bring it back for a motion.
What, I just gotta say, Jeff also goes to RCRC. He is everywhere, so thanks, Jeff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to exclude anyone from the company wish to comment. You're on the Zoom. We'd love to hear from you.
Jeff, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to thank the board for this action, the opportunity to represent the county in Sacramento. We'll be happy to provide quarterly updates going forward, and of course continue to see everyone at the CSAC and RCRC events.
Excellent, thank you.
Or when we testify, I see him there too. So.
He's everywhere.
Or when they set up meetings to meet with our legislatures.
Okay, so my question, if he's showing up at all these things for free, we're going to contract with him? No, okay. I get it. The reviews are good. I want to thank you. We appreciate the work so far and looking forward to a good agreement. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
I have a question.
Mr. Sabatier.
Yeah, I apologize for not recognizing this. It's bolded, so I should have really thought about this. At this moment in time, you also represent Yolo County, and not to say that I plan on having issues with Yolo County in the future, but especially with the engagement with our Yolo County flood control and water being a bigger and bigger and more important issue that California is trying to deal with. What would be the process of representation if we ever get involved in some sort of conflict of interest between those two counties?
If there's a direct conflict between Yolo County and Lake County on an issue where like that, where we'd be representing either of you on that issue where there's a conflict, we would out of the existing contract, or out of the contract as it hopefully will exist in a few moments, we would subcontract with another firm to provide the services for the junior client to avoid that conflict. Nielsen Merksma is a law firm, and so we take conflicts, direct conflicts like that, very seriously. The attorneys on staff could face serious repercussions if we did not. Unlike most other lobby firms, we are a law firm. So if there did arise a conflict, which happens incredibly rarely, and of course we'd hope it wouldn't happen in this case, we would subcontract with another firm to provide the service on that issue.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'm not looking forward to conflict either, but just thought I'd ask.
Of course.
Thank you. Real quick follow-up question. So in our first iteration, did the board give marching orders about which subjects they wanted to talk at? I'm looking at the quote-unquote subject matter in the first page of the contract. So has this board already decided subject matter, and we'll come back and give them further guidance on subject matter as this contract unfolds.
Yes, but I'll go with Matt.
So, yes, and that consisted of your board's adopted legislative priorities, so, which were adopted during the governance workshop, and we'll revisit those in January of 2025.
Okay, so the ledge priorities are the subject matter, basically, that will be executed in this contract. Okay, great. We already did public input?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we did. Then I'll entertain a motion if there's no further comments.
I move that we approve the engagement letter between the County of Lake and Nielsen Merksummer, Perinello, Gross, and Leone LLP at a monthly retainer rate of $4,500 for an initial term of 2 years with the option to annually extend for up to 3 additional years, and authorize the county administrative officer, Susan Parker, to sign.
And I'm going to second it with the comment. Glad to see the county taking this step forward. Having a lobbyist walk in the halls at the state of California is so important. So good job, board.
More to come.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for joining us on the Zoom today.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Supervisor Simon, just so you know, federal is coming soon as well.
Any other? I see the hand again. So I'm learning. I'm not gonna make any moves till I see the hand. CAO Parker.
If you're deciding on the next item, I would recommend 7.8 since Director Ewing is here and present. And I will let you know that Dr. Arden is on his way for his item.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Let's do that. We're going to move to non-timed item 7.8. That will be consideration of a resolution creating revenues and appropriations in Budget Unit 1785, Public Safety Facilities, and B, consideration of the award of bid number 250816 for the Lake County Sheriff Administration Facility Renovation Project in the amount of $11,965,000 to Wright Contracting General Builders. Mr. Ewing.
All right. Good afternoon, Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. As you just read, another item for the Armory. As your board will recall, 2 weeks ago, you approved the issuance of lease revenue bonds for the project. While that was occurring, there were kind of two sides of this project. There was the financing side, and then there was the development side. Public Services has overseen the development, the design, essentially, of the project. This fall, we put out the construction project for bid. In November, we received bids, and so this item has 2 parts, obviously, an A and a B. And so I'm just giving you the full picture here. That we will be considering a resolution to appropriate funds, and B, the award of the construction project. So for item A, Stephen, I'll defer to you for any details, but the long and the short of it is that 2 weeks ago your board did approve the issuance of lease revenue bonds. And when those bonds are sold, we will have the funding, but we also needed appropriations in this fiscal year in order to award the contract. So County Administrative Office, in coordination with the Auditor Controller and County Legal Counsel, prepared a resolution that would appropriate $20 million for the Armory project. So I'll pause there, and we can move on to item B at your discretion.
I just want to clarify a little bit on A. We do need to have action on A before, because otherwise B doesn't matter. But within the resolution, the 20 million would be in revenue account 501.80-98. The important part is we're increasing the capital asset for the Armory, 20 million extra, which actually would make the new capital asset 25,789,192. So not just 20 million for the asset.
Okay, so 20 million, the second action is 11.9. Am I missing a second funding round in there?
No, to paint the full picture, the project itself is not just the construction contract that will be considered under item B. That is the bulk of it, but there are other portions of the project that that will be used by the 20 million. The memo kind of touches on it at a high level, but there's solar panels that are not included in the construction project. There's soft cost, engineering, construction, administration. There's contingency. There's furnishings, fixtures, and equipment that factors into that. So the cost estimate for the full project is 20 million. The construction contract that is being proposed or being considered is the 11.9 million.
And this board previously considered and approved that 20 million and the breakdown you just talked about.
2 weeks ago, and you know, I'll defer to admin.
That was the debt financing conversation, the two resolutions, to where your board authorized through those resolutions, KNN and admin to go out for the 20 million bond, the lease revenue bond. And this, you can't deposit that lease revenue bond unless this resolution goes through. So what the resolution is adjust. So this is amending the final adopted budget to increase the revenue to allow the new revenue to come in, and to increase the appropriation in the capital assets so that it allows us to spend the new funding. That's what the resolution does, and that is what covers the entire Armory project.
Thank you. Good example of why we have staff. Thank you very much. Any questions, Mr. Supervisor Sabatier?
It should be a simple question, but I think I just need to ask it. So 2 weeks ago, we approved of up to a maximum of $25 million. You're telling us there's $5 million already in this budget unit. We're adding another 20 million to allow for that movement of money. But we also have in our numbers a total source of 21,833,619 that we anticipate to borrow. Adding 20 million versus the 21,833 is still going to give us what we need to be able to do all those things. I just wanted to at least talk about the discrepancy for.
Correct. There's no, well, there's a perceived discrepancy, but there isn't actually a discrepancy. When we go out for the bond, we are only going to receive 20 million. The rest, 21,863, is the estimate of the costs associated with issuing said bond. So it's paying for the contractors, the lawyers, everything that goes into that bond. We would be receiving 20 million. And yes, that still covers the entire Armory.
So are we going to see, 'cause, again, I'm looking at what we approved, and I agree the project fund, the uses say it's 20 million. Are we going to see another appropriation for the reserve fund of 1.458 million, or no?
Yes, but that will probably be either at mid-year, if the bond has gone out. If we haven't, it should by then. But if it has not, it would be either at mid-year or recommended.
Okay. And I appreciate it. It's not a discrepancy. It's just an explanation that we're still talking about the same thing, but we're talking about different numbers and just trying to bring everything back together so that it sounds more familiar to what we talked about 2 weeks ago.
So then that might also help that the 5,789,192 is what was already in the final recommended budget, which included 3 million from ARPA, 2 million from the local sheriff fund, and some remaining general fund that was in budget unit 1785. Yep.
Didn't we get some money from Congressman Thompson?
That is for the EOC piece, which is not going into the Armory building.
Sorry.
It's going to the actual EOC over on the same property.
Sorry.
Yep. But yes, it was meant for this.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll open this up for public input. Does anybody in the chambers wish to comment on either of these items? One is a reso to adjust the revenues and appropriations, and the other is a bid award to write contracting. What?
Just A right now, please.
Well, there's not going to be any public input, so, all right. You want me to just do A? All right. I will open it up.
Yeah.
I will open it up. All right. Been a long day. Anyone wish to comment on the first phase of this item, the resolution that would adjust the revenues and appropriations? I see nobody moving in the chambers. I see no hands raised in Zoom. Bring it back.
I offer the resolution.
The resolution's been offered. Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Simon? Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, and I know it is a little, typically do A and B all at once, but in this case, it's helpful to know the approval for A before we consider B. And consideration of B is the construction contract for this project. In the fall, Public Services put it out to bid. We did receive 10 bids. The bid tabulation was not originally included with the agenda. It was added today, and so if we can put it up, it might be helpful to show that, but in absence of that, or while that's going up, I'll just summarize that the 10 bids that were received, the low bid was Wright Contracting and of $11,965,000. And there's also included in the proposed agreement with Wright Contracting is a clause that the notice of proceed, should your board approve the agreement, the county would not issue or may not issue a notice to proceed until the lease revenue bonds are sold. So it's an added clarifier for the board's purpose to ensure that the agreement would be issued. We have an agreement in place, which one of the drivers for this is ARPA funding. The ARPA required the funds for ARPA to be committed before the end of this calendar year. So that was a big driver. So the agreement being signed checks that box. But without the lease revenue bonds, we needed to ensure that, well, without the bonds being sold, we needed to ensure that we had a clause in there to hold off until the sale of those bonds. So for your board's consideration is the agreement with Wright Contracting. I am happy to pause at this point and maybe answer any questions that your board may have, but I think it can may be helpful if I talk a little bit about the local workforce policy. I think that there was some questions that came up about that. The bid tabulation does, if it's up there, great. The bid tabulation shows from top to bottom, low bidder to high bidder. I'll focus your attention on percent local and bid discount. That is, the county, as your board may be aware, has a local workforce participation policy, and the intent is to encourage local workforce and in some really give a bid discount just for the purposes of determining a low bidder for contractors who include a higher percentage of a local workforce, up to a certain percentage. So that percent local shows the bidders who claimed up to a 30% use of local workforce, and the policy has in increments of 5%, from 10% up to 30%. So 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30 are the tiers, and each of those has a certain percentage of a discount. In this case, though, we're getting into the weeds a bit, but I think there was a question asked, and I think it's useful. The bid discount for any contractor who claimed a local workforce, the bid discount was $50,000, and that was because of the quantity, the size of this project. So the low bidder, while they did not include a local workforce participation percentage, they were still the low bidder. There was discounts with other bidders, but even considering the local workforce participation discount from others, Wright Contracting was the low bidder. So with that said, I recommend approval of the contract, but I am happy to answer any questions that might come from that local workforce policy.
Supervisor Sabatier.
So I appreciate all the information on the tabulation so that we can get an idea of what all proposals were received and the cost. And I know when I received this yesterday, I do plan on having conversations with staff to see if this local bid discount is still appropriate, especially when it comes to $10 million projects or more. But I just want to look to see if there needs to be some updating of some of these policies that we have. It's very specific in our Muni code about the number of construction agents, businesses we have here, the average amount of workers, the maximum, and that's from 2000 something. And so maybe an update is required, but if it's not required and it's a waste of staff time, then nothing will happen. But I do want to look into it a little further. So, and not looking to change who won the bid or not. I just want to speak for the fact that when we did the debt service, I was against how we are getting the money. How the money is being appropriated, though, is a different concept in itself, because I don't want the money sitting around, and I don't want to look at any pet projects or anything like that. This was the intention. So today I will be voting to approve for the right contracting agreement that we have before us.
Thank you. Any other supervisors at this point? Well, I agree with my colleague that the idea that a 50K discount is of any meaning or import on a $12 million contract kind of begs the question of whether any of this local preference is more than just lip service. And the question, though, I see the bid discount is capped at 50K, and that's regardless of whether they have 10, 20, or 30% local workforce?
No, the cap is 50,000, and in this case, a 10% local workforce was higher for the bids that we received. A 10% local workforce equals a 1% reduction in the bid discount. A 30% local workforce equals a 5% reduction in their bids. And so, based on these bids all being higher than 10 million, even 1%, it's 50,000 or the percentage that you apply, whichever one is lower. And in this case, 50,000 is lower than any of the bid discounts that might be applicable based on a percentage. So the point of, if the bid discount should be, the policy should be reconsidered. I think a couple of points that we can, I think at the administrative level, we can discuss that. But for the purposes of this contract, any local workforce amounted to essentially a $50,000 reduction in their bids, but it did not affect the determination of the low bidder.
Well, 50K, how could it? We talk a lot about local preference. At the city I did for 2 years, and we never got anywhere. And now here we are with the biggest contract we've led in who knows. And although we have an ordinance that allows us to consider a local preference, discount the bid to some extent, it's capped at 50K, and so that ordinance is utterly impotent when it comes to this contract review.
If I could comment for what it's worth, even if the $50,000 bid discount or the $50,000 ceiling was eliminated, we went strictly by the percentage, right contracting would still be the low bidder in this case.
Yeah, but we're basically robbed of any real ability to consider, like a 30% local, that speaks to me more than the 50K cap. And it's unfortunate, but I think that probably is a side issue, and I hope the next board will find some ability to take a look at that. Any other questions from board members? If not, we're going to open up public comment. This is for the second item, the bid award that is proposed to be sent to Wright Contracting General Builders. Anyone in the chambers wish to comment on the bid award? Anyone raising a hand in Zoom? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I approve the award of bid number 250816 to Wright Contracting General Builders in the amount of $11,965,000 and authorize the chair to sign the agreement and the notice of award.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Been a request for a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes. What?
There was
There we go. All right, we're back in session. We're going to move on to item 7.7, consideration of revised emergency medical care committee bylaws. I see Director Artin in the back, accompanied by Mr. Eichelman. So we're going to get the A-team up here and get this thing done.
Good afternoon, board, citizens of Lake. As you guys recall, back in March, you guys did a quick revision of the EMCC bylaws so that we could get quorum more often, with the hope of going ahead and presenting what we have before you today. The primary change to the amended bylaws that are before you emphasizes the expectation of in-person attendance for voting members and their alternates, stating that it is required whenever practical. Remote attendance is only allowed for good cause, such as illness, injury, or work-related travel, and is limited to twice per year for any member. Additionally, the committee now requires in-person attendance from North Coast EMS, even though they are not a formal committee member. The goal is to boost transparency and public engagement through teleconferencing. The bylaws also set guidelines for advanced public notice, provisions for handling technical issues during meetings, and the subcommittee structure with the addition of specific subcommittees like the IFT subcommittee, and we went ahead and passed an IFT subcommittee rules at the last meeting as well, that I believe Supervisor Green and Sabatier were a part of. Other changes include clarified procedures for membership selection, more detailed officer responsibilities, and the emphasis on transparency with publicly posted agendas and minutes.
Thank you for that. I want to thank you, Director Artin and Dean, for your help on. There was a bylaws subcommittee that met twice, and Chief Cepeda participated in that. Captain Dowdy, Najee, I think from Sutter, I forget. It's a list of all-star cast. But one reason we did that was to make Mr. Brownack here happy and take this long-standing committee, EMCC, which does have some important things in its portfolio, and make sure that the main committee was public-facing, did its statutory duty to come back to this board at least once annually and give us a check-in on all things EMS, including not just the things, bread and butter that gets talked about a lot, the IFTs and the fire chiefs and what have you, but also just where are we at in provision of first aid training here in the county. So it's Emergency Medical Care Committee in Lake County anyway, is about 40 years old now, definitely has a good track record of cooperation between agencies, and we just wanted to fine tune it a little bit, give it some teleconferencing love so that people could tune in on the main EMCC committee meetings. On the IFT side, I also appreciate all the help. That's a very specific, task-oriented subcommittee that brings together healthcare professionals and responding agencies on very, I won't call technical, but priority one responses involve a lot of agencies wearing a lot of different responsibilities. And that IFT subcommittee has been an important part of this committee's work for several years now. So we did add some things in these bylaws to clarify that those are more confidential because of patient issues and all that. So that's definitely a standing subcommittee, but is given some latitude under the state statutes that allow for appointment of these committees. So, and then the last thing, on the teleconferencing on the main committee, we did have good cause. I did want to mention, I don't know if I already did, I don't know if I CC'd you, but I did speak with Dr. Dewin, our public health officer, and she has a remote work assignment. So that can be considered good cause too under these bylaws as they are amended. That said, the emphasis on in-person communication has been communicated very strongly by Chief Cepeda and other members of EMCC. So we'll just let people work through that as best they can. And I'm very not only proud of the effort that has been made here, but I'm very thankful for everyone's patience as I plowed through tough issues with transparency and stuff like that that may not be on everyone's to-do list when they come to an EMCC meeting. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions. Supervisor Sabatier.
I'm not going to offer a change because I really want this to pass. This has been, in some ways, years in the making. But what I'm not seeing, and I know that behavioral health has been a part of the EMCC discussions, the IFT discussions, it'd be nice to memorialize them within the document. For example, I see under Article 3, objectives and duties of the County of Lake EMCC, maybe where it says county EMS infrastructure process, procedural review to identify system shortfalls and maintain an industry growth mindset through collaboration with local EMS agencies, local county public health, local county or Lake County behavioral health, local base hospitals. It'd be nice to add them in there because I think that their experience can be slightly different and just as important to the conversation at the EMCC. So again, I'm not looking to make the change because I don't want to create change where it might just throw a wrench in the wheel, but just as a suggestion for future reference in looking how to make that be a persistent part of the EMCC. I appreciate that we have Director Jones, who is involved at behavioral health, but let's say Director Jones is no longer there, maybe we might lose engagement. Right now, she is personally engaged. Having it in a document forces whoever is in that position to be engaged. So just something that I know we've discussed, especially IFTs, the issue of transporting a behavioral health patient to a known facility with an open bed is so much more difficult than transferring a patient with medical needs to another facility. So just putting it out there that I hope that we see that happen in the future, but really appreciate the work that's gone into it and want to hand it to Supervisor Green for your leniency as well, because I know you didn't get exactly what you wanted on specific things, but I appreciate it. I think the IFT needs to remain very confidential, and I know it mentions that in the IFT process under the Section 5 here, Article 3, Section 5. However, I swear I read somewhere in there about the public in the IFT. And I apologize for only jumping to that. Or members of the general public, it says so Article 3, Section 5AI, the very last sentence, and other medical service consumers or members of the general public as the chair deems appropriate. It seems wholly inappropriate to have the general public be involved in IFT committee meetings who are basically talking about, in this case, we had this patient and we start not identifying by name, but identifying certain things that are very closely skimming the surface of a HIPAA compliance issue, hence why the confidentiality claim is made at the beginning of those meetings. So again, not looking to make change, just things I want to bring up so that if maybe it comes up at a later discussion, we can always amend anytime we need to.
May I ask a clarifying question? For that issue that you just raised for the IFT with the general public, did that say at the discretion of the board chair?
As the chair deems appropriate, but it just seems wholly inappropriate ever
well,
to have a general
that is
public.
a pretty confidential meeting since we're talking about patient transport issues. So, and we do read a disclosure at the beginning of those meetings. So, but point well taken with behavioral health. I agree that they probably should be written in there in the future. I know that she is participating and then also can participate also in the IFT because behavioral health is getting more and more involved with the crisis response team, which is getting integrated to the 911 system, which is a project that I've been trying to help Director Jones on and getting her in with some of the fire chiefs to expand that. So I do think that there's definitely going to be a path forward for her to be able to be involved, and maybe can she serve as an alternate if she applies officially for the EMCC? I think she can, or she could be maybe my alternate at some point too.
She's just been showing up, and I think let's continue to welcome her when she shows up,
absolutely,
or her staff.
So I think there are some current paths forward, and then we can probably write her in sometime maybe next year. That should be a pretty easy, subtle change.
Well, just as a reminder, in March we amended these bylaws just so we could start getting quorum, and that's when we started shrinking the committee seats in number while maintaining the openness of the committee. So we previously had the sheriff, we previously had CHP. You know, you can provide input to EMCC, not all the committee members. Anyway, you can provide input to EMCC. You can talk about very important issues at EMCC. Not everyone has to be a committee member to have meaningful input. Again, it's been working really well for decades now, and we don't want to upset the apple cart. On the IFT part, members of the general public, I do think the chair will have the discretion needed to address. I'm just thinking we want to give them all flexibility if there's major multi-casualty incidents, if there's something that really the public is going to have a huge amount of interest, or if members of the general public are involved in that response, right? You want that flexibility to be to go in there and actually ask questions of consumers and other people involved in those incidents. But it's been working well, and so I have every faith that they will continue to work well and show discretion. Any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, let's open it up for public comment. We're on item 7.7. This is proposed bylaw amendments for the Emergency Medical Care Committee. Anyone in the chambers wish to comment on this? And do we have any hands up in Zoom? I'm seeing a no and no on that, so I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve the revised Emergency Medical Care Committee bylaws.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, supervisors. And then again, big shout out to Supervisor Green and Supervisor Sabatier for your help on this. Appreciate it.
No, I'm putting it all on the fire chiefs and the medical providers. They were so patient with me.
Thank you, fire chiefs.
Thank you. Moving on, looks like we're going to go 7.9 next. That will be consideration of A, contract change order number 4 to the construction contract between Lake County and Argonaut Constructors, Inc. for the construction of the Middletown Multi-Use Path Project, state project number ATPL-5914, paren 102, in the amount of $8,032.66, increasing the contract amount from $1,408,959.29 to a new contract amount of $1,416,991.95, and B, resolution accepting the work of the Middletown Multi-Use Project, state project number ATPL-5914-paren 102, and C, direction to the Director of Public Works to file the notice of completion with the County of Lake Recorder's Office. Mr. March.
Good afternoon, Chair Green and fellow supervisors, excuse me. Today we are completing 3 construction projects. These projects are due to the credit of a lot of people. Scott DeLeon, our former Public Works Director, John Everett, Joe Cooper, our team, Estrella, Pablo, and David Bingham. So they deserve a lot of accolades for completing these 3 projects. The first project was approved on the consent calendar, the Socrates Road Mine Project. So I'm going to present item 7.9 regarding the contract change order for the Middletown Multi-Use Path and the acceptance of the work. So during the process of the Caltrans walkthrough on the project, it resulted in a change order. So Caltrans will be maintaining the multi-use path, which is a great thing. The county's commitment is wrapping up. So I think that's a great thing, and thanks to Caltrans for maintaining the project. So the first part of the change order was to, they call it a final and balancing change order. It was to reflect the actual items installed as opposed to what was shown on the bid item form. So and the second thing was taking our bollards and making them lockable so they can't be removed by the public. So that change order resulted in an $8,000 increase, and that will complete the work, and we're ready to accept the project. So the project was done to the satisfaction of the Public Works Director, so I think we're ready to finish the project.
Thank you for that presentation. Real quick question on the third item. Do we need to add to the motion, authorize the CAO to sign? The notice of completion?
They're just attesting to I sign, so I do not believe we need.
Okay, all right. Questions from board members? All right. This is a three-headed action. Anyone in the chambers wish to comment on any of these proposed actions? Seeing none, are there any hands up in the Zoom? All right. Looks pretty basic to me. Supervisor Simon.
Mr. Chair, if you're ready, I move to approve contract change order to number 4 to the construction contract between Lake County and the Argonaut Construction, it says Constructors, Inc., for the construction of the Middletown Multi-Use Path Project, state project number ATPL-6914102, in the amount of $8,032.66, increasing the contract amount from $1,408,969 or $59.29, getting later and later, to a new contract amount of $1,416,991.95, and authorize the chair to sign the change order.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And B, I will offer the resolution.
The resolution has been offered. Madam Clerk.
Yes.
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 Aye.
Aye. I'm still here.
And I have one more action.
Direct, is that a motion?
Should be.
Since it involves, if I may,
Says direct.
members of the board, since it involves, it does involve signatures that need to be signed, your board may move to direct direct the Public Works Director to file the notice of completion with the County of Lake Recorder's Office and authorize both the Public Works Director and the CAO to sign.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That's a three-pack. Thank you very much. And that concludes 7.9, and we're going to move right into 7.10, consideration of A, contract change order number 1 to the construction contract between Lake County and Lehman Construction Company, Inc. for the construction of the Nice Lucerne Cutoff Asphalt Rehabilitation Project, state project number CRARPL-5914, (126), and the amount of $266.41, increasing the contract amount from $210,215.20 to a new contract amount of $210,481.61. Item B, resolution accepting the work of the Nice Lucerne Cutoff Asphalt Rehabilitation Project, the same state project that was cited previously. And C, direction of the Public Works Director to file the notice of completion with the County of Lake Recorder's Office, and we'll probably add authority to sign to that motion when it comes to it. Mr. March. Director.
I'd like to turn it over to Estrella.
All right.
The project manager.
Please introduce yourself and present.
I'm Estrella Munoz. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I'll be presenting change order number 1 for the Nice Lucerne Cutoff project. It serves to remove some unnecessary funding signs, as well as balance the amount of asphalt that was needed to reflect what was actually put into place, as well as requesting the adoption of the resolution accepting the work of the Nice Lucerne Cutoff Asphalt Rehabilitation Project and direct the Public Works Director to sign.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm looking at the change order, and maybe I'm missing it, but near the bottom on page 1 of 3 of the change order memorandum, it says the result of the change is an increase of $8,032. Was that in there?
That was the previous item, I think.
Then I'm looking at the wrong item. It is getting late. My bad. All right, I have no questions at this point because I don't even know where I am. Any questions?
Question for her. Good job, Mike.
Hush. All right.
I'm looking at it, and the change order seems appropriate and correct.
Thank you for that. Anyone in the chambers wish to comment on the first item here? That would be the change order to the contract. Seeing nobody in chambers, anyone in the Zoom raising a hand? Okay. And do we want to discuss any of the other two parts of this, or we're going one at a time? If we're ready to move on the first item, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve contract change order number 1 to the construction contract between Lake County and Lamon Construction Company Incorporated for the construction of the Nice Lucerne Cutoff Asphalt Rehabilitation Project, state project number CRARPL-5914126 in the amount of $266.41, increasing the contract amount from $210,215.20 to contract amount of $210,481.61, and authorize the chair to sign the change order.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then I offer the resolution.
Okay, the resolution's been offered. Quick question, because now I'm looking at the reso itself, which directs the Director of Public Works to file the notice of completion, but then I see the third item that we would give direction. So are we being redundant? County Council?
Well, your board, since the, your board could treat these items separately because the resolution speaks to the filing of it, and the notice of completion document does have signature fields that need to be, that your board needs to authorize the Director, Public Works Director and CAO to sign.
All right, well, the reso gives that direction. It doesn't address the CAO, it looks like. Okay, fair enough. Any questions on the reso from colleagues? I see none. Anyone in the chambers wish to comment on the resolution? Seeing no movement, no hands in Zoom. Did somebody already offer the resolution?
I offered it, yes.
All right, resolution been offered.
Supervisor Simon? Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye. All right, I got the third item then, which does seem redundant, but any questions on the third item? Okay, nobody from the board. Anyone in the public wish to comment on this, whether in the chambers or raising a hand on Zoom? Seeing no movement and no Zoom, I'll entertain the motion. And did you want to clarify it, because it had some authorizations in there?
So your board may move to direct the Public Works Director to file the notice of completion with the County of Lake Recorder's Office and authorize the Public Works Director and the CAO to sign said document.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Good job, Estrella. And you too, Glenn.
Wow.
Love it.
I'm on track with my to-do list from CAO Parker. Item 7.6, consideration of request for use of county staff time in excess of 8 hours in supported duties associated with the National Association of Counties Intergovernmental Disaster Reform Task Force. Because task forces is what we do. Who's presenting on this?
I am.
Okay, Supervisor Peiss.
Yep. So I was appointed to this task force. The intent is to reform FEMA and aspects of FEMA that just really don't work for rural counties like ourselves. There are counties all over the country that are dealing with disasters and running up against kind of some archaic systems. So what I would like to see our county do is prepare a white paper of our own, and I'd like to do this early in the winter. Reflect on the last 10 years of disasters, which ones were FEMA approved, which of those we had issues with, like money being clawed back, disasters where we did not meet the threshold, and how that affects communities, or like the city of Clear Lake. When you lose 30 homes, that has a great impact, but it doesn't meet the threshold. So I would just like us to be able to meet with the different departments that are listed here and have something to produce from Lake County to show where we need some improvements in the system.
And, okay, and the staff that was going to contribute in
It's in the memo. Auditor Controller's Office, Disaster Finance, Lake County Sheriff's Office, Emergency Services, County Administration, and of course, I'd like to also reach out to the cities for their input as well.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Sabatier.
Well, I think 2 out of the 4, if we add the cities to it, can make their own decision to take part in that. We can't tell their departments to staff that. And at this moment in time, I would like to not see county administration added into this without knowing exactly the amount of hours. That sounds like a lot of time for looking over 10 years. Just for the fact that we have so many things right now in the oven, and I guess I'm not comfortable with just excess of 8 hours. It would be nice if it was, you know, a maximum of 10 hours, a maximum of such and such, but just an excess of 8 hours at that point is kind of an unlimited number that I'm not aware of what that would be. Not sure what the length of further actions would be required after the fact of just the report, because I think that's just the beginning. I'm uncomfortable asking for our county administration to do more at this moment in time. And obviously the cities as well, you can make a request to see what's available for them. So I think you would get at least the majority of what you would be able to get. And I think that our OES is probably the most important, and the auditor controller having the disaster funds in their systems, that they would be also very valuable. So.
The reason that I did ask for admin is because of our assistant CAO and his longevity in the department and working on the budget and in our finances. We've lost some institutional knowledge with new electeds, and so that's why I wanted to pull him in. He doesn't have to participate as much as the other departments, but I think that his knowledge is really critical to kind of pulling all this together.
Okay,
I think the bulk of it would be with OES and with the Auditor Controller's Office, but I think we also need to rely on Stephen Carter Jr. as well. We get one shot at this. Let's remember that.
No, I hear both of you, mainly because I'm sitting between you. To your point, I wonder if Supervisor Pyska, if there's a not to exceed number that would give some comfort, because the way it's worded, it's not a blank check. That's not the right way to put it. There isn't any definition about how much time it might make, and if it is going to be a multi-year effort, and it sounds like it's a heavy lift. So, other than over 8 hours, is there a not to exceed number that you would have comfort with, or just a ballpark figure that would give us some ability to find that middle ground?
Well, this task force is for 1 year, but I want to be able to deliver Lake County's piece of this. By I think the March meeting is when we will be meeting in DC at the NACO conference. So I would hope that we would be finished by then. I don't know if we will. That's my hope. But maybe CAO Parker has an idea of the time requirement.
Well, until we develop the framework, it's going to be difficult. But in March, we have mid-year, we have the governance workshop. It's going to be quite the challenge for us to participate. Maybe the auditor's office or OES can take the lead, and we can provide support. We'll be more available after March, but it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, I understand. I just want, I was chosen for this task force because our county's experienced so much, and I want our voice to be heard at this national level in this national conversation. So I kind of put that deadline on this, but I want to be able to give this input that's really important early in the year as we go through this work, because it is a one-year project.
Oh, sorry. Scribbling. Supervisor Sabate.
I'm going to assume that at this moment in time, you have not used any hours for this specific purpose. So, I mean, I would say, granted, it's up to CAO Parker on what she feels the capacity is for her team, but you potentially have up to 8 hours that if she agrees to provide staff for this purpose and then come back to us after the 8 hours has been utilized to maybe have a better understanding of what else is needed to accomplish the goal that you have. So at least that gives you some time to be able to work with the auditor controller, with our county OES, the cities, and anyone else that you feel can contribute to this report, and speak with CAO Parker about up to the 8 hours. And then if there's still a need and a better understanding, then I think I would be more comfortable with what is the finite ask.
I don't know that 8 hours is enough to get the ball rolling, because we've got to set up some meetings, we've got to kind of do some strategy work. I don't know, I don't think that that's going to be adequate. I think there needs to be more, but we can bring it back, you know, and I don't know when, the end of January, February, I don't know. We can give a status update, but I don't want to limit myself when we're just getting into this work, so. I do see we have someone from the auditor's office.
So, nope.
I think he's here for the consent.
That looked like a hard no.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
My pen, I left it in the office.
Supervisor Crandall.
So I'm thinking, you're mentioning a time frame of March to be the first report, is that what you said? Something like that, or?
You know, I would just like to have something, like an outline or something, so that I'm showing up with a piece of our story.
So would it help to, more than 8 hours for the month of January, determine the amount that was used in January and go from there? And that way we know how much more, because I do understand as well that, you know, there's a statement made about 8 hours, but that's also including the things that you have to do internally for your own business as usual type of work. You're asking for more work on top of business as usual because of the committee that you're on. So I understand that. But would that be a happy medium to allow the more than 8 hours for January, maybe a little February, I don't know, but then determine the amount that's been used from there so that we can know, okay, well, it's going to be 8 plus 3, 8 plus 4, or something like that. Then that way we can be comfortable. I'm just trying to problem solve, that's all.
Do you have any suggestions?
Or a not to exceed target.
Well, again, it's difficult without really knowing the parameters of what the ask is. I don't know what records are available. I don't know if they are available. I don't know if we're going through paper documents, would be my guess, because they haven't started their scanning project, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm looking at Chris. How about we try this? Let us come back from the winter break. We'll convene a meeting with the direction of the board with those respective departments and get an idea of what we have, what we can get, what additional time we may need, and come back to the board before the governance meeting in January.
Yeah. And I mean, again, I think Stephen is critical for understanding the time period that we're covering, but he's not going to be the one scanning and digging through papers.
No.
But I'm okay with that. If we want to have an initial meeting and bring it back, I'm fine.
Again, we'll have a better feel for this, what the heavy lift is. I think it is going to be a heavy lift. I think there's documents in different departments and different types of forms. And I suspect, given the number of incidents, there are binders and there aren't binders, and we're going to be looking for a lot of stuff.
So you're basically talking about doing somewhat of an assessment, having a meeting to do that and do you know how long that would probably take? Yeah, what you're talking about doing before we come back.
Gosh, I hope not. I hope less than an hour. I try to do 20-minute meetings, but it's like, what you do is you give direction, not direction.
Yeah.
You ask for additional information. What do you have? What can you get? What are the burdens or the hurdles of getting it? And then derive a timeline on as far as workload and who and what and where. Okay. But right now it's really difficult not knowing where everything is.
Yep, and I didn't want to ask anybody to do anything until I came to the board.
And I don't want to mislead the board as far as, yeah, we can turn this around in 30 days. Given everything else that's coming up, I think it'll be very challenging for everybody, since every department is involved in not only the mid-year, but also the governance presentation, which is all day.
Well, if I were to suggest, because she wants to hit the ground running. I totally get that, and she has kind of a deadline in mind and all that. So I think there's still plenty of time to meet and confer and figure out where the various jigsaw pieces go. As far as the original request to use some level of staff time in excess of 8, I think it sounds like we're going to land there when that extra work happens. Doesn't sound like we've clarified that just yet. So again, if there was a not to exceed, say 24 hours, and then come back in February for the checkup and we figure out where everything is at. But if you want to defer the authority to that time too, I don't know. But I'd like to give her some authority for staff time in excess of 8 hours, just to hit that ground running without overly burdening. So if there were a not to exceed figure, my ballpark would be 24 hours, and then come back to the board.
I don't think we need to do that. I think if I just can get the direction of the board to have an initial meeting, it might take more than one, to just develop a strategy and then bring it back. I think, does that work? Okay.
I'm in support of that, because you gotta have the meeting to see where we're going here.
Yeah, and it's probably more than one meeting, and it is contacting different departments, and those hours add up very, very quickly.
So basically what you said, do the 8 hours and then come back.
Well, I can't guarantee it's gonna be at 8 hours, is what I'm saying. Like, I'm willing to go start this work and then bring it back before we really start to engage. But, if we were talking about other departments and admin, I don't know. So that's what I'm offering. If you don't want to approve it the way that it's written, we'll have some strategy sessions and bring it back.
Is there consensus for that?
Just for clarification, as far as I'm concerned, again, the auditor controller is not under our purview. The sheriff's department is not under our purview. We do control their budget, so I don't add that into the hours. I'm concerned about the departments that we do have control over, and so if it's going to be one or two from admin office in these assessment type of planning meetings, I don't believe that you will breach the 8 hours, in my opinion, before you come back with an idea of what needs to be done to accomplish your goal. So I'm not looking to approve any excess of 8 hours. I'm just saying, yes, let's go ahead and find out more so you can come back with something more concrete of what is needed.
What if we did both? We gave the current authority to approve use over the 8 hours, but clear direction to take those meetings and then come back with a more structured approach for any further requests. And you could time limit it to January. But I can see even the preliminary discussions going over 8 hours.
We only have those first 2 meetings in January. So it's going to have to be February.
Okay, well, we've kicked the tires on some ideas. Let's go to the public. Anyone in the chambers or online wish to comment on the proposed action to use county staff time in excess of 8 hours on this item? We have a hand up in Zoom. Betsy, please unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say that Supervisor Pyska has done this magnificent job over the years of bringing in more and more resources. And I certainly agree that there are lots of issues related to FEMA and how they have responded to various incidents. Certainly lots of questions I would have of them, but it just is not clear to me what exactly is being proposed here. Come up with a white paper to do what? And I guess you're talking about having the NACO subcommittee do this, right? Am I correct there? There's some other agency task force that you're assigned to that's going to address some of the FEMA problems. We want to be able to identify those in Lake County. There's certainly plenty of them. I don't get the feeling that it would be involving the public, at least for the purpose of defining this information gathering process. I certainly agree it should be done. And it will be complicated because there are lots of different forms and different agency requirements and different documentation sets. I wonder if that couldn't be identified by asking department heads to provide a list of what they have or they use, and have somebody in the administration kind of organize that material or identify what it's going to take, rather than having a whole bunch of meetings, because boy, meetings just go on and on and on. So these are just comments from a person in the public quite familiar with the disasters responses and the lack of information provided to the public in all of those, for all of those, starting in 2015. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the Zoom? All right. That concludes public input on this item. I'll bring it back.
You know, it's not just, I mean, we have to talk to Public Works, probably Public Services. I mean, it's not just the auditor and the sheriff's office within our department heads. It is admin, and it is the other departments that have had to submit these grants. I mean, we just closed out Socrates Mine Road. You know, we need to look at how difficult that project was. That took years and years and years. And that is exactly one of the issues that we need to highlight. We had a road washout. We've had people driving on that hazardous road with one lane for too many years. The roads in Cobb had money from FEMA, got clawed back. Like, these are the instances that we're highlighting. We've had issues where we didn't make thresholds. There's a lot of, you know, information with the sheriff's office and with the auditor's office that can help us understand that. So, I mean, I want to set this up and put us on the map and have Lake County be heard in this work to make FEMA work better for counties like ours. So, you know, if you want to hinder that work, maybe it's the end of the day, but I'm getting really frustrated here because I want to set this up. I want to meet with the department heads, and I want to be able to bring something back strategically, but I cannot promise that that's going to be in 8 hours. I could bring that back in February, and we can line out what we need to do. That's what I can offer. So I'll make the motion. Approve the use of county staff time in excess of 8 hours in support of duties associated with the National Association of Counties Intergovernmental Disaster Reform Task Force, and I will bring an update back with an update to be given to the board on February 11th. Do we have time for that? In February, with an update. We can reflect on the hours that have been used and the next steps.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. County council, all that stuff sound right? All right. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Okay, I think, don't jinx it, I think that concludes our regular agenda items, except for the sticky notes. I got sticky notes.
And calendars.
These sticky notes have been haunting me for several hours now. We did not do consent just perfect. When we did it, we inadvertently approved an item that should have been pulled. I believe it's item 5.15 from behavioral health. To remedy that error, I have a 3-step sticky note process with motions to reopen, motions to rescind, and then motions to approve. We've been down that road before. Thankfully, I'm not the first chair to have gone through that. So I don't know if we need to. I think I can just report that that was a requested action of BH. That contract should not have been approved today in its present form. It needed to be revised. I don't want to speak on behalf of BH, but that was a request. All I had was the email, so I don't really know the full purpose, but anyone want to speak to that?
Well, Mr. Chair, in order to, because it is currently located in the consent agenda,
I don't even get talk before we move to reopen. All right. There appears to be a request that to accommodate would require us to reopen the consent agenda. Would any supervisor care to make that motion?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion to reopen the consent agenda and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Probably before we take up the item, the second motion, if one person wants to make it, would be to rescind the previous motion that approved the consent agenda way earlier today. And if there's a form of that motion, County Council.
Yes, so the requested action would be to rescind the previous motion related to the approval of the consent agenda, and your board may want to take a public comment for that prior to making the motion.
All right, there's a possibility that there will be a motion to rescind the previous approval of the consent agenda. Does anyone in the board chambers or online wish to comment on that potential motion to rescind? Seeing no movement in the chambers and no hands online, I'll entertain such a motion.
So moved.
And that would be the motion to rescind the prior approval of the consent agenda earlier today.
Second. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Now, if I understand right, we did have a request from behavioral health to pull 5.15 to a later date, not certain. And in our previous action, if I read it right, we had previously pulled 5.4, 5.13, 5.14, and 5.16. I see a hand up.
5.12.
I said 5.12.
Oh, I didn't.
Didn't I? Anyway, so this would be, if we did it right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 items total would be pulled. And the approval of the consent agenda would be for those items not numbered, 5.4, 5.12, 5.13, 5.14, 5.15, or 5.16. Does that accurately state where we're at?
Yes, and it would be, your board may want to take in any public comment in relation to the requested action.
Okay. Basically, for those following along at home, the only real impact is agenda item 5.15, which was inadvertently approved with our first action, would be continued to a later date. Anybody in the chambers or on Zoom wish to comment? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 5.4 and 5.12 through 5.16.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We are dangerously close to finishing this meeting, but it looks like it's time for calendars. Who's got a calendar? No?
If we can take care of the items from the consent agenda that were pulled?
Oh, we got to reapprove all those?
No, just the pulled consent agenda items.
We didn't pull them for next, well, some of them for following weeks.
Pulled for further discussion and/or action.
What? Okay, wait a minute. Well, let's go down the laundry list.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, please.
If we can take up items 513 and item 516 first, since we have staff in the chamber.
Oh, we never got to them. You're right. My bad. Let's take up item 5.13. Adopt a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake, adopting an amended conflict of interest code for the County of Lake. And the second proposed action is to adopt a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake approving conflict of interest codes of certain local agencies located wholly within the county. Do we have somebody presenting this?
Mr. Chair, I wanted to pull that item.
Okay, pull it for discussion, or
Yeah,
pull it to...
if I may provide some content to why it was pulled.
Supervisor Sabatier.
So we're submitting this conflict of interest code amendments to the state of California. I was slightly puzzled, I guess is the right word to use, as to why certain departments in our agency had not responded, and I'm uncomfortable. I'm not uncomfortable sending it. I'm comfortable we have to meet our deadlines, but I feel we need to help our auditor controller to get a response, because not saying that we have, saying no response to a conflict of interest code makes me feel like we have potential liability, and that I'd like to kind of close that loop. And so I'd like to identify the specific departments in here, request that they reach out to our auditor controller and her office, so that we can go ahead and, if there's no code change, it's a simple checkbox and a simple process. At least I'm making an assumption here that it's simple. Or if there is code change, then that's something that we should identify. But saying that there's no response on a conflict of interest makes me nervous. So the identified departments are Air Quality, Building and Safety Division, Health Services Administration, Human Resources, Information Technology, Museum, Parks and Recreation, Planning Division, Public Health, Treasurer Tax Collector. Maybe there was some confusion on the process, maybe some emails got intermixed with other stuff, but I just wanted to make sure that we provided guidance and board push to get those submitted.
And I have a follow-up question on the first page. So if they don't check the no code change checkbox, I assume that means there were changes, but we don't have those changes before us?
We do.
Okay.
It's in Exhibit A and B, County Departments Exhibit A and B.
All right.
And there are other local agencies who have not submitted, but I don't feel I have the power to coerce any outside agencies to submit their information and documents, nor does that create a liability, in my opinion, on the County of Lake. And I have spoken with our auditor controller regarding this.
All right. Anybody present here today to speak on that from the department? No? Yes? Possibly?
Christopher.
Good morning, Christopher Allen with the Auditor Controller, County Clerk's Office. So the procedure is now we send a letter, a physical letter, and we send also a follow-up letter a month or two later, just letting them know we didn't receive the response. Some departments don't realize that if there's no change, they need to respond. That's, and also some of them, there's also multi-budget units. Some departments that have more than one budget unit receive 2 notices, or 3 or 4, depending on how many budget units they have. So they'll respond to one and not realize there's multiple requests for each budget unit. That seems to be one of the prevalent problems. We're working with ideas on how to remedy that, hopefully for the next biennial in 2 years. But that seems to be the major consensus. And we have a couple departments that have submitted just late, but it was after we finished our biennial, so they had to be submitted as did not respond in the official documents.
Is there any sanction that comes with non-response?
No, it's kind of like a ditto budget. We just kind of carry over their previous categories and positions that need to report.
Thank you. Anything else, Supervisor Spatier, on this?
No, like I said, I'm ready to approve as is. I just wanted to see if we can get board consensus to request those departments to submit their paperwork.
Well, sounds like they're already doing the best they can with what they have, so I don't know, doubling down on that direction accomplishes a whole lot. Let's open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to comment on this item, whether in the chambers or in the Zoom? No hands up. I'll take a motion.
Offering a resolution.
I see two, but yeah, the first one, A, County Council.
First, under the sub-item A, it would be offering the resolution of the Board of Supervisors for the County of Lake adopting an amended conflict of interest code for the County of Lake.
So offered.
The resolution has been offered. Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Ready?
Yeah. What was the next one you had in line?
Adopt a resolution of the Board of I'd like to offer the letter of Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake approving conflict of interest codes of certain local agencies located wholly within the county.
The resolution's been offered. Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye. That concludes 5.13. What was the next one, CAO Parker?
516.
All right. We're going to move on to 5.16. This is on from Public Services to approve the award of bid number 250855 to Humboldt Fence in the amount of $255,950 and authorize chair to sign the agreement and the notice of award.
All right, good evening. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. I requested this to be pulled because there was a typo, a number of typos, and I appreciate the Sheriff's Office for pointing them out. The agenda title, the recommended action, and the notice of award all listed a number of $255,950 for the award amount, and the correct number is $225,950. So the item that actually is critical is obviously the board's action and the revised notice of award, which I have hard copy, but I can also provide electronically if that's how we're signing.
So you're saying we need to tweak the amounts. You have correct documents. They were not previously posted, but they're available now and can be posted in Granicus after the fact and can be shared. Other than the dollar amount, no change.
The revised recommended action would be to approve the award of bid number 250855 to Humboldt Fence in the amount of $225,950 and authorize the chair to sign the agreement and the revised notice of award.
And County Council, such a motion can be entertained even though it was captioned in the agenda for the other amount.
Yeah, so it appears that, as Director Ewing stated, the approval of the notice of award specifically would be as amended. I think that's the only one that needed to be corrected out of the documents. And after public comment, your board may entertain that motion as stated by Director Ewing.
Okay, any questions? If not, we're going to open up for public comment. Anyone in the chambers or in Zoom, please raise your hand if you're online. Seeing no movement in the chambers and no hands up online, I will bring it back for action.
I move to award the bid of number 250855 to Humboldt Fence in the amount of $225,950 and authorize the chair to sign the agreement and the notice of award as amended.
Second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any particular order? We're running out of staff. We're running out of supervisors. Who pulled 5.4?
I did.
Okay. I'll read it. 5.4, motion to approve early activation of email for District 1 Supervisor-elect Helen Owen, entitled the email address as Supervisor-elect, pulled by Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, I'm pulling this to have another we didn't have a conversation about this last time. I think for Supervisor-elect Rasmussen, this was also on consent. But to be honest, I wasn't super comfortable then, and now that I've thought more about it, I'm a lot more uncomfortable with this, but we've already done it. I did not have an early access email address. But what I'm really concerned about is they are not employees. They have not taken an oath. I believe that we've got some liability exposure by letting people have these addresses. They should not be doing work of the county. They should not be, there should not be a perception that they can be communicating with constituents through these email addresses or, any work of the county that's contacting agencies, doing anything. And we have no control over that. We have no assurances that that's not happening. I'm not making any assumptions that that's happening. But I do have an issue with this. We gave this one email address with the intent to network at an event. And we're going to do it again, and I'm not going to vote inconsistently with what I voted last time. But every supervisor-elect that I've been working with over the last year had their own email addresses and their own cards. None of them have this. So I just want to hear from you, County Council, what our liability and our exposure is to have people out there, these addresses that are very powerful. I think we all recognize how powerful our email addresses are, without any assurances that they're not doing work on the county's behalf.
That in large part would hinge on or depend on, what those email addresses would be used for. In the staff memo, it did indicate that it appears that the email addresses, at least for that period of time, would be used primarily for networking, and the email itself or email account itself will have no other connections to Lake County servers or networks. There is that consideration or factor of the appearance of, by virtue of the email addresses itself, being perceived in a certain way, despite what was stated in the staff memo for your board's consideration. One possible option for your board is to provide, after discussions with my office and administration staff, is to look into ways to possibly improve on that process or implement certain protocols or procedures when it comes to setting up these types of email accounts for these narrow set of circumstances, so that the person who would utilize such an email for these narrow purposes would sign off or attest to certain obligations that he or she would then he or she would comply with, and direction. Certainly, your board can provide direction to staff to look into that issue further, so that perhaps staff can bring it back to the board at a later point in time. It could come in the form of just an attestation clause, or some type of acknowledgement or consent that the official or official or elect, supervisor-elect or some other employee to be, a future employee would sign off on.
Well, I think that this is just a practice that we shouldn't continue. It's happening right now. Like I said, I'm not going to vote one way. I'm not going to vote another way than I've already previously voted in approving Supervisor-elect Rasmussen. And there isn't anything that we can do to solve this immediate problem other than ask for them to voluntarily sign something like this, which we can't make them do. But I just want to be very clear that both of them are on notice, that the intent is only for networking, and that they're, you know, like I said before, they're not employees, they have not taken the oath, and this does put us in a situation where we could be liable for things that are not covered by our insurance. Okay. So, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and vote yes on this. I would hope that both of them could come in and just attest to how they're using it, and if anything's happened in the past, like, just let us know. Just be very transparent about how it's been used so that we feel better about it, or at least I feel better about it. But I really had to bring this forward.
I don't remember having one that early. I was on the planning commission though, so I know it says my name here that I had one, but I know I was on the planning commission, so yeah, I don't know. You said you didn't get one?
Nope.
Do you remember?
I didn't get one, no. Not until I was sworn in.
You remember?
They brought in my iPad and that's when they did it.
Supervisor Sabatier.
So I checked in with Shane French, and I apologize. I completely forgot about the Planning Commission. So you already had yours, but I checked in with our IT director, Shane French. Mine was activated November 4th of 2018. I know Carol Hutchinson at the time had spoken to me to set that up in order for me to go to CSAC. And I don't disagree with the potential liability, but we're not even thinking about the other things we're doing. We just bought a plane ticket, a hotel room, and a conference to go to for somebody who's not an employee at the same time. But as a supervisor-elect, you're already part of the Brown Act. You're already elected. You're just not sitting in the decision-making body. So I think that I would like for us to discuss how to best prepare somebody to come into office, because the last thing I also want to do is them using an email that puts them in jeopardy, where now their email is accessible to the public because of the fact that they are a supervisor-elect. So I like to look at better options, but I also don't want to stop sending people to training before they start. But is that a gift of public funds? I don't think so, but that is a liability as well. So I think it can create a bigger conversation of how to make sure that we protect ourselves to the most possible for the future. But I just know that that's the treatment that I received, and I thought it was very useful to not have to switch my emails and to switch my connections with the people that I made during those conferences, and that's what we're attempting to do as well. Both are involved in training at this very moment in time. Both have been paid for by the county to do this training, and so I do hope that we can review the process to make sure that we mitigate as much of our liability as possible.
And there are a lot, I mean, it's this new Supervisor Institute. All the counties send them. None of them have the email addresses that I spoke to. I have contacts with all of them. They all gave me their temporary, I mean, you can set up a temporary Gmail account. There's lots of ways to handle this, and everyone's been handling it. I've been working with Rebecca, the new supervisor-elect in Sonoma County, all year. She gave me her temporary business card last year. So there's a lot of ways to do this, but I just want to be very clear where I stand on this. I do not think it's appropriate.
Thank you for pulling this item, Supervisor Pyska. Definitely food for thought. I do want to distinguish the new Soups Institute because there's a specific statute in the government code that allows for training using those public funds for a supervisor-elect, so I'm very comfortable with that. You raised some very interesting questions on the use of the email, and in particular, once that email goes live, even if the intent of the email owner is to only do networking, it's open for business. And I can think of at least one issue where the use of the email prematurely would be conducting county business. So both from a Brown Act perspective and a liability perspective, I think there's something to look at here. CAO Parker, I assume our current policies and procedures are silent on this? Silent? Zippity zip?
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to put any new supervisors on the spot, but we have at least one supervisor-elect who can speak to how it has been used or not at his discretion. I do think the policy needs to be reviewed. I didn't think it through, and even if Mr. Rasmussen expresses no business has been conducted, I think it has, if only because I've taken advantage of that email address very liberally in making introductions, in highlighting issues of interest, and just didn't even think anything of it. Oh, we're in a transition team. That's what transition teams do. But a transition involving staff is one thing. A transition between a sitting supervisor and the next supervisor to sit in the seat is different. To your point, yeah, I don't want to go apples and oranges and not approve this today, but I probably share not just the discomfort you raised in the abstract, but now suddenly some real discomfort just because of some of the stuff I've been shotgunning out there. And again, there's members of the public that are probably taking advantage of that and shotgunning some input on other things. But I can't speak directly to that because I don't have access. So that said, any other supervisor comments right now? Let's open this up for public comment. This is item 5.4, the proposed approval of early activation of email for District 1 Supervisor-elect Helen Owen, and to title the email address as Supervisor-elect. Supervisor-elect Rasmussen, I see you approaching the podium. Would you like to speak on this?
Sure, Brad Rasmussen, Supervisor-elect. First of all, I wouldn't have a problem signing a policy. I wasn't given a policy. The way this came about was, I believe, Chair Sabatier contacted me and said he was going to make that request, that I'd have it when I went to the New Supervisors Institute. And as I recall, I had it maybe around that time I left. I don't recall exactly. But I have given it to folks that I am trying to meet with prior to taking the seat, because I'm trying to connect with people in the community that I need to be connected with when I'm a board member, so that people do have it. I was contacted by a county department on it today that requested I come to a meeting over at the Circle of Native Minds later I guess in January. So I've was communicated with the CAO's office about setting up my training, and also for arrangements for the next set of training that's coming up, and certainly with Supervisor Green, because I believe he provided it to the Scotts Valley Advisory Council, which I would be taking over from him as the supervisor that attends those meetings. So those are some examples of how I've currently used it. I don't know if you have any other specific questions, I'll answer them, but I don't have a problem signing a policy. I do agree that a policy is a good idea to be given out with that email. This is what you can do or can't do with it. I don't know that that's something that, whether that has to be approved by the board or the CA's office has that authority, or if it could even be done before we're sworn in. So, but again, I'm happy to follow whatever request at this point, but I wasn't given any specific guidelines on don't do this, don't do that. I've used it Well, one example was tours that I did at the geysers and over at Reynolds Systems, so those are other examples. So people have it. Anybody in the county, I'm assuming, can find it because it's in the system. But I can only access the email, no other county systems at this point, so.
Well,
Unless there's any
I guess
other
one
questions.
follow-up question would be, not just interactions with staff and all that, have you received, and you don't have to say what or how much, but have you received constituent communications on any issues that were pending before this board?
Not that I recall specifically. I don't have a problem looking through it to see, but I'm trying to open it up right now.
Well,
I can't say that I recall anything specific from a constituent about a concern that they had on something that's been pending on the agenda since November, or since when I got it in November.
Cool.
I don't believe there's anything in there on that. There's been some other stuff now I'm recalling with the COC, which is another reason, because Supervisor Chair reached out to me to see if I would be willing to serve as the coordinator for one of the sites in Lakeport. So that was another reason that, so those folks, the COC has my county email to communicate with me about the training and what's going on with the point in time count. Because after I'm sworn in, I'm going to be I don't know what the right word is.
Site leader.
A site leader for the point in time count.
Yeah, and so this is just where I'm getting uncomfortable, and I really appreciate you coming up and having this conversation, because you didn't, and you were just given this email address, like you said, without any information or restrictions or guidelines, so I appreciate you coming up. But I think we're crossing over into county business here. I really do, especially working with the COC and setting up like point in time counts. This was specifically for networking. Is there any other county business that you did with the email that we know about?
Today, actually, I sent a couple emails. I checked in with the county office this morning to ask a question about how a board member goes about requesting a proclamation for somebody in the community that deserves it. I have a situation that just came up that I thought was more than deserving of that, and so I requested how would I go about that, and was advised kind of how that would work. So I did use it to request some information that I could gather about that proclamation that I want to submit to be able to have done in January. So that's something that happened this morning.
If I can ask one more follow-up question, because the email is one thing, but it's really the conduct of county business and the Brown Act concerns it raises at issue. So a follow-up question would be, using either personal email or your campaign email previously, have any constituents or future constituents reached out through those site channels on matters that were pending before this board?
At any point since I've campaigned?
I think that's a
Campaigning,
separate. Yeah, we're just talking about his county email
Okay.
being used for business.
Well, we're talking about the conduct of county business using email.
Well, yeah, but if he's using a personal email, that's not what I'm concerned about. I'm only concerned about the county email and the weight that carries, and doing business,
See,
because, if you're using a county email to do county business, and you're not an employee, and we have to be very, very careful there. I think that there's a perception that if you have a county email, that you can do that work, and so, I can't stop you we can't stop you from doing anything. I would just really request that be very careful and keep it within the scope of what we approved it for, and I would hope that we could pass that along also to Supervisor-elect Owen. Be very cognizant. We're approving this of the very limited scope, and it's not to be used for any work or contacting any agencies, or, you know, in any way giving the illusion that you're already seated. So, you know, I really appreciate you coming up and we can have this conversation. And I think that we need to put it in our board protocols that we just don't do this again, that we just wait until people are seated.
I mean, I don't know that it matters that much. It does say on the signature, the supervisor-elect. But then I would just request, if, you know, if the county's going to give me direction about how to use it, I would appreciate knowing that sooner than later.
Well, and we can give that direction, but absent a formal policy that has been formally adopted by this board, all we can do is ask pretty please, don't do county work with your brand new county email. That's, you know, so I don't even know. I would love to give that direction. I don't think we can give the instruction now. I think we can potentially approve the email and just hopefully share this video and some of the concerns stated here, and then make a referral, since we're pulling the board policies anyway, to address that. And I think it needs to be addressed sooner than later, but I don't know that we can attach it to this recommended action. Any more? Thank you, Supervisor-elect. Anything you'd like to add?
I think we've covered it all.
I think we've covered it. All right, so I'm going to, any other public comment on this? You're the only one left in the chambers, last man standing. Anybody in the Zoom? No, they're dropping like flies. I'll bring it back to the board for possible action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve early activation of email for District 1 Supervisor-elect Helen Owen, and title the email address as Supervisor-elect.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That's 5.4. Speaking of which, let's move to item 5.12. Adopt Board of Supervisors Rules of Procedure, General Protocol, and Committee's Policy Update. I forget whether I pulled this in the haste of the morning or whether you pulled this, Supervisor Sabatier, but I think you wanted to speak to this.
I believe that this needs to be pulled for further review. I know I spoke with County Counsel, Lloyd Guintavano, and he would like more time to review some of the processes that were implemented and redlined, and maybe at the same time bring in the previous conversation in, either having a protocol of no early email address or a protocol of if early email address added in, based on professional attorney direction.
There's also some issues that I brought up too, but I've already relayed them to admin.
Yeah.
So, needs a little bit more work.
Supervisor Crown?
Oh, no.
No?
I'm
Just
ready
looking
to
at
open to the public and bring it
all
back
right.
so we can move forward.
CAO Parker, County Counsel, want to weigh in?
Not at this time.
Was there a request to maybe take another peek at it?
Yes, nothing to add to the request.
Nothing to add, but maybe it needs some polish. All right.
And if I may add, I think this will be great for both new supervisors to ensure that they are part of the conversation and discussion and review of this when it comes back. So,
absolutely. If there's no other questions of the board, no further statements from staff, let's open this up for public comment. Anyone in the chambers or anyone online wish to comment on the pending adoption of the Board of Supervisors Rules of Procedure? There has been a proposal to table this and bring it back at some future date. Seeing no movement in the chambers and no hands online, do we need a motion? No? I think you have a direction. All right, let's take care of that. That's that. What's left? 514. Did we already address 5.14?
Nope.
All right, was that a poll? Is that a staff poll, or did we pull that?
Pull to a future date by Behavior Health.
All right, so I understand we had a request from Behavioral Health to pull this item to a future date, no date certain?
No date certain. We'll confer with the department head when she returns.
All right, any supervisor comments on the request to continue? Anyone in the public wish to comment on the request to continue item 5.14 in the chambers or online? Seeing no movement and no hands up online, we're going to continue this item at the request of Behavioral Health, and we'll see it at a future agenda. 5.15. And that's why we're here. So I believe 5.15 would be very similar. We did have a request from Behavioral Health to pull this. They need to work on that contract, and they are not it was consent, so there's no date and time certain to continue. Any questions on this item for supervisors? Any public comment on this from people in the chambers or online? Seeing no hands raised, I think you have adequate direction to bring this item back, and we don't need a motion on that. And is that all the pulled items?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we've concluded the regular agenda items, and we've done all our consent stuff. So now, can we do calendars?
Calendars, please.
Please do the calendars. Who wants to go first? Oh, I'm going to pick on you, Bruno, because you always pick on me.
I'll make it easy.
Supervisor Sabatier, what's on your calendar?
I'll make it easy. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Supervisor Crandall.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Wow. Supervisor Simon. Calendars.
All clear.
Well, that leaves Supervisor Pyska. We'll be here for 10 minutes.
Our meetings? All right.
Come on now.
I'm going to work for the next couple of days. I'm going to go to the build graduation tomorrow. I got my RRA biomass subcommittee. Thursday, I've got my biomass project team meeting, my quarterly check-in with OPR, my Cawberry Council meeting. Friday, I'm going to have Workforce Alliance. You're coming to that, right?
No,
You're not?
I'm out of town, man.
You're done.
Crap.
All right. Coal Creek Advisory Committee, and then that's it for me.
That's unusually short.
It's Christmas next Tuesday.
Oh, yeah, you know, I don't know if it's still happening, but I do see a potential Zoom. Oh, no, is that a COC shelter meeting?
Yes.
That's a COC shelter meeting. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're on that. I do see IFT coming up on Thursday. Oh, Mr. Rasmussen left. I don't typically attend those because I'm not a medical professional and I don't understand what they're saying many times. Scotts Valley Community Advisory Council does not meet in December. We had our little goodbyes in November, and I want to thank Scotts Valley Community Advisory Council. They've been very patient with me. They love the Brown Act now, and or not. But anyway, Supervisor-elect Rasmussen has attended some meetings, and I'm very confident he's going to enjoy working with that group as much as I have. Other than that, my calendar is way, way, way open until the 7th of January, when there'll be a handoff and an orderly transition of power, just as it should be in a great democracy like this. And the last thing on my calendar, it looks like I made it in time. I get to go to Lakeport City Council one more time, where they have an item similar to what we heard here today. With that, unless there's anything further, this meeting is adjourned.